yellow and red guy. Oh.
I think we've been doing it.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. What's cracking? Today we have a special guest because we're reading the Eltingville Club, and if you look on the page, there's a little title underneath there, Evan Dorkin, and we're joined by him. Hello, Evan.
He's the one in the upper right-hand corner.
Upper right corner. Yep.
Hello. I'm in the upper right-hand corner.
Yes, you are.
You
should be.
We have turned him into a VTuber for today's stream, as it was.
This is my normal voice. Now I don't see anything happening on the screen. Is that normal? Is that all? Oh, there it is.
I have some fixed it. Sorry, I had my intro screen going a little messy.
Oh, I got. Yeah, the egg took over the entire thing for a second.
My apologies. But yes, and also known with me is Krimbo, Howard Nelson, and Voyager.
Hello, guys.
My other guest of today is a VTuber Comic Club.
Oh yeah, unfortunately Tower Shield couldn't make it today. He's got some things going on in his life. He will be back, hopefully, for the next time we get together.
Next month's meeting.
Is he an anti-Semite? Is that why he didn't show up to talk to me?
I don't know.
No.
I'm pretty sure he's not,
I hope
but
You
never know.
You
I-
never
never
know.
I think the issue is, the person he's fighting with at the moment is probably.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Yeah, so he's having roommate troubles, and his roommate is
horrible. Like the people from this book.
textbook GOP Trump supporter, and he's
God.
really getting his knickers in a tizzy recently.
Oh man, that sounds like fun.
Yes.
You know, this isn't hopefully legally liable or anything, but you can stuff the windows and leave the gas on and go out for the night.
No,
That was my suggestion.
if you're gonna suggest killing people, you have to say in Minecraft afterwards.
As
Oh,
the
yeah.
internet kids do.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
In
cool internet
Minecraft,
kids
yeah.
do that. Yep.
Yeah, that
Right,
was off the FBI
Thank you.
databases.
We're good. Say we do it in a video game, so the FBI say, "Oh, they're joking." They're yoking.
Oh yeah, this
Hey,
was
Evan, look, Tell me
satire.
about this
Satire.
new comic
It
you're
was
doing where
satirical
you're
purposes
stuffing
only.
the windows.
Yeah, new comic.
he's-
Thank you for the ideas.
But I can say something like, I hope something happens to his roommate to incapacitate him for years.
I mean,
Yes.
In Minecraft. In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
legally, yes, but Twitch terms of service, maybe not.
Oh,
The terms of service
I
are
apologize.
no worries, no
No,
worries.
you're probably fine.
Probably fine.
Is
In,
Twitch, did Twitch start as a gaming?
It did actually.
Yeah, it did, it did.
Actually, no.
Well,
Twitch
no.
technically
Just
started as
TV.
just live streaming, and then
Okay.
it went to gaming, and now it's back to
Live
live
streaming.
streaming.
I guess
What happened? Too much racism and misogyny on the site.
That's actually sort of how it happened. Yeah.
that's actually accurate.
Well, that's what happens, right? It's
Mhm.
been open
Yeah.
for-
This is what happens when you give people who play video games free reign to do what they want.
Certain people, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not much of a gamer. I have, we used to have a lot of consoles. As it's moved to online, I understand it less and less.
Mm-mm.
But like, I don't understand most references or memes to games. I mean, I see the toys and it's by osmosis. Like, they're actually filming the Fallout TV series not far from where I live.
Oh wow.
Which I'm,
Oh yeah,
Oh.
you're near that set with the
yeah,
the
and I used to
supermarket.
shop. That was a shop right on Highland Boulevard, and I have this. One of my weird things is I'm constant. I guess a lot of people probably do this locally. You keep track of what's closing, what's opening, because
Mhm.
you're fascinated by what
Right.
ghost sites can never seem to sustain a business.
Yep.
They've had 12 restaurants and they all close like they're haunted. And that site it's a very strange setup. The supermarket is really awkwardly designed, and they moved several blocks away to where the Alamo Draft House with the Kung Fu bar, which I'm sort of hoping to open soon, but at the same time I don't go out because of COVID. But they're gonna have a flying guillotine bar,
Ooh.
and which is amazing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and
wait, what do
look
you mean
at-
a flying guillotine bar? What does
What
that
is
mean?
that?
It's the Amazon the Alamo, the Amazon Draft House is where we're all gonna live and die soon. The Alamo Draft House out here has been postponed. It hasn't opened for like 3 years, and it's got a Kung Fu Hong Kong themed martial arts bar called the Flying Guillotine.
Whoa.
That's
That
so
sounds
cool.
awesome.
It's being overseen or partly overseen by the RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan because this
Yo!
and
I fucking love Flying Guillotine. It's one of my favorite kung fu movies.
And Return of the Flying Guillotine, the guillotine.
Yeah, those are
Master,
excellent.
I would watch anything. I put a flying guillotine in a comic in like '92, I think, or '3, the Mask series I wrote. And,
Oh yeah.
Well, you wrote for The Mask?
I wrote
Wait,
Hunt for
which-
Green October. It was one miniseries, and there was.
I think I read that. I think
Well-
I read a lot of the original Mask run.
There was a Hong Kong triad that used flying guillotines. And
I vaguely remember that. It was a
They
long
killed
time
all-
ago when I read it, but
There
yeah.
was mobsters, Nazis. There was a Sailor Moon mask. There was.
God,
Oh.
so
Chun-Li.
sick.
It was a lot. I put as many pop culture crap. It was
Right,
Yeah.
just
It was-
pack it full.
Back and
It was a
forth.
milk
Right.
and cheese strip, but with the mask and with movie references and things like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
Flying Guillotine. New York has always been a good place to watch kung fu movies. I just missed the 42nd Street stuff, but we had them every Saturday on the drive-in theater. And my friend Paul, who I do since we're old white men, we do a podcast about movies,
Oh.
and he has about 2,200 DVDs, VCDs, tapes of Hong Kong martial arts films.
Shit, that man's a legend.
That's
We were he was collecting when Chinatown was still going, and you had the Music Palace, and you could go see it. You could actually go see Hong Kong martial arts films on the big screen, which was pretty awesome. And he would buy the stuff every Thursday. We'd go out drinking, and he would go to Chinatown. And at first, they treated him really coldly because, you know, obnoxious white guys, right? But eventually, they realized he wasn't bullshitting. They started giving him all these Shaw Brothers promo stuff and card sets, calendars. And I feel bad because streaming killed all that. I mean, video was killing the theater.
Right.
There were 2 theaters, and they had died, and they were just the best because they were old school movie theaters like Times Square, or people would walk in whenever they felt like it and watch up until what they missed, and then walk out. People would sleep in there. There were cats running around. People would eat in there, and it was just the best. And we saw our first Stephen Chow film there by accident. It was just they just showed 2 films, and the second film was Whatever the Hell, and it was Hail the Judge, and that was like, hey, he's a gangster, but he's funny as hell. And
So
he's
you,
Canada, but he's funny as hell.
so you,
Sorry.
I'm curious. You have you spent a lot of your time in New York?
Yeah, can't get out now. But Staten Island is technically not New York.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's like Jersey lost a poker bet, is how I put it.
Oh yeah, there was the
because-
case, a Supreme case where they lost there's the islands that like Ellis Island itself, like part of it is New Jersey, but the Statue of Liberty and all that stuff is New York.
Yeah, and I don't know why New York wanted Staten Island. I mean, I guess it's a place to dump bodies and to get oysters.
Huh.
But Staten Island is basically that guy's roommate that you were talking about.
I see.
I mean, it's changing slowly over the years, but yeah, it's an interesting place. But we have an Alamo Draft House that's going to have a Hong Kong themed bar, and they're going to be showing John Carpenter horror movie soon. And I wish
Ooh.
COVID.
Oh,
Sick.
Sick.
I wish COVID had been conquered like it should have been, or at least checked by Sanity. But it's hard to go anywhere because nobody's wearing a mask.
yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Now people are going to full conventions, and so I went to one and I masked up, but just looking at people who weren't masking was giving me making me sweat really bad. I'm like, I should not be here.
I agree with you. I'm seeing reports from friends of mine who are out in San Diego, and they're constantly saying that they're overhearing people, or one person watched the person text. I put this on Twitter that they're watching a person go, "I have COVID, but I'm going to stick out the convention," kind of
Jesus.
stuff.
No.
Yeah. So
The thing is,
I go to
like
oh,
New
sorry.
York or no, my apologies, but I talk like this. Sorry,
No worries.
because I'm from New York.
You're good.
You go to a convention like San Diego. I went from '87 to 2000. I think I didn't go once. You come home sick every year anyway.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
con flu and all that.
People are going to at least not get the con crud maybe this year, but yeah, I mean, I get sick coming back. You get sick coming back from almost everything. Smaller shows like Heroes, Boston, and I cannot imagine going to San Diego with the weather the way it is right now, pushing air conditioning to the max, and I mean, the good thing is like a lot of cosplayers are going to wear masks, so you got that covered a bit.
Yeah.
No
I
pun
know.
intended.
Finally.
A few of our friends in this VTuber sphere talked about catching that stuff at one of the last cons we went to.
Oh yeah, a bunch of people came back from our conventions, like Anime North and shit like that, and then they come back, they get COVID, and they're like, "Oh no, how did this happen to me?" Well, you went to a convention, number one.
Yeah.
My family got, on my mother's side, they all five, they all, came in from Florida. Or they all went to Florida. They all got COVID, and we're like surprised.
Yeah.
While Florida was spiking and New York was spiking. I mean, two of the worst hotspots. And yeah, you get on an airplane, and my mother goes on a cruise later, and I'm
cruise would be the worst.
Oh no.
shaking my fucking head. These are petri dishes.
Yeah, it's like, did we not mention how infectious this is? Because we can mention it again.
New York just got a polio case this week.
Yeah, I heard.
That's brutal.
We're just an exception. We're an exceptional country, just doing great things.
I think we'll learn after we break all our limbs. Well, once we're real messed up, maybe we'll learn.
Nope.
What's the expression? We do the right thing after trying everything else.
Yes.
We're doing nothing.
Yeah, that's the quote.
Now that these decisions have been super politicized, I mean, there's always been anti-science. There's always been There's literally been anti-maskers, Spanish flu, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's being weaponized, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, get the troops out to just, you know, people who use their phones and go to hospitals and get on planes are somehow anti-science and see a conspiracy in everything. But then they'll just, you know, they'll just start doing meth or something, and at the same time, and it's like, you know, you don't know what half the shit going in your body is, and you're using feelings
especially with meth.
and you're using, but it's all like the fuck your feelings crowd is
Don't do
all
drugs, kids.
energized by feelings. It's not based on any kind of real research or skeptical thinking or anything like that.
Honestly, I think maybe it's that they're bored. It's that they don't have like a natural antagonist, so they kind of have to make one up. Because like, what else is there to do? Like, you don't got an enemy, you got to make one.
Yeah, you gotta be
If you
mad.
tried advertising yourself more, maybe they can direct their sort of anguish towards you as an enemy.
Yeah, you know, I have done that, and I get it.
Much easier. It's much easier to blame workers than bosses because you can't do anything about bosses. It's much easier to blame immigrants than your neighbors. It's much easier to overlook what we do and not take responsibility for it than to blame. And it's easier to blame other people and to just be pissed off.
No, no one wants to be wrong. It hurts.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts to be wrong.
Like,
tell me about it. That's why I'm on meth.
There you go.
Oh, good call.
Don't be
Fixes
wrong.
a lot of things.
Fixes, yeah. And it's just like fandom itself has, like, especially like, you want to blame, you know, people like, oh, there's people that don't know the fandom, they don't know the references, they're coming in, they're ruining everything, kind of like in the comic. Yeah,
it has nothing to do with that. You know, that's a nice way to finally get me to stop talking about anything but Eltingville. I appreciate that.
I'll
talk about
this is a good segue. Speaking of absolutely garbage people, let's talk about the Eltingville.
Fighters and Broken Oath and Angela Mao films for 2 hours. Not what was advertised. But yeah, I mean, toxic behavior is what Eltingville is about, and it was. I started doing that in the 90s because of death threats that a friend of mine was getting. And back then, you could laugh this stuff off. And you can still laugh off some of it, but...
There's crazies out there.
There's death cars on the freeway, and it's really hard to drive out there with people veering into everybody and screaming road rage fandom. And the access that, in 1993 or whenever I started Eltingville, the death threats came by mail. And
they were slower.
People mailing death threats aren't you supposed to have a return address and stuff? You know who did it.
They mailed anthrax, Nelson.
On your return address. When was the last time you sent a letter?
This was back in the day. You could just put you didn't have to put a return address on things.
Oh, okay.
And I don't really know if you have to put a return address on an envelope, on a regular mailed envelope.
You don't have to. It's just so that they can send
it has admittedly been a while since I have sent a letter.
Think about sending an angry letter.
How long has it been since you sent anthrax?
Make a return address to someone else you don't like.
That's a good question.
Have to, I do a lot of mail order of art and books and stuff, and I have to, you have to put your return address so that they hope you're not mailing anything dangerous to anybody. That way they can track you. And if you put if you do that and you put your return address on it, you don't need Columbo or Quincy to come haul your ass in. But you could, if you wanted to send death threats to DC. Now, first of all, it wasn't seen as a dangerous thing or anything. There would be no repercussions. They're not going to print your letter, and they're not going to blast you on the internet, which didn't exist at the time. You're just going to be a nut job. I mean, when I worked at Penthouse, when I was doing cartoons for a Penthouse magazine, they had a wall of the most deranged and disturbing and hilarious mail that they would get.
Oh, wow.
That you can imagine. And it was not the stuff that they printed in Forum, because they made that shit up themselves. I mean, it was straight up misogyny, craziness, strange stuff.
Can I ask how old you were when you did Eltingville?
You can ask that.
Estimation.
You're asking me to do math. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually look at the book. I have it out just in case there was anything that I had to look up. So when the fuck did I start this?
Yeah. What were you doing in your life around then?
1994. It was 1994. I would have been 24. Wait,
Oh.
no, that's not right. No. hold
Damn,
on.
you are old.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Shit.
I'll find you.
That's a special guest.
Krimbo,
Nelson, our guest.
Listen, we
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
suck the whole time.
Gravel Voice. One of your friends will sell you out. I'll fucking find you. You gotta convince me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's certain ways I don't mind ending my career.
Go out with a bang.
Go out with a Krimbo. Hold on, 75, 84.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 24 years old. Holy shit, how did I get that right?
Oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So
I
how?
was 24. My publisher, Dan Votto, who I was doing Milk and Cheese, and I was doing Dork at that point, and he had picked up Pirate Core a few years earlier, which got canceled. You know, we stopped doing that because it was. I mean, I could only lose so much money. You can lose money, and then there's so much money. But he was writing JLA,
Oh.
and he got death threats from somebody because he killed, and you gotta put that in quotes. These are
Nice.
exactly. You're the one who wrote him, huh? You're the one who sent that.
No,
Death threat.
no.
No, I'm pretty sure Egg was
I'm not a rotten
No.
egg. I'm not a rotten
Yeah,
egg.
he's a very good egg. He's
I like that. That was
the
good- that was good
opposite
crack.
of me.
Good crack there. But the thing is, you can't argue with these people or try
No,
to
you
help
can't.
them. You
No.
can't tell them, these are fictional characters, number one. Number two, Dan Votto doesn't write. This is not nothing is written in stone at DC or Marvel because new people will come in, regimes come in. Characters cannot be lost. They will never lose the copyright on these characters. They will always have to bring them back in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and even when they're public domain, they still have them.
They have to keep the names, logos. That's why you have some comics get printed or some projects. I don't know if that's still true now because they could probably copyright them through other means than print because of online media and whatnot. But that's why you would get weird comics like a Valkyrie one-shot that my wife did a pitch for, which ended up getting rewritten and used by Len Wein. They only put one issue out of that, or something like Bug from the Micronauts, because these are characters that Marvel or DC need to put on a cover of something, get that.
Reaffirm that they own.
Oh
it.
yeah,
Isn't that-
affirm that
Exactly.
they own it. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like
Ice is not going anywhere, and especially
Yeah.
well, this is '94. But if anybody who has a problem with a character that quote unquote dies, or is changed, or is gender swapped, or rewritten, or revised, really needs to fucking get some help.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
well-
was before Death of Superman, right? Where we realized that superheroes can just come back to life for whatever
I
fucking
mean,
reason.
that was always the case.
Always the case, but
Yeah,
like regular people.
Phoenix. I remember Phoenix wasn't dead. I mean, when you bring back Phoenix, when you bring Watchmen back into continuity, anything is possible.
Oh, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ! Yeah.
They're like the
anything-
gap between those
Dan
examples.
Didio can get a job. Anything is possible in comics.
I kind of like the take. If you can't argue with someone, just you make them look as ridiculous and outlandish as possible, so everyone looks at that and goes, "Well, we don't want to be that." Because I
That
was.
doesn't work.
I mean, often
That doesn't
when
No.
work. I hate to tell you, that
It doesn't work.
because
Is
if
it-
it did work, Twitch wouldn't have
Yeah.
had problems. The Facebook and the internet wouldn't have.
Well,
Yeah.
yes and-
People have
yes and
realized
no.
that being weird caricatures is a very profitable venture.
Some people, because I mean, I read Eltingville Club when I was a kid, or I saw that when I was younger, and because I wasn't aware of the how misogynistic and how toxic people could be. Like I wasn't connected to any kind of thing, so I would see these characters and be like, well, fuck, I don't want to be anything like that. Fuck that,
Well, because you're despite
normal.
the voice. Despite the voice, you're rational and you're not.
Yeah.
an
I
alien.
started out, and then I slowly drifted. In my old age, I've gotten more insane. So.
You're old.
After 2 or 3 burn down.
And now you pretend to be a giant man villain video game thing on
Yeah, I'm
Twitch
doing
TV.
pretty good for myself.
Yeah, this is Sanity right here.
Thank
No
you
shame.
very much.
No shaming for that. He's not hurting anybody but himself and his family and his loved ones, and maybe
You know
your viewers, your listeners.
They all have it coming. They all have it coming.
Okay, well, do you have to put that on in Minecraft? Is that a Minecraft thing?
Yes,
Yes.
they all have it coming in Minecraft. I'm coming for them in Minecraft. My fans, my family, my professional
Your psyche.
associates.
So yeah, I was 24. Did I answer that question?
You did.
I was
Yeah.
24.
Oh, yeah.
well,
That's what we were talking about.
Because what I was curious about is how 24 is relatively young, so I'm wondering what was your experience to write this?
Yeah.
What did you see?
Were
I grew
you a
up-
part of a comic club?
No, but I worked at a comic shop.
Oh,
there you go.
that sounds
Okay.
fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is what I
That's how
wanted to
we
get
know.
to.
the book made it
Yeah,
less
I wanted
fun.
to know.
I worked in
That
2
sounds
comic
right.
shops.
Did you not
I
read
got
the book?
fired. Got fired from one of them a few times. I got fired from the other one a couple of times. I think it only stuck once. I got fired from the Fantastic Store. I deserved it. I definitely- here's the thing. As far as talking about Eltingville and some of my pop culture work goes, I grew up as a huge nerd. I grew up at a time that being a huge nerd was not. There were no bonuses.
Yeah.
There was no cultural or social or hangout or the bonuses were if you met somebody who told you that there was a comic store, and most of my friends were nerdy, but they weren't as deep into it. They didn't want to have a career. They didn't want to be a dealer and user, and most of them kind of shed their interests as they got older. The interesting thing is that when I look at the cliches and the stereotypes of nerds, which is what I tried to avoid in Eltingville. I mean, they are crazy nerds, but they're not lovable oaf nerds.
Nah, they're
not.
cool people.
They're not Big Bang Theory nerds. They are.
No bazingas there.
Yeah.
I feel like they're a little too real.
At some
Well,
point,
they're not. They're super exaggerated, especially as the series kept going.
They're
as the
composites.
comics-
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, I grew up probably one of the few 13-year-olds in Brooklyn who was subscribing to. I talked my father into getting me subscriptions to the Monster Times. I got Funny World, Mike Barrier's early prozine about animation, which was a dead art in the 80s and late 70s, and I loved animation. I loved comics. I loved monster movies. I loved monster magazines. Everything that's in. I got into D&D when I moved to Staten Island. I ordered a red box set. With my friend
Nice.
Mark, whose mother made us promise that we would not become Satanists or do rituals.
Oh yeah. No,
Unfortunately, the red box completely allows you to do that.
Well, there's a reason Rob's not around anymore. But, we did something wrong. We failed some throws. And,
oh no.
And all of a sudden, there's a fucking incubus in your house, and you got to do something.
We didn't have the gold for the incubus. We got an owl bear and a rust monster. So
Oh, that sucks.
the house got fucked up and he got hugged to death. So, that's my very old man D&D references. I almost said
haven't
Neo
changed that much.
Atya.
Hey, I get it. I played 2E. I know those.
Well, I played the red box, and then I was shoplifting figures from shoplifting Ralph Parthay. Big shoplifter. I never got to do the shoplifting stuff in Eltingville that I wanted to do. I hope to do that if I ever get to do my memoir comic. I hope to talk about my horrible career as a shoplifter, a lonely Staten Island shoplifter, going from the mall to the hobby shops because I just moved out here. I had no friends, and it was a barren wasteland. I'd go to the movie. I saw the. I think I saw Lord of the Rings 18 times in theaters that year because I had nothing to do. So and it's a terrible movie, but at the time I thought it was great. And the funny thing is, if you watch
the one with the Leonard Nimoy song, right?
No, that's the television one. Please get your references right, or you're kicked
I'm
out
sorry.
of the club.
My bad.
That's the ranking. Oh no, actually, the Leonard Nimoy song is a standalone 45 that he put out. Bilbo Baggins,
Right.
I forget.
Oh, that one is.
I thought it was made for the movie, though.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
No,
My
what are you
bad.
talking about? I thought you were talking about the Rankin Bass television musical that got made.
That one.
Return of the King, which was a musical, which is exactly what when I read Lord of the Rings, and you read about Tom Bombadil, you start thinking about musicals. Definitely, yeah. It's
And he fought the goblins.
Yes. And where there's a whip, there's a way. That's the only song I remember from that not very good film. But the Banshee film, the funny thing is, if you watch the Banshee film 18 times, you still haven't spent as much time as the Hobbit trilogy. Terrible. Both are terrible. Don't know what my point was there. Oh, Peter Jackson makes long movies and is a big brat that needs to be killed.
That's a spicy take.
used to be a
Yeah, like, and it's really gonna have make waves across fandom.
Oh, yeah.
I said,
yeah.
Peter Jackson's rolling in his sleep right now on this big pile of gold like Smog going, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's going-
I can't believe Evan Dorkin said this
Yeah.
about me.
Not believe it.
Some guy who worked in a comic shop on Staten Island just said something about my career. The thing about Eltingville was I'm a dealer user. I grew up as a huge fan. Worked in comic stores. Managed at the comic store with a lot of other people because it was an actually good store. It was the Fantastic Store out on Staten Island, which then became Jim Hanley's Universe, and is now JHU Books and Comics, and continues on Staten Island.
Good.
Former employees and managers, Ronnie and Nick, bought the place, and it's a really good. There's a plug. It's a really good comic store. I also used to love going to Comic Book Jones, which was Sacco, who worked at Hanley's, but unfortunately that closed. But it was another fantastic store. We had actually 2 amazing comic stores for a small place like Staten Island. That all comes out of Jim Hanley's Universe and the Fantastic Store. But I worked there, and I got to deal with customers, and I was also not a very, very nice clerk. I was a Eltingville kind of asshole. Except I was more like the Northwest Comics Collective guys. I was judgmental of what everybody was buying. Oh, asshole.
Oh, yeah.
That's hilarious.
You mentioning in the backward, not the forward, the appendix part, where like you talked about how you like a record store jockey kind of guy that would just like insult their tastes.
Yep, I was a real asshole. I was a real asshole, and I was obnoxious, and I also was, unbalanced and had outbursts and attention seeking.
You were young, and a lot of young people they start off real rocky,
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately why this comic is so relatable, right?
Well, that's
because we've all been like this at some point.
Eltingville comes from experience. There's things in here that I either did or witnessed. Most of it is stuff I witnessed. Some of it is stuff you hear about. A lot of it is made up to make it more interesting. Nobody burned down.
Right.
As far as I know, as of today, nobody burned down Comic Con. There hasn't
Hopefully.
There hasn't been horrible acts of violence at a convention, although I think we're going to have that one day just because.
Yeah.
Luckily,
Yep.
those 301 stormtroopers will step in and do their part. We all know that worshiping space Nazis and dressing up like them is just a really terrific way to do.
I always wonder about that.
Space Nazis. Space Hitler. Come on.
Sometimes in my free time, I'm like, do they realize that those are like the super fascist bad guys? Like
the actual World War II names.
Well, but the suits are cool.
You know what the problem is? That's the problem.
Fascism always looks better than it plays out.
The fashion is way too good for it.
Yeah, Hugo Boss designed the Stormtroopers.
I mean, what would you want to dress up as when you think about it? You want to dress up as one of the villains in Star Wars? You want to dress up like Luke Skywalker, who looks like a fucking imbecile?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jedi fashion is a bit out there.
Not one good outfit the entire time.
They didn't spend a lot of time in Star Wars working on the rebels. I mean, they have
no.
They don't even have a body armor.
I mean, Chewbacca looks cool.
There's dudes in t-shirts and gym shorts on the Rebel Alliance base.
Yeah,
there is.
It's pretty weak. They didn't have a Lily Riefenstahl budget, or the Hugo Boss, But fascism is attractive. It's shitty, but it usually has the best costume.
Aesthetics.
I guess eventually they're like, well, if I keep licking boot, eventually someone's gonna lick my boot, and it's gonna be great.
Well, I think a lot of them do it because they get paid to be extras and stuff, from what I understand. Like the 301 especially.
Oh, yeah, they get paid.
They're based in California, right? They get paid to be stormtroopers for a lot of Disney events and stuff, so...
Oh.
If your job is to pretend to be a fascist for a little bit, I think I could do that.
A little bit of money.
Welcome to the GOP. Yeah.
That's how they focus.
Yeah, how do I get on Fox News? I can pretend to be a fascist for a bit. I can get paid for it.
I think they are, but they certainly do whoop it up quite a bit more.
So I had a little story, just like a little thing I wanted to input. Was growing up, I had this like friends in second grade, and he loved comics more than me. His favorites were like the Spawn, the Punisher, whatever. But he would get Wizard magazines, and in those, I would always read Milk and Cheese. And the thing was, as a kid, I couldn't relate to these like super like old guys who are grizzled and they fucked everyone up, and they had the biggest gun with a million bullets and a million pockets. I didn't get into any of that. But I remember Milk and Cheese and your art style being really expressive, and just like, you know, when people look mad, they look really mad in that, or then they're upset, they're really upset. And like a lot of other comic art I grew up with wasn't that emotive. Like they were more focused on, well, how good is his anatomy, you know?
Well, you gotta grit your teeth to be in Wizard. You gotta have the characters grit your teeth a lot.
Yeah.
Have a lot of teeth. There's a lot of lines in those. I mean, I drew a lot. You know, Wizard was weird. Wizard was the kind of thing where Gareb Shamus, who I didn't like. I hated Wizard. I hated the whole price guide, and I hated the collusion between them and the market.
How did you get into that?
Well, this is the thing. It's like the guys. You know how like a lot of companies are shitty, but then
I've been saying that literally every stream. I've been saying that about companies.
It's kind of known. It's kind of a fact. But the thing is, it's usually down to the executives, the owners, the bosses. You deal with like I have a lot of problems with Marvel, DC, whatever. But when you deal with the people and the desks at the company, by and large, the ones who aren't at the top of the masthead are really trying to do their best. They really enjoy what they're doing.
They just want to be part of it.
It's like any job. They know what's fucked up about their place of business, and it's not up to them. It's like, look what happened at Oni. Lion Forge just gutted Oni, and there was some really good people that just lost their jobs, and their connections to other good people who were trying to do books and getting their work out there. That's all severed and dropped. And it's the people that hire you at these companies are generally really good to work with and nice to work at. That's what I found.
Yeah. How'd you get your foot in the door?
The people who hire those people and run the companies and make the decisions and say things like, let's put Watchmen into the continuity and fuck out.
The bean counters. The algorithmers.
The Perlmutters, the corporations. They're the fucks.
I mean, I did work for DC just a little bit, and I hung out with them in New York, and they were very nice. They're like all the ground level people, and the editor was in charge of me. They're all nice, but you could tell that they were literally the project I was working on. They were just throwing whatever they want at the wall and seeing what sticks.
That's how they do it.
And they have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea.
I've always felt that whoever runs a media company could just put words on a wall, throw darts, have a monkey throw darts at it.
Yep.
The success rate will probably be the same as whatever they spent all their time developing, killing, putting into development hell. I mean, you just don't know what it's almost
brand name.
It's like metaphysical. What people come together with what concepts, with what art, at what time. I mean, when World's Funnest came out, World's Funnest should have been a slam dunk. The book that I wrote that had like Alex Ross, Frank Miller, David Mazzucchelli, Mike Allred, Frank Cho, Jaime Hernandez, Jim Woodring. Wow. It had 18 people like that.
Cast.
Right, yeah.
It did terrible because Wizard and DC were fighting a couple of months when that came out, and it got lots of press at the beginning when it was first announced. They were covering it in the front section when Alex Ross would because Alex Ross was their guy. If Alex Ross wiped his ass, Wizard would put it on page 3. And he'd sign it and sell it. And this thing was right up their goddamn alley. I mean, we had David Mazzucchelli coming back to superhero comics, Alex Ross doing Kingdom Come. We had Dave Gibbons doing 18 pages of Silver Age. I mean, come on, this is fandom gold. If you like small press comics, we had Fantagraphics artists and art artists. It was neat stuff. And Wizard was the mover and shaker back then. They could make a project. Here's the thing. They liked Milk and Cheese. Some of the people working there. Again, this is the thing. Like you said about those editors and whatnot. The people in the trenches liked all kinds of comics. The people.
You're right. Yeah.
And and you probably heard this from your editors and people. They're going like, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I know I can't do anything. I wish I could. That's what you hear all the time in your career, because the folks that you get along with are never in a position of power to be able to make much happen.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
It used to be easier back in the day because back in the day, literally, there's stories of things were so loose at these companies, and there was also so fewer people and so fewer books that you could pitch something while at a Marvel softball game on second base, and by the time the next batter was up, you'd have a book. This was supposedly a true
Wow.
story that, you know. But that's also when they had Marvel softball games against DC and things like that. I mean, it was a much when I came up in the late 80s, 90s, I got Fight Man as a goof because they wanted me to do regular superhero comics, and Fabian pitched Fight Man, and things were loose enough and they could afford to lose money. Fight Man sold 30,000 copies and it was a flop. I don't know what
that would be in the top 100 these days.
Yeah, and they all apologized to me, you know, and I was like, please, because it was Mark Gruenwald and Tom. God, why am I blanking? Who ran Marvel at the time? Geez, he's still working. Mark seemed like a really good guy too. They really wanted me to do regular Marvel comics, which bless them. That was amazing of them to push Sarah and I. They actually put us in some of their pitch plans. They were trying to get us to do that stuff. I did not want to because at the same time, Marvel's sales department was actively telling retailers not to buy independent comics and black and white comics back in the early 90s.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I was doing well enough with things like Milk and Cheese and anthologies, and I was getting magazine work, and so I could leave Marvel and just do other stuff. And DC was a lot friendlier towards independent creators. You know, later on they did things like Bizarro, and Marvel was a lot less. Marvel was a lot less.
They did a Strange Tales that was similar to
but they did that after Bizarro. I mean, DC. If you look at DC's books from the 90s and the early aughts, you'll see a lot of interesting people getting work with them. I mean, they were trying out. Dan Votto did some writing for them. Gilbert Hernandez. It didn't always work out, but Gilbert Hernandez was writing Birds of Prey for a while. The guy who did why am I blanking? A lot of independent people and a lot of people who were doing weird comics. Eddie Campbell, the guy who did Hicksville. Why am I blanking on his name? If you know, a lot of independent people and people who were had an affinity for superhero comics but weren't making them. DC was giving them, you know, DC and Dark Horse and some places like that were actually a home for that stuff. And
so with DC. With DC, I did the Zuda thing. Do you remember Zuda?
Okay, I remember the name. I don't remember what that. But DC was also the king of throwing imprints out and crashing and burning on them.
Yeah, no, it was their online comic initiative thing.
Wow.
So they got like for a little while in the 2000s they were doing all right, we're gonna do web comics, and then they ran contests and you had to win the contest. You had to be the popular one, and then they'd give you a series.
I remember that. Holy shit! That was insane.
I won. I busted my ass. I won. And then, like, not even, like, they paid me for, like, 5 or 6 pages of my work, and then they canceled the whole, like, line. They're like, man, the higher-ups don't know how we're making money off this. And, like, well, why would they think webcomics would relate to immediate money, like, right away?
Well,
like, do they not get?
That's the way things got. I mean, there's always been pet projects, but at the same time, DC would throw money at things. Marvel never. DC had Warner Brothers behind it, and so that's how you ended up with things like Vertigo, which did well. But then you had Piranha, which turned into, I can't remember. That did okay for a while, but I mean they had the Impact line that crashed and burned. They did the Archie comics. That might have been the Impact line. Yeah, they tried so many things. They had Zuda. Yeah. They had, science fiction line that was supposed to go with Vertigo. They had a deal with Humanoids to try to do a European thing. I mean, they were constantly trying. But one of the weird thing is, as much as I didn't care for a lot of most of the things Paul Levitz did at the company, I thought there was a lot of temerity and a lot of hiding things from Warner Brothers for fear that they'd finally be noticed. And I mean, it was amazing to me because it's like, how does Warner Brothers not notice that you misprinted this book and canned hundreds of thousands of copies of the Elseworlds annual, they misprinted the Amalgam book and put an ad in there, which they weren't supposed to do. That got pulped. They pulped the Elseworlds annual because there was a baby in a microwave joke. And Paul Levitz.
That was the birth of the wasn't it?
Paul Levitz couldn't sleep that night. Then there was the Marvel mystery ad in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and again Paul Levitz sweated all night because he couldn't believe that there was that he thought that they were insulting Marvel with this old ad that they found. I mean, Jesus, hundreds of thousands of dollars got killed by those mistakes, fuck ups, and hot flashes because they because they didn't take comics seriously themselves. They were so afraid of what the public was, what the outcry might be or what the bean counters might be. Nobody was paying a fucking attention to any of that shit.
Yeah.
Nobody was flipping out because there was a super baby in a microwave. Nobody's gonna put their baby in a fucking microwave. Who's buying fucking Elseworlds Annual anyway?
I mean,
7,000 people, 12,000, 20? I mean, come on. Anyway, so yeah, but DC had money to piss. I mean, Marvel didn't even have a second bathroom and a library that had their old books in it.
Oh.
Wow. Brutal.
But DC, the thing about DC though is their production people, their editors and Levitz loved comics, man. I don't care what any of the ding dongs said, just because your comic comes out that you don't agree with. They loved comics at that time. I mean, the coloring, the production department, the designers, they knew comics. You'd go to DC, you're working on something with them, you would see Fantagraphics books up there, you would see European books up there, manga, early manga. They knew Barks, they knew Little Lulu, they knew EC Comics, they knew foreign comics, they knew the Hernandez brothers, they knew Burns, Clowes, Julie Doucet. They knew their shit. They weren't publishing that.
But they knew it.
But that's why they were hiring people. That if you look at some of the oddball projects and the backups, I mean, me and Steven DiStefano did stuff for them. Robbie Bush was doing stuff for them. Kyle Baker was doing stuff for them. I mean, a lot of weird people that Marvel either didn't go near or couldn't jibe with much. Marvel just, there was less of a love for the medium at Marvel, in my opinion. And Wizard, the thing about Wizard, I know this is a long way to get back to it, was the front half of Wizard. The front half of Wizard was more Gareb Shamus, and then you had the price guide, and you had the unholy partnership with Image, which accounted for a lot of Image's business. I mean, it was practically collusion if this was, that kind of industry. They would say a book was worth this much money, and that book became worth that much money. Gareb Shamus would dangle the cover to artists and publishers because the cover moved books, but you had to give the original art to Gareb Shamus. As far as I know, the only person who didn't do that was David Lapham, who said fuck that, and he got his way and he kept his art. God bless David Lapham for that. But everybody played the game, and I was lucky because I was I'm the silly little band that people liked they weren't allowed to play at work until the boss left, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And Jim McLaughlin and Tom Palmer Jr. and people like that. Was Tom Palmer Jr. at Hero, or was it with all those? It was all the same with all those magazines. They pushed McFarlane and Liefeld and Jim Lee and all that stuff.
Yep.
And but in the back, to fill up the paper, to fill up the magazine, they would promote a few indie things. They would do something about Dan Clowes. They would do something about Bone, until Bone got big enough that they couldn't ignore it. And they would promote.
Did it just feel like they were doing charity work?
No, this was the people. This was the people who really cared about all kinds of comics.
Oh, this is the people who cared. Okay.
They're trying to
they're saying,
help
Gareb
them.
Shamus would have been happy to have more ads throughout the book. He didn't give a shit if somebody like me was in there. I don't think he even knew. I don't even think he read the back of the book, except probably the last. The last page, and so they made somebody at Milk and Cheese decided to do me a favor, and they said Milk and Cheese #1 is worth $100.
Whoa.
Milk and Cheese.
Whoa.
No, I didn't make money off that, but it got noise. It made noise. I didn't have copies to sell, and I don't like that kind of thing. I don't do that. I don't charge for signatures. I don't. You know what I mean? I never have done that. I've never tried to take advantage of people who help me out and support my work and enjoy it. But Milk and Cheese #1 becoming a $100 book and getting a yellow highlight back there made retailers go, "What the fuck is this?" And they'd put the picture.
Oh, okay,
wow.
yeah.
And they'd stick my picture as a goof in the back as a creator in the price guide. And the thing about Wizard, why you saw my work in Wizard, was because Jim McLaughlin, who created the Hero initiative and likes comics and likes cartoonists, hired me to do stuff. I was one of the guys who would. Yeah. I was doing comics for. Very few people were doing comics for Wizard. So Wizard was the joke about Wizard is Wizard was a magazine that I could not get press in. I could not get written up. I could not get interviewed, but I would get paid to do comics for. I did an Eltingville
That's kind
strip
of
for them.
crazy.
I did two. I think I did two: a milk and cheese strip, an Eltingville strip in color. The rates were good too. They were better than comics rates for me at the time. I did Mike Allred and I did a board game poster. I did their Christmas card one year. I did Christmas tags. There was all these things that they kept. They put me on the list for all the free. I got all the free Wizard stuff, all the Toy Biz deals. They were super, super kind to me, and I hated that fucking magazine with a passion. And I ranted about it as much as possible, and made fun of it, and made fun of retailers in my comics. And you know, the thing is, if you're one of the court jesters of comics, everybody pats you on the head and laughs and ignores you afterwards.
Right. Yeah.
So I was allowed to get away with that, and and they used to send me all the fan mail, which was great because I have scans of all of it because I didn't have room to keep it all. But I had dozens of envelopes because they would do the envelope contest.
Yeah.
Because milk and cheese was in the magazine. Kids would draw milk and cheese, which was great.
Nice.
I was probably one of those kids.
Oh well, I might have a scan of your artwork because
that would be insane.
Jim would send me bundles of I got maybe 50, 60 envelopes with, and the thing is, they're little kids, so they got these little kid drawings of these alcoholic murderers with a bottle, and they would be saying things like gin, you know, they'd be using the taglines on it, and it was just, I think they printed one of them. I mean, I have clips of all this stuff. I used to clip all my press, you know, it was easy, it wasn't a lot of it. But yeah, Wizard, that's funny because Wizard and I still get people who knew Kid Blastoff in my work from Disney Adventures. It was a neat time for somebody like me and the people who did work like me because you were still getting work from Nickelodeon magazine and Disney Adventures. I was in Mad. I was in
subscription to that.
I was in Mad for 10 years. I was in Esquire and Sarah and I did a lot of magazine work relatively for people who didn't have an agent and pushed it. I mean, then we got our TV work. I mean, there was anthologies. I mean, the thing is, you would get a Dark Horse job for Dark Horse Presents, and you do 2 pages. Then you get a Wizard job for 2 pages, and then I would Hero would ask me to do a small drawing, and then it'd be like small anthologies like Oni Double Feature, and
the ball rolling,
and Negative Burn, and things like that. And then you'd get a couple of pages in a DC book. Or 2 pages in a Marvel book once in a blue moon. But DC was and Dark Horse was where I was always getting a lot of paid work to do, anything from 2 to like 10 pages. And then I would own that stuff. I'd reprint it with new stuff as Dork, as Milk and Cheese, Hectic Deadline. I was doing a lot of stuff for Deadline in the UK, and then Deadline USA. I mean, I was constantly churning out material. There is no place to do that anymore. That's kind of why my career faltered, and I never adjusted in time. Around 2000 is when shit got harder.
Rise of the internet.
Well, the internet was paying people early on. Early on, there were people who, it was like Tundra. There were people who were making money off the internet because everybody was treating the internet like old media. They were like, well, if you do a drawing, I guess we got to pay you, right? And they didn't realize if you're going to write an article or a review, I guess we got to pay you something. And they didn't realize that they didn't have to do any of that. As has been proven now. There were a lot of fanzines around, and I liked doing work for fanzines, even if it was free, because I still generated work, and you never knew where people were going to see your work. And somebody like me who did, short-term comics. I mean, the Eltingville Club strips were only 8 to 10 pages, 2 to 10 pages, until I did the wrap-up. I mean, there's nowhere to place a 2-page comic now. What I would be doing now is a web comic, and I'm just too old and not popular enough to monetize that. I have to make some money these days because the phone used to ring, and now the phone, you don't even look to your phone to ring. You hope for an email or a direct message. But yeah, there's a long way around to go. But I did a 2-pager for a 3-pager for Wizard, the costume contest, which has a joke about Wizard's costume.
Yeah, I said that's pretty good.
We set Josh on fire after his Golden Age Iron Man costume that he built out of wood, which is based on a guy who made a wooden. He was trying to make an Iron Man costume at one of the stores, and
really?
Captain America. Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm terrified that was based on a true story.
He bought a Radio Shack breadboard and stuff and tried to do
one. We had one guy who made a Captain America shield out of a garbage can cover. It was
cool.
horrible.
Sick.
But yeah, some of the, I mean, look, the Eltingville story where Josh tears up like hundreds of dollars worth of Wonder Bread.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
that's
was gonna
my card.
say I did that one myself. Not
Amazing.
that exact thing, but
No,
there
I
were
did that.
some. You did that? You
Yeah.
tore open white bread to get some cards?
Whatever year Battlestar Galactica came out, I was I was at the Bohack, I think was the name. What the hell was the name of this? It was in Brooklyn, so I was early. It was probably 77, 78 that came out after Star Wars. You know,
Yeah.
love Star Wars. They had a card series in of Battlestar Galactica cards, and I was so bored while my mother was shopping one day, and I was just so motivated to finish my collection that I realized that I could just tear open the bread because they had a trading card.
What are they gonna do about it?
Wherever the dark spot. Well, I didn't get caught, thankfully, like Josh did.
Ah.
But I
got
should
it.
have been. I
So-
should have been.
I wanted to get a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collectible bowl that came with TMNT cereal.
Okay.
And my parents wouldn't get me the TMNT cereal because it was garbage. You know, it was.
Fuck them on Minecraft.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck my parents. Anyway,
To death.
so I
on
was
Minecraft.
like 4 or 5 at the time. So I tell my parents, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and you know, since they knew where it was and it was the 90s, they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. So I sneak,
Yeah, it was the
and
90s,
I'm
we
legit
we let kids go to the bathroom in the 90s.
Yeah, I know. I was legit sneaking around the ends of the aisles, like
Dun,
you know,
dun,
like
dun,
a
dun,
secret
dun,
agent,
dun,
that kind of
dun.
stuff. Yeah, singing the Mission Impossible theme to myself. I get over there, I start tearing open boxes trying to get to it, and luckily my parents kind of realized something was up because they noticed me sneaking around the end of one of the grocery store things, and they stopped me from actually tearing open a bag of cereal all over.
Did they
the
know
floor.
that you were doing it? Did they realize that you were?
Oh, they realized eventually.
Wow.
I had been begging them to buy this cereal for me, and in the end, I got a whooping, and I didn't get my cereal bowls. And now they're collectible items, and I can't get them anymore. The entire series goes for like $90, and I didn't get them.
Are they covered in lead like the Garfield glasses?
Actually,
No,
the
they're
glasses
not covered
aren't
in
lead
lead.
covered. That's long story. Basically, the person where that claim comes from, blog is all about that stuff, but their tools are really bad. It's a fake claim. Your Garfield glasses are safe, guys.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank God, because I use
go
those
back to drinking my
every day.
lead.
Yeah, I wish I kept the. I wish that and you know, there are things in there that like are I didn't do them, but I thought them. You know, like what if you set a rack of toys on fire
Oh no.
at Toys R Us because you were tired of seeing the same old Man of Steel figures that weren't moving, and you
Yeah,
felt,
shelf warmers.
well, you know,
Oh, that's brutal.
from what I understand, that Toys R Us isn't going to shelve anything new until they make room for it. So why not make room?
Yeah, there you
Let's
go.
make
really-
room.
I really wanted my Superman Adventures Brainiac figure to come out.
So did you have the box at the toy store where you hid the nice figures
no,
so that other people could do it?
I
'Cause-
didn't. But I knew that. But this is stuff that I found people were doing.
Yeah,
knew-
I did that.
yeah, you're a fuck.
Actually,
I would hide the good figures in the back of a rack until I could come back later and get them.
The two things was in the Toys R Us, you could lift the bottom racks
Yeah,
because everything could be removed for
yeah.
you know,
I remember that. It was just
you
a
could lift up
flat
the
thing
bottom
that you
rack,
could lift
you could
up.
throw things in there, and the displays up top, which would have the logo of the brand, and you could pull those up, and they would have stock up there because you'd see them. I mean, I gotta look. Like I said, dealer and user. In the 90s, I was a super collector. Sarah and I were buying lots of stuff.
Ah.
We were also being given a ton of free stuff. So it egged on our collect. I mean, Warner Brothers was sending us statues and cells.
cells.
I wanted my Brainiac because we were working on Superman Adventures at the time. We were doing the Livewire episodes and then the Supergirl.
Oh, but I love Superman.
I like
by the way.
having it was a good series and it got better and better and better.
Mhm.
I wish we got to do more on that. I wish we got to do more on Batman Beyond, but we left.
whoa, Beyond.
We did one episode. We did the season 2 opener. I think it was season 2. Splicers.
Oh, that's a good
I
episode.
think it was a good episode. They cut out a lot of our wrestling violence because they didn't have room for it, and they cut. We went more Carpenter's The Thing on Cuvier at the end, but that's when we found out that which I should have known, that the more designs that they have to do, the more expensive.
Right,
episodes.
of course.
Yeah.
Which was cool, but I'm still pretty pleased with that episode. Although they cut a script part out that explained background on the episode, and so there's a point where, if you remember the episode, Bruce Wayne actually goes, "Well, it's a good thing that I had access to this serum that I could modify to use against Cuvier and his splicers," and you're like, where the fuck?
I remember that, and there's just no explanation. He just has the serum.
It's because Cuvier was supposed to be linked to, I don't remember the character's actual name, but the original Man-Bat. His father.
That makes a lot of sense.
That was. Yes, we lost a couple. I'm trying to find Sarah's computer. We had a busted. We have a hard drive that has a lot of our scripts on it, and on my Patreon, I've been putting up scripts from Warner Brothers and
Yo, cool.
I put up the Eltingville pilot designs, the script, the pitch. I put up a lot of my script. I'm putting up all the scripts from World's Funnest with the original art. Not the original art, but the black and white line art, any lettering. Any original art that I happen to have, and discussing how we got the artists who didn't work on the project, who couldn't, how we put that book together. I'm doing a chapter by chapter. I'm up to Earth X at this point. There's a lot.
By the way, what is your Patreon so that we can advertise it to the 30 people currently watching?
I have absolutely no idea. I think it's just. I think
it's on his Twitter.
I found it.
You can find it on his Twitter real quick.
It would be my name.
I
don't. You think I can afford to join my own Patreon?
Yes. We'll do it for you. Don't worry about it. We got
Patreon's what's keeping us alive right now, which is helpful.
Oh, sick.
Well, I mean, you have to work along. I'm not mad at comics for that reason. Comics changed, and I didn't. I'm learning to now. That's why we have the TeePublic store. I mean, Sarah set this stuff up. I don't want to get into a big sad thing right now, but people who follow me know that my wife actually is hospitalized right now.
Oh, wow.
And she's been in the hospital. She's 3.5 weeks after a 1-week emergency. She's been recovering from cancer, and she's had some setbacks. I mean, the good news is we think this is all going to work out fine. The cancer situation was terrible, and she beat that. And so we're just
good.
Yeah, we're just. If all goes well, she'll be home in 2 to 3 weeks.
Hopefully, good.
But Sarah set up a lot of things that have really helped us. We started bringing back our old shirt designs from the 90s, and we were going to add some new designs, but I am technically as dealing with me to try to get me on this Discord was hard enough, and all I had to do was click.
Yeah,
perfect.
You get used to it.
I'm very, very bad with the internet and stuff. I've always been bad with production, even pre-internet. I never understood how to reduce images or percentages or I fuck things up constantly. I just draw. You give me a piece of paper and I draw a comic on it or a thing, and that's what I understand. I don't digitally color. I don't know how to do a web comic. I would like to. I do new work for my Patreon, but right now my friend China Clugston Major, who does Blue Monday and Scooter Girl and has done a lot of comics, she's helping me with that stuff. So that she used to be in Sarah's anthology Action Girl. So you got to ask for help and get by. But yeah, she set up the Patreon, which has turned out to be just our main source of income right now. We have a TeePublic store where we sell milk and cheese and dork shirts, and we're going to add new stuff soon. The internet is a tool to use.
It is.
I wish that I was young enough to do a webcomic, because the idea of doing something that you could buy, basically self-publishing without print, is fucking brilliant.
So actually, my friend who does Devil's Candy, who's worked on some of our models for VTubing stuff, she is she's like working with Viz, and they're starting to do like merch and stuff. They're like, oh, what stores do you want to be in and stuff, and that's I'm literally gonna watch one of my friends go from webcomic artist to I'm walking in Target and I could see pajamas
that's cool. That's amazing. I mean, bless your friend, and that's all. Any cartoonist do it. I mean, look, I fucking can't stand Rob Liefeld as a person. His work stinks. No, let me finish. His work stinks, but guess what? Almost everybody's work stinks. My work stunk for a long time. I don't like the fact that he screws people over on Kickstarter, that he says dumb shit, that he rallies stupidity, and he's very, very lucky because, to be honest, he's one of the few people who gave all his high school sketchbook characters to Marvel or DC.
Yeah. I can't believe that.
The percentages and the averages are you're a fucking moron if you sell your characters to Marvel or DC.
Yeah.
Because you're selling your Sin City, you're selling Bone, you're selling Hellboy, and you're selling them as villains who might appear in 3 things. Rob Liefeld is the guy who stepped in shit. He is the luckiest white man in comics because Deadpool and Cable happened to become what they became. But when you look at the chances, there are no hit characters other than Deadpool from the last 30 years.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you want to include, America Chavez and Ms. Marvel and things like that, but they are based on other characters, and I hope these things all do well. I want everyone in comics to do well. Yeah. And if you're a jerk off like McFarlane and you're a jerk off like Liefeld, you still do well. They are. I'm sorry.
Rising tide raises all boats.
I'm still pissed off. My 2 guys that I'm friendly with who do the cartoon kayfabe, I'm pissed off at them because not that they give a shit. I mean, God bless the 2 of them for their. I don't believe in God. Zod blessed. Godzilla blessed.
Yeah.
I want them to do well, even if I don't like everything they do, this, that, the other thing. But the idea of being indie cartoonists who are celebrating creators and creators' rights, and then you interview 2 people who have been sued and fucked over other people, like McFarlane and Liefeld. Get the fuck out of here with that. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not buying into the wizard guys as outsider artists that we're supposed to lionize. They did what they do. They're doing very, very well. They do not need to be called champions of comics, outsiders. They got their fucking. I mean, that's like calling WWE guys
Yeah, that makes sense.
Go to AEW outsiders. Come on. Not only that, but they, if you want to go further, they all became except for a couple of them, they all became the fuckers that they complained about and left Marvel over.
That happens.
They all became corporate. They all became bosses. They all fucked people over. Just about. I mean, Jim Lee fucked Alan Moore over twice now, and he's the nicest guy. He's supposed
as often as he can.
He's a sweetheart. Oh, we love Jim Lee, and yet, not if you're somebody he's screwed over and he doesn't finish his series.
But that's
give people some dumb shit, man, just because they're successful. But anyway, Liefeld, everybody deserves. Your friend deserves whatever they want, whatever they get. Yeah. I hope your friend's not a bastard. I guess they aren't.
Unlovable bastard.
And ask them if they want to hire out of work Jews who don't draw very well.
All right, 2 things I wanted to tell you. Johnny Homicidal Maniac. That guy.
Jonah.
Yeah, he's on Twitch. He streams.
He streams now.
But the other thing is, so looking. Okay, so I was in comics. I was trying to look at what's my future? What am I doing? And I went from comics to going. I was looking at people doing porn video games and Patreon and how much they were making a month.
And
it was like 30, 40K.
You were just looking at porn video games for a career.
Right, for education.
Well, look at that. There's my comics and there's tomorrow's lunch. And Porn video games happen to be here on the shelf.
and I'm saying to myself,
Krimbo stumbled into this.
Yeah. But the amount of work doing a comic versus drawing one character and then animating it, rigging it, and then owning it yourself. And so I was working on that. And then VTubing took off, where basically we're taking these characters and we're rigging them so they can move in 3. Mine moves, but I'm not using it right now. But Power Nelson,
I'm using mine.
Yeah, we have Nelson.
The thing is, now if you have a character, instead of selling it, I'm telling all these people, instead of rushing to go work with a corporation to own whatever, you have the power to, with the internet, to own your own IP, to make something out of it.
I agree with you 100%. The problem is, here's the thing that I tweeted a couple of times over the years, and I said,
sure.
The thing is, people ask, people still will always ask, if you've done one comic, somebody will ask you, how do you break into comics?
Yeah, it's
there used to be actual straight answers for that back in when I started, because there was only so many publishers and there was only so many ways to get into comics. Now to get into comics, all you have to do is post a comic.
Yeah. I know
exactly.
an older comic guy that got back into it, like Gary Larson, Farside. He is now just doing, he's doing online stuff now. He's posting strips online. He's posting new strips online because he's like, oh, I need to learn how to do digital stuff, so I might as well just learn, do some digital drafts and post them.
The only new comics work that I do that I'm writing and drawing myself is for my Patreon. It's I mean, it's everybody's doing online comics or posting free work online. It's just that is the giant corkboard that we all live with now.
Yep.
The problem is, the thing is, the second part of how do you break into comics? Post your comic. Congratulations, you're in comics.
Yeah.
The problem, the next question is, how do you make money in comics? How do you make a career at it?
Yeah.
I have nobody has any fucking idea anymore, because you don't know what first. Also, webcomics have become striated in big business, so webtoons has become more difficult to be a presence on, from what I understand. I mean, I don't follow a ton of stuff on what's going on in comics these days, but you don't just go to Marvel and DC with your portfolio. There's 1,000 people trying to do that, and you don't just go, well, I'm going to be the next Joan Vasquez. I'm going to be the next Kate Pete. I'm gonna, you know.
I tried all that.
It's a combination of what you do, who you are, how you do it, and who sees it, and what happens after that. When it was a smaller industry, when I went to my first San Diego Comic-Con, Marvel, the DC people, all interacted with the early Fantagraphics, Kamiko. All those early companies, what became, Dark Horse, I think, had just started. I mean, Dark Horse, I think, had just a table, things like that. The guy who did Fish Police, Mike Mignola, was in Artist Alley. Sitting across from me, Jill Thompson, who I ended up working with, becoming friends with years later, doing Beasts of Burden with. I have the Artist Alley list that I kept from 1987. I have it in my files, and it's about 30 people, and we all got our tables.
Yeah. Wow, 30 people.
Whoa.
It's about 30 people, and it's about 5 people in a little area, and we were all packed in, and all the Marvel and DC people would walk around, and you ended up at I got invited to a party because I met people at Kamiko who ended up at Dark Horse, who hired me to do my first work on Predator, which was 1991.
Oh wow.
Also the year that I got Bill and Ted, because working at the store, my second year at San Diego, I had no book. My Pirate Corps was canceled. I was able to get grandfathered into my Artist Alley table. And I met the people from SLG who couldn't stand me the year before because I had a clapping monkey and a bell that I stole from a print shop.
Wait, what?
And I had a clapping cymbal monkey. If I made a sale, I would turn the cymbal monkey and I would ring the bell.
Adorable.
I was terrified. And I was hungover all the time because I was terrified. It was my first major convention that I was tabling at. I had one comic that I wasn't proud of. And I didn't know anybody in comics at the time that were out there. And it was the first time I was on my own. I was with 2 friends. It was the first time I was in a hotel room by myself. It was a very heady experience, but I acted crazy a little bit, I talked over, I mouthed off at a retailer's thing, and people noticed me, and I didn't mean to mouth off. I just couldn't keep my mouth shut about something. I think it was about comic stores shouldn't carry baseball cards because it got, they wouldn't know the difference between Ty Templeton and Ty Cobb. That was clever, and it probably wasn't, and who cares? But it was a small enough industry that if you just said one funny thing, 15 people might talk to you the next day because there was nothing else.
Funny guy, hi, hey, funny guy.
Oh yeah.
Also, most people in comics weren't interesting. I'm sorry, they looked like car salesmen and they looked tired.
Yeah.
There were almost no women, so there was nothing to fucking do, And what are you gonna do? Just buy comics? These idiots had them all already. There were less comics. You couldn't afford some of them, and the new ones, if it didn't have Batman, you didn't care. But it was
What's changed?
These were interesting.
When I started doing convention stuff, like I was like, do you know Joe Kubert School?
Sure.
I went to Joe Kubert School for about a year and a half, and I started showing my portfolio and stuff, and that's how I got the DC thing. But I remember. I put it in portfolio to Marvel, and I got to meet Jim Lee, and he did a personal portfolio review, and he kind of he didn't tell me anything I didn't know or anything, and it gave me a feeling of I put out decent work that could be published, and I'm talking to a guy who could help me, and he's kind of not so really telling me that, look, man, there's a billion of you, I don't know what to tell you. Like, he did say it out loud, but that's kind of like, there's a bunch of you could draw, and it's just kind of whatever.
To be honest, that's what I don't say it like that, but I mean,
yeah.
The problem with doing a really deep crit is that, one, if you have imposter syndrome like I have, it's very hard to criticize other people's work. I mean, not a non-jokey, I'm making...
Right, yeah.
Look, whatever I want to say about Rob Liefeld, that shit hit a nerve, and enough people love it, and there you go.
Yeah.
I'm not one of these idiots who says he shouldn't be allowed to make comics, so let's kick... I mean, fuck him.
Yeah.
It's an open market. But it's really...
You don't have to like his work or him.
No.
But if someone out there appreciates it, then good for them. Let them enjoy what they enjoy.
If he's not a Nazi, and he's not hurting anybody, he's not a sex pest, and he's not letting Eddie Berganza...
He's a little bit of a Nazi.
So I don't... If he is, that sucks. Then I take back everything. But I don't want to spread that out without knowing it.
Exactly.
No, we don't know.
But otherwise, there's room for everybody.
Yeah.
And it pushes out a lot of people. But here's the thing: if you suck, you die. If you can't grab people's attention, maybe it's you, maybe it's them. But here's the thing: only so many. Comics doesn't owe anybody a fucking living.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Comics only owes people what's in the contract, and if you're working for Marvel and DC, they'll try to fuck you out of that too.
Oh yeah.
If you read about what they're paying people for character creation in the movies right now.
No, I don't. I don't like it.
But the thing is, the main thing I want to put out, if anybody's listening and is actually interested in the idea of, making things for a living, is that it comes down less to your talent in some ways. There are people who are brilliant. Okay, we all know who we think is brilliant, and they can very rarely do no wrong. There are people who create a brand on purpose or by accident. You've got a Junji Ito, you've got Becky Cloonan, you've got Alan Moore, you've got Grant Morrison, you've got Julie Doucet, you've got certain people who through the levels, the art gallery levels, the internet levels, the urban art, Tara McPherson, who was just like conquered those kinds of collectibles and art and prints and things like that. There has to be something going on that is outside of the actual work. There's a personality.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you're tap dancing for Nazis like Comics Gator people.
No.
That means that there is something to Bone, to Love and Rockets, to Eddie Campbell, to whatever hooks the imagination. Whether you like it or not. To the Umbrella Academy, to the things that get optioned, to the things that become cult. You're not just good at anatomy. You're not just an amazing artist. Because there are people who are some of the fucking most brilliant artists in this industry, and for some reason they just don't quite become monster huge.
Oh yeah. My best friend
Lopez should be the most beloved top 5 superhero artists, genre artists in comics. His work is still being used as the template for selling DC merchandise. And for some reason, he's not held in the same esteem as your Flavor of the Month or Flavor of the Century. He's amazing.
Yeah, no, my friend, I told you that I grew up reading comics.
Yeah.
We drew comics together, and he became an amazing artist. He's so much better than I am. However, he keeps to himself. He doesn't know anything about marketing. He's not sociable. He's so he just paints on his own. He works a day job doing graphic design. Amazing artist, has no idea how to market it or sell it or anything.
There's so much good work out there. So much good music, art, theater, all these things. But if you don't know how, I would never know how to become one of those people who does rock posters or can do gallery work or do urban vinyl design. I just don't know how to move in circles. I was lucky enough to grab enough attention through my in public. I got Bill and Ted from a marketing dinner with Fabian Nicieza in 1988. That's I was part of a group of retailers sitting at a table with Marvel marketing people. Now, look at Fabian. He's somebody who was in marketing and ended up becoming instrumental to Deadpool, and now is writing novels. You don't know where your arc is going to go because you don't know who you're going to meet and what's going to happen. And the thing is, for all my stupid activity back in the day, I obviously didn't piss off enough people that
Yeah.
I got my hooks. And then you have to fight to stay in. But yeah, I was being stupid funny at a dinner, and I was drunk, and Fabian remembered that I liked bands that nobody heard of. That's how he put it. When they were doing the Bill and Ted Bogus Journey, he knew about Pirate Core, and he said he knew my art style, and he just thought, nobody wants to do this book because those were Star books. That was Marvel throwing money, though. When Marvel did the Star books and they got the Harvey artists to do, Heathcliff, and it was all the Emperor. It was Bill and Ted, Ren and Stimpy, Kid and Play. That was one of the few instances
Kid
of
and
Marvel
Play.
throwing money at something. That's where Dan Slott came from. Dan Slott was doing Ren and Stimpy, which was the only successful book out of that line.
Also,
I have those. I have
So-
some
Yeah, but if you're
I was reading-
right,
Stimpy books.
I was reading some of
Those books-
Slot's Usenet posts the other day, going in the archives. Kind of interesting how it hasn't changed much since the Usenet days to now. It's just like more people.
Dan was walking around walking through. He was always there. Whenever I went in there, he was there, walking from office to office, sticking his head in, looking for work. And you know what? We used to goof on him. He was a character, if you know what I mean. He was a schnorrer, but look at him now. I mean,
Yeah.
I bet his air conditioner is probably working really well as opposed to my fan. I mean, I turned off the air conditioner because it's too loud. I didn't want, but he's
Likewise.
some people get they work hard to get that work, and I was like, if look, when Eltingville, which we were supposed to be talking about, I
No,
apologize.
this is good. This is great.
No,
No, I love all this. This is
When the
all
This is
when the Eltingville pilot didn't have when the series did not get approved, I wrote a letter to our producer, and I said Keith, I really was hoping this would happen, and I'm sorry that it didn't work out. I think maybe I shouldn't have used that story for the pilot because I think everybody thinks it's going to be a trivia show, that they're just going to spit trivia references every episode. I don't know what Mike was thinking, but I just wanted to send them an appreciation letter, and I mentioned, I said, it's a shame because a lot of the things that I wanted to do, I had a lot of stories. I really wanted to round out the cast with the characters that were created for the show, with Jane, Bill's brother, and Ward Willoughby.
Yeah, those were really cool looking characters.
I wanted all the characters that were created for the show, the younger kids and the store characters. I had plans, to bulk the show up with them, and I had new, as he knew the other stories that I had, and he wrote me back and he said, you can pitch to us. We've worked with you for years. You're like in our circles of the Adult Swim.
You wrote for Space Ghost, right?
Yeah, Sarah and I wrote for about 13, 14 episodes of Space Ghost. We did a rejected pitch for Birdman pilot. We did some writing for awards shows for them, and we did the Space Ghost Dark Side of the Ghost Planet. They did a movie theater 3D type show where they showed episodes and videos and things, and we wrote the banter for that. So yeah, we were doing, and they asked us to do. Lazo wanted to do Milk and Cheese, and I turned that down because I felt two things. One, Lazo hired us on Space Ghost because of Milk and Cheese. Early on in Space Ghost, they didn't quite know what they wanted to do with. I mean, if you watch the early episodes of almost any series, especially one that's
Space Ghost season 1 is rough.
It's rough. It's because it's really stuck in the talk show format, and it's even cheaper. And they didn't really know what they were doing. They didn't know where they wanted to go with certain things, and they didn't have their. It's not like there was a Bible for that show. It really grew like a blob and just became something. A lot of shows do that. First season of Simpsons is super rough. If you allow a show to get to that second season, a lot of times it finds its feet. Which characters are working? Which interactions? Which story ideas?
Yeah.
I was not comfortable with the anti-humor thing on Space Ghost. I'm a joke jerk. I'm more vaudeville showbiz. I like the insults and the banter with the guests. Sarah and I really went with structure and more story-like stuff. So potheads did not really like our episodes, and that's fine. Other people did. The most important thing was Mike and Keith liked our episodes and kept using us, even though I was always holding up our scripts because I was so nervous about doing it. I was fucking terrified doing animated stuff.
What do you mean by anti-joke? Just
Well, a lot of Adult Swim humor. that stereotypical, the college stoner humor where it was there's not really a punchline. There's uncomfortable. There's uncomfortable moments. There's awkward pauses. There's non sequiturs. I like.
Okay, gotcha.
But sometimes it's just literally cut up method, throwing shit, taking something out just to see what it looks like when it's not there, putting something in for no reason that it made you and your roommate giggle. That's cool, and that works. And I like a lot of those episodes, and they're the most popular episodes. I'm not gonna, but I'm a kind of meat and potatoes. I like structure. I like story. I like line, and I like jokes. And so if you watch our episodes, they're story based. We go with the continuity.
Nice.
We have Chad Ghostal and we have Zorak stuff going on, and we keep bringing things back, and but they're themed. We did themed episodes. We did a Zorak episode. We did a telethon. We did a fake pilot with Birdman. So the whole thing with Birdman was that they were trying to do a 15-minute Birdman show. Birdman attorney, Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, wasn't an idea at the time. Mike wanted to do a Birdman talk show, which would be like Bob Costas's late night show that would pair up and go with Space Ghost. But it would be much mellower. It would have a different vibe and be much mellower and kind of screwed up because Birdman's powers are neutered when he doesn't have the sun out.
Oh
so
my god, that's the whole punchline.
Well, that's why it didn't happen.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't happen. So when the whole point was we're gonna have this like Birdman was just gonna be this pathetic, lethargic mess of a show. And I think they realized that that's only one that can't last. So
yeah.
I remember going to dinner and in the men's room coming up with an idea to rework one of our episodes because somebody was doing something similar that was going ahead, and I felt terrible because I really liked our episode. And I said to our producer, I said, how about if we do, instead of, because they did an episode I think called Rehearsal. So I said, why don't we do it as a fake pilot? Why don't we show what the show would have been if Birdman was hired originally? Because Space Ghost wouldn't come to the table.
I remember that episode.
So it's called Pilot. It's Harvey Birdman doing the show, and he sucks. And he's very tired, and he's also depressed because his wife is leaving him.
Oh no.
She's one of the Galaxy Trio, and she's leaving him for the guy who's his like mentor. He's broke, he's molting, and originally he was supposed to have been so poor that he ate his eagle sidekick Avenger.
Oh no!
They wouldn't let us. I was like, here's the thing. The Adult Swim says, no, you can't have him eat his pet. I was like, what? So he just had him fly away, which I thought was the worst. You got to understand also, a lot of the best jokes in some of your episodes were written by someone else, and some of the worst stuff was written by you that they kept. Like, you'll get it. People will love a joke, and you go, oh, yeah, Andy ad-libbed that for Brack. That was not our joke. I like to admit it if I can remember it. But a lot of times, the voice, if you were talking about voice acting before, sometimes something will get, everybody will laugh and you go, let's keep that. And a lot of Brack's shit we didn't write Brack a lot because he wasn't our character and we didn't feel it was our place to constantly shove him in to try to get people to like stuff. But our episodes, we did a marathon, we did an all-girls show, which was a mess. We did Space Ghost ends up getting arrested, and his brother, his twin brother who has the moving facial hair, takes over the show and starts trying to go hit on all the guests. I mean, we did I like the characters. I like bringing Lokar in. I mean, I like dialogue. So, but yeah, Birdman, we ended up doing that Birdman thing, and then we did a pitch for the Birdman show, and the pitch was going to be based on the pilot. It was going to be Birdman interviewing people as he walked around New York City because he couldn't afford. It was going to be cable access, and he was living in a refrigerator box under the Brooklyn Bridge.
Oh no.
And we were going to try to make him, he was eating birds and doing weird shit like that. He was fighting crime, freelance, and getting sued a lot. And it was kind of like Fight Man, I guess, now that I think about it. But he was harassing. The problem was he couldn't get through to publicists and things. So he'd actually be kind of stuttering John at people. Not that I'm a huge Howard Stern fan. In fact, I'm not a Howard Stern fan. But he would basically be harassing and ambushing celebrities or minor celebrities, because that's what we would have. And he'd be getting arrested and constantly be getting cease and desists, and the show would end with him. He starts molting towards the end of the series, well, if it happened, and the end of the series would just be an 11-minute episode of his skeleton.
What?
It's too avant-garde. We can't have this.
That's too wild.
his main set was he'd be anybody who did show up or anybody he pulled off the street to interview, he would interview out of his refrigerator box.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably callous towards homeless people, and at the time I never thought of that, but it didn't happen, so I don't have to apologize for it. But each week he'd be getting more ill, more hungry, and he'd be making very, very bad choices. He couldn't pay his alimony. Other superheroes were trying to help him out. They would show up as guests and they would try to lend him, and he was just proud and stupid. But then he'd be eating off the street and stealing. So his guests, any of them who was stupid enough to show up, he would talk to them, and you'd notice that his wings were starting to get really dirty, and feathers were coming off week to week. And he was just getting sicker and more fucked up and more demented. And the final week would just be his camcorder running, falling on its side, and you would just watch his skeleton. It would just be his skeleton in his costume. His wings would be, the last feathers would blow off, and you'd just hear wind coming off the East River.
I feel like this is the track I'm on.
You'd come back, and there would be people looking through his box, and they walk off, and that would have been the end of the series. They didn't pick this up for some reason.
If you had pitched this 5 years ago, you probably would have gotten it.
No.
Yeah. Well, if Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, hadn't taken off, and nobody was using the Birdman ID, is that you would have gotten it.
We named Harvey Birdman in our pilot episode.
Oh wow!
Oh, and they took it and ran.
Oh no! Hold on. And we named we had a character named Dr. Nightmare, attorney at law, in our last episode, which is I think our best episode, which is the one where Jan and Jay sue Space Ghost for for endangerment of endangering them as youths and on the workplace and just all that horrible stuff. And that episode I think was really strong. It had some of our stupidest jokes, and I thought Sarah and I did a really good job on that one. But yeah, so it was really weird to all of a sudden have Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, which was not based on our stuff, but an amalgam of two of our characters. And yeah, that was that. But I never got mad at it because the fact that they kept Harvey Birdman's name, I was happy with that.
Yeah, honoring the pitch.
I got. Oh,
if I'm not going to get the job, at least I like the fact that we had a little something to do with the character's fake full name, and it was just a joke on them doing Chad Ghostal.
Yeah.
We just liked Harvey Birdman because it sounded a little like Harvey Kurtzman, I guess, or something like that. But I have no worries about that. But the reason the Cartoon Network will probably never work. Well, actually, that's not true. They did work with us because they asked us to do some of the doctoring on Shin-chan, which was a disaster.
Oh, nice.
Oh no!
Absolutely. No, it was awful.
I hated it, but we needed the money, and I hated it. And I actually liked the original Shin-chan show, and I think it's a lot better than just a curse fest. And right. The only thing I liked about that was that we named Action Common Action Bastard, I think, which I thought was and they ran with, and we had a couple of jokes but we actually got in trouble for coming up with personality because there's no personalities to the characters. Any of the dialogue. This is what I talk about when I'm a more structured writer. I'm a much more throwback. The old showbiz. If you took a line of dialogue of any of the characters from Shin-chan and swapped the speaker, you wouldn't notice. They all just would cursing kids. Okay. And we actually tried to rewrite the dialogue to go like, look, here's a voice to each character. Like Moltar and Zorak are simple characters. Their voices don't sound alike, but Moltar has a personality.
Yeah.
That's different.
A Moltar line,
which is different from Brax, which is different from Lokar's, Space Ghost, Tad Ghostal, and all the other characters that would show up. You don't want a generic. It's something I've always said about comics. Yeah. If you take the there's certain people. You look at a lot of Bendis scripts. Not to knock him, he's super popular. Whatever. But if you covered up the artwork, you might not know who's speaking. Because they're all doing this clever Joss Whedon. It's like Joss Whedon.
It is back and forth.
You can swap Buffy out for Charisma Carpenter's character for this because everybody's quipping. Everybody's
quips. That's it.
So I actually have a quick question.
Sure.
So we were talking about Space Ghost and Harvey Birdman stuff. I've been talking to Power Nelson here.
Yeah.
And basically,
are you sure you want to let this out?
Yeah, now's the time.
Do it.
So basically, we're saying with VTubing, with the assets we have, we could put on a show just like Space Ghost.
In fact, Nelson
don't
actually
have
had your talk
yeah,
show early on.
We could do everything they do.
Change in your pocket, you could do a Space Ghost episode. That was the joke. You know, we need money for a new episode. Go check the couch for quarters.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is there a future where VTubers are putting on a show like this? Like we're structuring a show right now, but would you ever write for something like that? Where like
Only if they paid me.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's of course.
We don't
Yeah.
have any money, Krimbo. We can't.
I will find money.
Evan,
I
you're
will
not getting
find
paid for
money.
your appearance here. We
know.
don't have any money. We're poor.
I will find money for Evan Dorkin.
I know that. I don't charge for interviews or signage or
Okay.
things or-
Can I ask what your writing rate is?
Let me find out what dinner costs these days.
It's
Fair
a
enough.
lot.
I tried to return money from a library talk I did once, and it was actually more difficult. Back in the day, I wouldn't return it now. It was more difficult to return the money because of the red tape and bureaucracy. Because they had a speaker fee, and I was like, okay.
Yes, I have to take this.
So yeah, now they don't. Now nobody wants me to talk to anybody. No. I mean, yeah. The thing is, I don't care about format. If it's a professional or independent thing, I mean, I'm doing.
There's a lot of money going into this right now. Like people pay
Talk about
thousands
costs.
of dollars just for
Yeah.
their models.
Like,
I'm
Like,
afraid.
I think somebody set a record recently with like 10 grand for one model.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just a rigged model to move around. Like imagine what people could start paying for writers to put structured content together. Like
Nobody wants to pay writers.
I
mean,
want to pay writers.
he does.
Even,
Yes.
even writers go into a mindset that writers just come up with shit. You know, even writers who've been ripped off are like, well, we got to put $10,000 into this rig. How about, okay, so who's going to write the dialogue? Oh, who the fuck cares? It looks good.
Yeah.
Writing is stomped on. Writing is bullshit. Writing
Alright.
is,
Yes.
come on, you're just making
In that
shit up.
vein, Evan, I'm about to make you an offer.
I have to go. Take care.
We'll get you per episode. We'll get you 2 hoagies
Ooh.
and sodas to go along with them. No.
What
chips.
about Jimmy John's? Is there? No, he's
No,
got
no,
New York
Jimmy-
Deli.
No,
He's got New York Deli. He's got to be
Yeah, he's got
New York Deli
delis.
prices.
We'll get him a hoagie.
Okay.
We'll get him a couple
why don't you-
sodas.
Fuck Jimmy John's. Fuck
Yeah.
old John.
Yeah, you don't need them because you're not in a place where all the sandwiches suck.
Well, those are the cheap. Those are the ones you can afford, I guess. I don't know. Eating out. Eating out is like between money and COVID. I guess you can have shit to live with, but I always feel bad. I don't want to make people go out. No, I mean, here's the thing. I'm a freelancer. I've been paid to write awards show dialogue. I've been. I mean, you know.
What was that like?
Well, that's when we still had the Ace Awards around. I mean, the
Yeah.
cable Ace Awards. I mean, I work for Wizard. I have certain things I won't work for. I mean, I tried for years to not. I did not like variant covers. I argued against variant covers, and all it did was cost me a couple of $1,000 that my family could have used. And eventually, by the time that nobody wanted me to do variant covers, I was like, okay, I'll do variant covers, and they were crickets. But I've done work for bands for very little. I mean, I adjust as I can for the budget of the project. But you know, again, the only people I won't work for are people who I find gross.
Yeah, no.
You know,
Oh,
You know
God,
what?
Krimbo, we need to get you off the project.
Yeah,
I gotta
off the project.
Literally
It's
not
like
his
gross.
thing.
Get Koki and Rummy here. We'll just go with them. No,
No, fuck. Those are
Koki
my
Rummy
rivals.
but
No.
I'm a freelancer, and I'm in debt like most of the world. I'm a good American. I have debt.
Yep.
And I'm always, the thing is, people are like, oh, I don't think you'd work with somebody like us because we only do that. And I'm like, what the? Where do you think I
Money's
came
money.
from? Where do you think I
Money's
came
money.
from? You know what I mean? Milk
Yeah.
and cheese was. I'm not. One of my problems was I was never very careerist, and part of that was anxiety, and part of that was imposter syndrome. I mean, Milk and Cheese was never supposed to be a comic series. The reason Milk and Cheese happened again, early San Diego conventions were very important to my career. Kurt Sayanga and why am I blanking on Steve's name? Oh God, Steve, the guy Steve from who wrote Niles. they were doing a prozine called Greed, and Steve Niles was the drummer for Gray Matter, Discord band.
Sick.
And Kurt Sango was doing art direction and stuff for Fugazi and for Discord. And they were doing the zine, and they'd have covers and interviews with Charles Burns, and they'd have bands. Whoa. But it was actually, it got some distribution and had some backing. Milk and Cheese came out of 2 characters that I drew while drunk after a ska show at CBGB's.
Yo, you're sick. You're a cool dude. Have I ever told you that?
Yeah, you are a cool dude.
Your decision to use the Aquabats for the Eltingville Club.
Oh yeah,
on, Nelson loves the Aquabats.
Stroke.
He loves the Aquabats.
Stroke.
That was my introduction to them, I think.
We can talk about that afterwards.
We'll talk about ska and ska punk. You finish your story.
The Aquabats and Eltingville and Yo Gabba Gabba and things like that are actually where you get into working with. Here's the thing: the Adult Swim. Whatever other people's interactions were, we had a fantastic time at the Adult Swim. I'm the fuck up at the Adult Swim. We had a pilot practically sold after Eltingville. I never finished that story, but the story about the Eltingville pilot was Keith was like, well, using the characters from the pilot that we own outright and trying to build something around them because we like the Ward Willoughby character sounds like a good idea. Let me talk to Mike, and I got an offer to do a pilot. I didn't pitch. I pitched by accident while apologizing for the failure. So what do? I got so stuck and scared and anxious and afraid of responsibility, I never finished one line in the pilot's Bible and turned it in. And eventually they shelved it. And it was all my fault. I ruined my job, Sarah's job. We had the script sold, done, written, edited by Sarah and I. The designs, done. The Bible, done. The color designs, done by Sarah. Everything was done, but I ghosted them because I was so fucked up. It was actually shown. They showed the image. They showed images of it at San Diego one year, and it was called Tyrone's Inferno. We realized Ward was not a good main character because he was passive and always getting the shit kicked out of him. But we came up with the idea of this. They do it. These kids in Jersey their Ward is brought into it. Jane Dickey and a bunch of other characters who are basically the cast of the kids from the Eltingville Club, Sikowski with the eye patch and all these kids. They accidentally raised a demon from hell who basically ruins their lives. It's kind of got an Invader Zim angle to it now that I think about it. Except that he doesn't actually try to take over the world or destroy humanity. He just becomes obsessed with pop culture and petty vengeance, and it's hard to explain. But it was a horror series. It wasn't a pop culture series. It was we had a zombie episode that was before the big wave of zombie things happened. Not that it was an original idea. Everybody
right. Zombies are cool.
They did cut the scene where the cops were shooting Jesus Christ. Because one guy's like, shoot him, and a guy says, my sainted mother will never talk to me. It was still Eltingville, if I remember correctly, but we just couldn't use the word Eltingville. But anyway, they did a series called Lucy,
Daughter of the Devil. By Brendan.
Yeah, right. That like CGI thing.
So they said, Adult Swim basically, the producers said, we'd like to change
two
it.
Devil shows.
We can't have 2 devil shows.
How demonic.
And the thing is, the Satanism was not at all a part of it. It was just I like the idea that these heavy metal jerk-offs brought a demon in and he screws up their lives and make whatever. It's a simple. It wasn't really much of a heavy metal thing either. Although if I went back now, it would have a lot more death metal. Not that I'm a huge fan, but I find that shit funny as hell. Except for the murder and racism. And church burning, whatever.
Yeah.
Burning, burns. There's Amazon warehouses. You could just let the people out. But
brought to you by Amazon.
We're on Twitch, by the way, owned by Amazon.
They wanted me to change it from hell to. I had to get hell out of there. He couldn't be a demon from hell, and he was a disgraced demon also because he was a fuck up. But so I thought, okay, how about this? We'll do a Lovecraft thing.
Oh.
But he comes from another dimension. They came to Earth back in the days of the great old ones, although we weren't using those. I'm much more of a fan of the mythos and of Call of Cthulhu. Lovecraft's a racist piece of shit, but His
Yeah,
playground.
Yeah.
The playground he set up for everybody else is fucking awesome, and I enjoy the fuck out of
we
it.
all agree on that.
So the thing was, this was about an invasion of Earth by demons, but what it was a prank on this one guy that they wanted to get rid of. Because they're all kind of indestructible. So they sent Tyrone, who's this four-eyed schlub. He's just this four-eyed like pothead Jersey kid, monster, and they put him at the front of the phalanx that was going to invade the Earth, and they opened up the portal, and he runs through screaming, and they closed the portal on him and went back to their business. And he froze to death, but he froze, and he's been in the permafrost under New Jersey for like, billions of years, and they brought him up somehow. Simple enough, and actually better because you have more leeway than just doing the old Satan shit. I couldn't change it. Basically, I shot myself in the foot. While we were in the rowboat, sank the whole fucking thing because I was afraid it was going to happen. I can't explain it. I was so afraid. And my wife didn't know how to get. She didn't know how to get me to wake up and face this without, because she was in fear of me going into a deep depression, which I had, I had big issues with. If you've read Dork 7 or any of some of my older autobiographical work, I had severe emotional issues, and the idea of having to be responsible for an actual show, because it really looked like this pilot was going. They were going to put it in fucking production, and they were going, and it really felt like things were happening fast, and I was scared that I was going to fail and fuck up and be hard and do a terrible show.
Right.
And so now I had no show, and I had screwed up my name with them. Which is interesting that they still threw me some, they still liked me enough. They liked us enough. I mean, they weren't mad at Sarah. They knew what was going on.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, I basically, I think I just did not move on that one paragraph of an already accepted Bible and change that. And I've been kicking myself ever since. I mean, I'm in therapy. I'm dealing with it. You can't relive the past and kill yourself over and over.
Yeah.
But I love that show, and I thought the script was terrific. I thought it was much better than Welcome to Eltingville, and I thought it had way more potential as a series that had legs and could have gone places, and I could have hired interesting people and not done all the work like I did on Welcome to Eltingville, because I treated it like a comic and was so afraid to let go of it and trust anybody that I did. Sarah, I did the script, I did all the background designs, the character designs. Sarah did the color. I did the Bible with Sarah. I hired the story. The Adult Swim were fucking amazing. I said I'd like to use Steven DeStefano for storyboards. They said yes. I said I'd like to use the Aquabats for our themes because I think they're terrific and they could do fun stuff and they're into pop culture and I like met Christian a couple of times and I wanted to have a fun, interesting band. And they said yes. And I said, I want the voice actors to all work with each other. I want the 4 characters to always be recording together. I want them playing off each other because I want a real conversation and working off each other. So we had all 4 of the Eltingville Club voice actors in the booth. I said I'd like to try some people from WFMU, the radio station I like, because I think some of their voices might be really good. And we're not using the regular same old. They let us. They tested them. We tried to get kids to be the Eltingville Club, and we could not get actual teenagers who sounded right. So they sound a little older, and people dinged us for that, and I'm like, I don't care. That's fine.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
To get over that, few episodes
to be honest,
anyway.
I think they do a fucking terrific job.
Yeah.
I think the voice acting is really strong in Welcome to Eltingville. It doesn't sound like people talking at a microphone, which is what we didn't want. I really wanted those characters to be yelling at each other, working. I mean, sometimes they blew their lines because they were getting crazy. It was. And the funny thing is, so not only did we all do that, I also helped out on the storyboard just to pitch in and clean up things with Steven. And we got to hire our director. We flew to LA and they had us meet with several directors. And I actually didn't pick up one guy because he was a big fan of my comics and he was really sweet. He was really nice, but I was afraid that he would not challenge me and say no on things.
Yeah.
That is a
Oh
good
wow.
reason.
That's
We ended up
not
getting-
something you hear from most creators.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, I was doing a ton of this stuff. I mean, I designed everything that you see on the show. I drew except for a vulture and a motorcycle. It was- So I went and took pictures all around Staten Island, and I based a lot of the back, and that was only because I could not let go. I would never do that again. In fact, I'm not happy with the backgrounds, and I would change a bunch of. But I drew all the props. Sarah did all the color design stuff on that. I wrote the script is 100% me and Sarah, and when we did the voice recording, we picked every voice actor. They sent us the tapes. They just handed us everything. They trusted writers. They really did trust writers, which is something that only they and Yo Gabba Gabba did we have that experience, and it was fucking brilliant. And whether if you like Welcome to Eltingville, it's on us and it's on them trusting us. If you don't like it, that's because you didn't like what we did and they trusted us to do. I cannot say X did any. It is all me, Sarah, either the people who made it or the people who made it. They left us alone. It was fucking amazing. It was terrifying, and it was part of one of the reasons that I didn't trust myself on Tyrone's Inferno, because I had already failed. And also Eltingville was something that I had worked on, so I knew it. Tyrone was new territory, and I was scared.
Yeah.
And it was like, this is what I always wanted in my life, even though I didn't really aim for it. I mean, a cartoon show? I wanted to be an animator as a kid. Just being able to write some shows and design some things for shows was just fucking brilliant for me. Right. And I never gave myself the credit that I made that I did those things. I was afraid to get an agent and felt that, it just make us do work that we do. So I that's why my animation career went down the tubes, our animation career. Because unfortunately Sarah was, chained to me and my craziness. But the voice acting, we were doing 2 sessions. One was with small roles, people who really kind of could do it by themselves, and then we did the major session with all of the Eltingville Club, doing the entire show live, the long scenes basically, or those trivia scenes. They're not chopped up into 2 questions. We fucking I wanted it to be like they're and as natural and as nuts as it could get. I mean, it was the person who was supposed to direct the voice acting sessions, do the voice direction, wigged out and sent an email to the Cartoon Network that they're not coming, they're sorry, they apologize, but they can't do it. And they basically disappeared.
Oh.
So the woman who, the casting, Nadine, I can't remember her last name, who did the casting and was going to assist, she took over and Sarah co-directed. Sarah ended up working with her and literally in the pitch. We had 1 day. We got the notice that that day before the recording of the main thing, and Keith was in town, and I was there, and I was constantly hunched over, hating every line of dialogue, and we got through it all in time, and then I did my voices, which were terrible. But we needed to get a voice. I could do 3 voices to fill it out, and I also was in some of the Wall of Sound stuff because I did Ironjaw, who was based on a customer. Oh no, he's based on a customer who also worked at one of the comic stores I worked at, who was a lunatic, who's a goofy guy and had a very weird speech pattern and spit on you.
Ew.
And that's where Ironjaw came from. He was going to be in the Tyrone's Inferno pilot too. But it was an amazing. Eltingville was an amazing experience, and yes, we haven't talked about Eltingville as much. I should show.
We haven't talked about Eltingville at all.
No, well, we did, but I'm going to shut up in a second. You guys should ask me some actual questions you might want to ask.
Sure.
I do this in everything. But the thing about
this.
Eltingville is amazing is it's amazing for me that Eltingville aired at 11 o'clock on Sunday, which was a death note for all those pilots.
Right.
All right. The Adult Swim. The problem with the Adult Swim was the Cartoon Network was doing gangbusters. It was making money. It had viewership. The Adult Swim was Space Ghost pre-Adult Swim. There was Space Ghost and a couple of other oddball shows, but Space Ghost got them hip notoriety. Space Ghost never made money. Space Ghost never had a huge audience, but it got them agents and Hollywood people sending them, calling them up and music magazines. People wanted their bands on they wanted the agencies wanted their people on there. They were getting written up in all the hip magazines. They were getting non-cartoon press for that magazine. Mm-hmm. It was a cult, and it got them, and it basically helped set up the Adult Swim. As far as the attack, the approach, the attack, this non sequitur humor, the the pauses, the uncomfortable stuff. You know, it was very adults. It was a building block for the Adult Swim. Now, the first 4 pilots that they made, I think 2 to 4 pilots, they put real money into Welcome to Eltingville. They put prime time animation money.
Oh yeah, it was. If I remember correctly, it was you and Korgoth of Barbaria that were
We got
being estimated at that time.
We got real animation. It was animated in Japan and
Yeah.
Korea,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. We had Chuck Sheets from The Simpsons, a director from The Simpsons.
Oh, okay.
Holy cow!
Everybody got paid something. The show cost possibly, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. I mean, it cost a lot of
Yeah,
money.
All that
It
work.
was given a prime. It was given a prime time animation budget. Obviously, not a Simpsons budget, not a Family Guy budget, but for the time, it had a real
money.
goddamn budget. It was animated on. I mean, it was a real deal, and it was shown at 11. It was shown during the Adult Swim slot, early Adult Swim slot, or it was actually pre-Adult Swim, I think, if I remember correctly. 11 o'clock Sunday night,
Yeah.
with almost no advertising. I cut out the TV Guide page that it's on in New York because the idea of having something you worked on be in TV Guide was a big fucking thing for an old fart like me. But it had almost nothing. The buyer, if I remember, the Comics Buyer's Guide put it on its cover. How many people are gonna fucking see the Comics Buyer's Guide? A couple of places reviewed it online. It was, 1997. No, what was it? 2002.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a huge
Yeah.
cartoon online thing. So we didn't have none of those pilots we were just set up to fail. I still don't know exactly what Mike didn't like about the show, why he thought it wouldn't fly. Obviously the money was a problem because I got a call from, damn it, I cannot remember her name. She was at Nickelodeon and the Cartoon Network. Very nice person. Liked working with her. It's 20 years, so I can't be blamed. And she said, what would you think about doing Welcome to Eltingville as a Flash animation?
Oh.
And I was like, I was of two minds. One, Flash animation. But the other mind, they might want to keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing about Eltingville is, this is what I said. They were like apologetic, and I said, I didn't ask for full animation.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for anything. You guys set this up, gave me my head, and I'm like, you want to have a real composer? Sure. You want to get a real band? Sure. You want to have
Yeah.
What, I'm gonna say no. This is how they make
They
it.
laugh. Gave it to you. Like,
So
hey,
if you want to make it like Space Ghost, I'll write fun scripts, hopefully, because dialogue is a lot of the dialogue, story, and incident can be done with Flash.
Yeah, you could use anything, and if it's written well, the characters are realized, people are going to be into it.
I loved the animation on the Star Trek sequence, the dream sequence. I thought there was some really nice flow there. There was some really nice design and motion. I love Sarah's colors looked really great throughout the episode. I mean, but the voice acting and a lot of the people watched Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It wasn't it wasn't well animated.
No.
Home movies. That's not. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'll do this with hand puppets. I'll do this with shadows.
hey, let's go.
I say that and then I fuck up Tyrone's Inferno a year and a half later. But yeah, I was like, I'll do anything. We'll make popsicle stick figures and.
But that's what I'm saying with the VTuber stuff. People can do that now. People can put on their entire own shows on their own
Believe
now.
me, if I was more
Minimal budget.
I feel like I could retrain myself to animate it. I mean, I did cell animation.
Yeah.
I wasn't brilliant, but I won scholarship stuff, and I had some sales for my film, my student film that I made at NYU. I had sold one to a New York thing, one to an English animation studio, and guess what I did with my student film? I never finished it. I freaked out and thought it was terrible, and I didn't want to animate a 2-minute movie.
Yeah.
Also, I was trying to make a 3-minute movie on cells all by myself. I actually have some of the material left from that. I threw most of it out. I'm putting that up on the Patreon, but I was trying to do. I had painted like 30 backgrounds. I needed like 24, and I had got this. NYU provided the cells. I've sold most of it, but if you look at my old live journal, or you can't find eBay auctions, but I used to post it all the time. All of the designs from Welcome to Eltingville, the book, the props, the characters, the visual Bible, was all done on NYU animation paper from the 80s.
Oh no.
I took home so much of that shit. I took paints home. I mean, some of it they wanted me to have. Some of it I kind of took.
They didn't miss
all the
it.
cells. I was painting cells in my house. I had cells. We used to do all our comic book covers as animation cells because I did not know how to do production parts. And Sarah took over, and she was doing them as cells. And as soon as we could do stuff digitally, it was like, fuck that, because that's hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We did all that. We did the milk and cheese card set, 55 cells. It looked like Max Fleischer on a budget around here. Well, actually, no, because it would have been black and white back then. Whatever. But yeah, I mean, animation is a love of mine, and I fell back into it because of Space Ghost, and then I fell out of it because of my being a nut. I have no idea if I even have any kind of reputation or good or bad in the animation industry. I mean, we were nominated for a Harvey Award one year, and we had offers, but most of the offers were like the Milk and Cheese offer for the Adult Swim. They wanted to, Mike wanted to buy Milk and Cheese because he really liked it. Somebody gave him the book, and he thought Milk and Cheese's dialogue would have been good for Zorak and Moltar, toned down, just to give them some kind of, they didn't have their personalities or their banter set. Yeah. And as it turned out, they kind of did have Moltar and Zorak set, if you think about it. They really didn't they just got sharper. They were always, the mellow, molten guy who really doesn't care. Yeah. And doesn't seem to like his job. And, Zorak, who wants to kill everybody and is a goofball. But he asked about doing Milk and Cheese because back in the 90s and early aughts, I got a lot of offers to option or buy Milk and Cheese from multiple animation outfits or networks, cable networks, things like that. Right. Or Mike Judge's agent called up to try to option them as a Mike Judge project.
Oh wow!
Which I was like, that's really cool. But here's the thing: Milk and Cheese is an Evan Dorkin project. It's not. I'm obviously not nobody knows who Evan Dorkin is, but Mike Judge. I don't want to. I would love the money, but I have not sold Milk and Cheese or optioned Milk and Cheese. Yeah. Because the problem was the Cartoon Network deal with Milk and Cheese would be that they'd own the characters.
Oh no!
I would sell.
Yeah.
Which is.
And Eltingville, I negotiated with Eltingville that I would keep the rights to I could still make the comics because I knew I knew in 2002 that I wanted to end Eltingville because I was starting the last two issues, but because of the way the industry worked out and because of our animation work, I did not do that for another 15 years. But I had started the issue number 1, the first part of the last two comics. But they would own the Eltingville Club if that had happened. The reason I didn't care was because I knew I hated the Eltingville Club fundamentally. As characters, I couldn't stand them, and drawing them was a chore because they were so
detailed. Yeah.
Detailed and frenetic and angry, and I would snap my
They always expressionist. Yeah.
Well, I used to break my pen nibs drawing them.
What kind of pen nibs were you using?
The ones that break. Hunt 102s.
Okay.
No, I wasn't breaking like Tombow pens or Pit pens.
Okay.
But the thing is, when the characters would fight and scream at each other, I would really dig in on Josh and Bill especially. But like that Twilight Zone episode where they flip out at the marathon.
Oh yeah.
When they're high on pills and I have the panels breaking down and everything. There's Saturn ink for people. Because Eltingville pages could look as ugly as I didn't care how ugly they looked.
Yeah.
I think they're beautiful. I actually love that just detail and raw energy. I prefer that to the clean look,
Well, that's great. You can go to my art for sale page and give me hundreds of dollars for it.
I will. I'm gonna buy something from you.
I'm selling. They've actually been selling a lot better than I expected them to. I am amazed that people like Elting. This is what I'm saying. I can't believe people still talk about the pilot because nobody saw it back then. It was.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it when it aired. I saw it live.
But I mean, nobody. We think about 1 million people or so saw it, which was amazing. Because 1 million people will never see anything I do in comics, all totaled. I mean, that was a failure, but that was like Fight Man or like World's Funnest. That's amazing. I can't put 1 million fucking people in my room or out in my. I mean, I will never have access to 1 million people in my life again. When you do Batman or Batman Beyond or Superman, you're not the thing. It's not yours. People don't, unless you're an animation head or a pop culture head, you don't really pay attention to who writes. Most people don't know that we wrote for that stuff. We have I have thousands of followers on social media because of my comics, not because of the stuff that millions of people watched and enjoyed. It's just a weird thing. Comics creates that, like small bands, it creates that cult or that success where people just really click in. I'm a fan. I've got, if this was visual, you'd see my room is full of tchotchkes, toys, comics, books mostly. I'm a big fan, and the thing is, I don't know who writes TV shows in general. I mean, you know who created them mainly. Yeah. But if you do a comic that sells 3,000 copies, it's a direct fan relationship. It's interesting. I mean, there are people who don't know I did Welcome to Eltingville, which is weird to me. But it's amazing that people still talk about it. Like I said, it was aired twice, and there was a stealth airing to establish some weird legal thing.
That was Adult Swim's MO at the time.
Yeah, and then they showed it at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I think they showed it at 4 a.m. Then it was never put on a real. It was put as you could order it when they had the build your own DVD.
Yep.
From the Cartoon Network, and then it came as an extra disc, or an extra on one of the discs when they had Adult Swim in a box, which was a big box set of things. Mm-hmm. And I think they threw in Korgoth.
Yep. They specifically advertised pilots.
Yeah.
That never got.
But it's been shown once or twice as anniversary event thing for the network, or just as a joke. But it's only been aired maybe 6 times, 5 times.
Yep.
And it's amazing to me that people will still, that and Korgoth still kind of have this kind of cult.
Yeah, that pilot is how I found out about you, and I read this comic, and I read Beast of Burden and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating that we're talking sort of about it today, and that It's always fascinating to me to see people talking about the pilot as a lost cause, or as a could have been, because there's a lot of TV out there that people don't talk about that had a season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I really love seeing people rediscover it. I mean, there are people still watching it on YouTube. It's up there, and there are people who still. There's a Japanese dub, and there's a Mexican dub. And
is there really a Japanese? We need to. Where is this?
Okay, I read.
Find this for me, Evan Dorkin.
Jeez.
I read that in the afterward about the dub. I was like, wait, that sounds crazy. Like, what's going on there?
I haven't watched the Spanish one, but Sarah and I watched the Japanese one, and it is so so much funnier. The characters, because if you think about anime and you think about how
the voice actors
can go, okay? The idea of we're gonna have, and first of all, apparently, if I remember this correctly, the voice actors that did the Eltingville Club in Japan are known quantities. They're real voice actors who have been on other shows. They didn't go, oh my god, Dorkin-san sucks. We'll just go to one of the fan markets and grab whoever there's real voice actors. For some reason that didn't occur to me, that yes, they'd be real. Japan has has a huge, they at the hugest animation culture, and I'm like, so Sarah and I are going over this list, and it was like the voice of so and so was a villain on this show, and it was a fucking geek moment.
That's so
and we watched it, and the fact is we know the jokes because we wrote this and worked on it, and we've seen the pilot a few times, and it was we had it in our heads, so we knew what they were saying. But the fact that it was Japanese voice actors screaming at each other during the scenes where the club goes bonkers, and the voice actor for Ward, because I love MC Chris's voice for Ward. God, do I love it.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the things I was really happy about Tyrone was we were hoping we could get him to come back because Ward was one of the main characters. Ward, Tyrone, the monster, and Jane were the main 3 characters. And Jane was constantly doing dangerous things to Ward. Like, I mean, she was doing voodoo. I mean, it was just a weird thing we threw into the pilot. That she was this little goth kid, and was tampering with souls and shit, which we were gonna. There's not a lot of there's no Eltingville is a real world, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But we always wanted to have it that you couldn't tell if Jane's dabbling in the occult had real world, because she causes her brother to fall down, but you're not sure if that has anything to do with the voodoo doll being thrown. It was just an odd thing to throw in. But in the show, everything was fantasy. It was all the plot of Tyrone's Inferno was that Ward ends up in the hospital. I forget why. It was really weird. The reason he ends up bloody, and he's in this hospital. It's got too many. He has no insurance. They have no room for him, so his bed is a overweight person that has a bed. So Ward, they put a pillow on another person who's in the hospital, and then they put Ward on top of them, and Ward keeps accidentally drinking from their IV and shit like that. But what happens is they bring Ward a copy of a Classics Illustrated comic book adaptation of the Necronomicon.
Oh.
And somebody gives that to him while he's in the hospital. I think Sikowski gives it to him because Jane would not give it to him. And Ward accidentally is reading it out loud. You know, the old stereotype, don't read the Book of the Dead out loud, don't play the tape. And he's reading it out loud, and he accidentally gets a paper cut.
Oh no!
And blood runs down the comic book.
Blood pact.
And I don't remember if it runs over the Necronomicon comic or an ad for raising the dead. But basically, he raises the dead all over the hospital. So we have the reanimator shit. All the dead, all the corpses come out.
Yeah.
And the neighborhood erupts in zombies, and Jane and Tyrone are chased to the hospital, and then there's big, Return of the Living Dead nods and things like that. There was a terrible joke that I was surprised they let us do when they first see the zombies. Ward and all the other characters are standing together in a group, and the zombies come at both sides, and they just they urinate in terror to the point where there's about 3 feet of urine in the hallway that they're splashing. And the zombies are swimming through the urine. It's just fucking awful. I'm not saying I'm proud of that moment, but it would have been an interesting thing to animate.
Interesting, yes.
What we were trying to do, gross out stuff, but horror gross out. Not
right.
Fart but I mean, and the thing is, the urine would never go away. Every time they ran downstairs and opened doors, it would follow them.
Constantly.
I mean, the joke was how far can we go with this, and then how far can we use the urine as a. I'm big in my writing. I'm influenced by Hong Kong action films. Jackie Chan, Jet Li, the Ewan's, Ewan Wu Ping, and Corey Ewan. The way that they used geography, the way that they used location, objects, and furniture in fights has always influenced how we write fight scenes in comics and how we do stuff. In the Batman Beyond, if you read the script, we worked out a very, very detailed fight scene between Terry and the Splicers in Barbara Gordon's household. We had choke slams, we had wrestling moves.
Whoa.
We had Japanese wrestling moves, we had martial arts moves. I mean, we have the thing where he flips one of the guys, pulls his nose ring out to hold him while he's flipping him.
Oh, dang.
The Ice-T character over. We really cause and effect is something that is left out of so many superhero comics. I can't say films.
Oh my
But
god!
it's something that I really enjoy in Hong Kong action and in Japanese anime. It was always weird back in the day how Japan couldn't make good action films and China couldn't make good cartoons, but that's all changing. Everybody's making interesting and also bad stuff now. But yeah, the whole thing was like, how many jokes could you get out of is there something on the wall? The way that they got emergency axes to chop up some of the zombies was they couldn't find anything to break the glass, so Jane picks up Ward by his feet and just smashes him repeatedly into the glass and leaves him bloody and broken on the side, takes the axe and walks off. And it was like, that was Ward. Ward was always going to be the punching bag, and get fucked up like that. And it was just, Tyrone's eyes, if he got hit in the back of the head, his eyes would go rolling, and he'd have to find his eyes. And that's from Dead Alive, you know what I mean? But you got multiple actions going on. So the zombies are coming, and there's glass, and there's urine, and there's axes, and his eyeballs. He has to get his eyes while running. But that's also the ice from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Right.
So I love that kind of silent movie, Hong Kong action movie stuff, and it's hard to do in comics. But I still try to do that in my fight scenes. If you look at some of the comics, some of the superhero comic stuff that I've written, I really do try to have cause and effect, and if you see something in the background, people will pick up a fire hydrant and throw it into Fight Man's face. They'll pick up a manhole and skip it at people. That's from Superman 2. But I think it's more exciting to see a car crash and not blow up than to see it blow up, because
nobody's
ever seen an explosion that often in their lives, but to watch two cars crash in real life, we've all seen
recognize that.
We've seen cars smash, or we've cracked our car into something, and there is something about that physicality of bodies, and the explosions just cover that up. So the idea of there being debris that you can pick up, I also that comes from Jack Kirby, that comes from George Perez comics, John Byrne. Whatever problems I have with John Byrne, when you read those early X-Men comics, Claremont and Byrne would set a fight scene in a mall, and they used that mall.
Yeah, it's filler background map.
There's
if the Sentinels broke into a mall, they'd be, early Avengers, they'd use stuff that fell out of a store. You got Kirby. I mean, I always remember in the old, the Thing would pull a telephone pole out of the floor.
Yeah, if they don't use the place, then it doesn't feel like you're in the place. You lose that disconnect,
I think a lot of that was Marvel method will often leave things to the artist.
Yeah.
And if the artist isn't interested or
then they won't do it.
Making comics is fucking hard, like you said before. The idea of having to the idea, first of all, you got to draw take care of your anatomy, you got to take care of your perspective. You got to draw your backgrounds. You got to design your supporting characters, design any new characters. You've got to choreograph action, and then you got to fill in everything that the writer decided not to deal with in their. You
got to wear so many hats to make a fucking comic.
Spider-Man, you've also got to figure out. You got to make sure you have room for the dialogue, some of which you don't know what it is yet, so that when the guy gets his paycheck turning in, Spider-Man flies over the city. Page 3, Spider-Man sees Doc Ock. Doc Ock whacks him. Page 5, big fight scene to page 8. That guy got fucking paid. Somebody got paid for plot for that. The fucking artist doesn't get co-plotting, and I'm a writer and artist. I've done both on both sides of the thing, and I'm definitely on the side of artists should get co-plotting if they work in Marvel.
They should.
And they should get fucking paid.
Something.
It's hard to fucking go. You know what? I'm going to figure out how the mall works into this and everybody. And then the 90s. The 90s showed that you could make a lot more money never having backgrounds. I mean, the Wizard crew did not like to draw locations. They did not like to draw backgrounds. Settings were not important. And, the thing is, the best comics are made to me, the comics that really last and have something going for them, pay attention to time of day, location, atmosphere, weather. And as a writer, you add that, and you also do that to make sure that your artist is not left hanging. And the thing is, my scripts are a little more controlling, perhaps. At the same time, I always tell my artists, look, if you want to break this up, do it. You want to do something else, as long as you're telling the story. I don't want to control you, but this is the story that I have in mind. And if we can get to that the best way possible, you want to follow the script slavishly, fine. You have ideas, let's talk. But ultimately,
it's a collaboration. It's not just.
I will put 40 joke Cthulhu titles in a Peanuts meets Lovecraft comic. I told the artist, because I didn't know who the artist was at the time. I think we found out afterwards. When I was like Derek Charm, I'm like, do not feel you have to put all this in there, please. I know it's hard, you know what I mean? But that's the thing. I want to put in 140% so that we can. If shit hits the fan, the artist,
you still get a good portion.
I have gotten 100%, okay, and I hope that's because of the respect between the artist and I. World's Funnest, we almost got 100% out of everyone. Lisa Burden, Jill, the co-creator, and Benjamin, who was taken over. I have no complaints. They want to knock something out in silhouette. God bless you. I know I'm asking for a lot. Do what you got to do. But Jill rewrote stuff as far as panel to panel, and I'm like, go for it. You know what I mean? If we had more room, I'd be happy. Also, it's hard to get paid for extra pages. You can't really anymore. So it's very hard to get. And I hate that you don't. I'm a maximalist. We used to do 24 pages or more on Beasts. I didn't want Jill to do extra, but we sometimes get an extra page paid. Then it went to 22 pages. Now comics are 20 pages. That's another thing I like about the web. It's like, shit, I have a scene that I really, really want to do. I'm writing a new Beasts of Burden series, and these stories were plotted Yeah, it's delayed because of Sarah's illness and because of all the problems we're having.
Right.
No rush.
But Ben's coming back, and we're gonna go back to Burden Hill because we did the 2 Wise Dog. We really need to get back to Burden Hill because I think we lost some readers. As much as I love what we've done with the Wise Dog stuff, but these stories were written when we ran into trouble with Jill and the schedule and everything. These stories were plotted years ago when we still had 24 pages. So losing those 4 pages is fucking killing me. On Blackwood, Veronica Fish and Andy Fish and I, we were like, we're not making good money on Blackwood, but we're like, we'll do 22 pages, we'll do 24 pages, we'll do extra pages, because we really want to tell the story, we really want to get more stuff in.
Right.
But it's hard, and if you want to do backgrounds and you want to do really serious, you want to do the choreography, it's going to cost you money, it's going to cost the artist money.
Yeah.
And it pays to only have 2-3 panels on a page. It helps the writer make money and do 8 books a month, and it helps the artist to sell the artwork. Dan, who when he was working at DC, went in for a meeting. They had a writers' summit type meeting in New York, and he told me afterwards that there was actually an argument between the writers and the artists. This is back, I guess, 93, 94, because this was Image era, and everybody wanted to do splash pages like the Marvel and Image guys. Because they sold well. First of all, they were fast. The fewer panels you have on a page, the more big figures with speed lines behind them and shit flying around and effects. And the faster the work got done, and the more quickly you sold that page. You could sell the original art for more, and you could get it done faster. And the artists were requesting the writers cut their scripts down. Some of the artists were basically, I don't know if the fight was if the artists were even there, but the writers were talking about this, that they were getting requests from some artists to basically go, come on, what's with 6 panels a page? I'm used to comics with 9 panels. I do comics with 27 panels. They're gags.
Jeez.
I mean,
I won't go over 9, and 9's a rarity for me.
You look at Eltingville, and there's a lot of, I'm looking at one right now from the last issue.
1, 2, 3, 4.
16 panels. Now that's lunacy. I lost money and ruined my life on Eltingville Club number 2. That's my fault. But almost every one of these pages I'm looking at has 8, 12 panels. When we did World's Funnest,
splash screens are all cross as well.
When we did World's Funnest, Jaime Hernandez said, "Look, I'm up for this, but only if you keep the pages to 6 panels." Because he knew.
I go from 3 to 5 when I write my own stuff. I want 3 to 5 unless it's a very specific scene.
Here's the thing: I'm not proud of myself. I'm not saying this is the way to make comics.
I'm just saying you put so much more energy than I'm willing to, because I'm not willing to put in that much energy into a page.
This is why you might have a better life than me, and I am in therapy. Because
I'm not in therapy yet. I'll get there.
Anybody who reads enough of my work can understand. Yeah, Evan Dorkin has problems. I put more on the page because I'm overcompensating, and also because I don't know how to cut. I
know a lot of artists like that. They're just overachievers that work really hard. They put all their self, and I'm like, dude, like if you look at what you're doing, you don't have to work all that hard. But I'm a slacker. I'm the opposite.
One of the problems is that you get involved in the page, and it's very hard for you to see the forest for the trees. You micromanage.
Yeah.
And one of my problems with one of the reasons I don't write Beast as fast as I've got Beast figured out to the end.
Oh wow!
I've got the through line. I know who lives, who dies, who kills, who cries. I cry because one of them's killing me. No, I'm not telling you a thing. I pitched one of the stories that I'm trying to set up. I told our editor and Jill, I laid it out for them at New York Comic Con about 7 years ago.
Oh wow!
And Jill cried her eyes out. She's an easy cry. And she went upstairs, and her then husband Brian actually came to me later and said, "What were you guys doing? She's crying." But I'm not going to make fun of her, because when I came up with this scene, I broke out bawling in my car because
It's a good scene.
That sounds like a great scene.
It's a good scene.
Well, let's hope.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil
No,
it.
I'm not.
Okay.
He's good.
Here's one of the problems: when you're working with cute animals, even when you know that there were people who cannot read the book because you're going to harm cute animals. We did not go out of our way to go, oh, we're going to make this book that's going to break people's heart.
Yeah.
Very Suburban was never a series. It was an 8-page story. Just like Eltingville. Eltingville was never a series. Eltingville was a 5-page story I came up with to get back at the people that upset Dan and sent him hate mail. And I was angry and I wanted to do something about it, and I needed new material for Instant Piano because I didn't want to just do the Murder Family and Milking. I wanted to do something new. Eltingville ended up becoming a fucking animated pilot and a book, and it was and a lunchbox and a bunch of stuff, and it was never supposed to be serious. Milk and Cheese, I didn't finish the story because of the way I talk. Kurt Sayanga and Steve Niles said I was drawing Milk and Cheese on people's backing boards because they asked every artist for a drawing. But I didn't have any established characters, and I had no work with Marvel DC, so nobody knew what to ask me to draw. You know, you go up to somebody and you go, "Can you draw me a Spider-Man?" Because they draw Spider-Man or whatever character. So I drew Milk and Cheese, who were these two drunken characters that I was drawing on napkins, waiting for food, and then I would draw them on envelopes that I sent to editors and people trying, and as jokes. I was drawing them as jokes on backing boards at conventions. And Steve Niles and Kurt saw this. They saw me drawing these dairy products, giving people the finger and making fun of their comics that they like. You like Batman? Okay, burn your comics. Batman sucks. It's just a dumb thing. But I would write these jokes, and I would try to write a different joke on every single one of them, which is what I still try to do on commissions. And we got to talking because Kurt, back in the day, just like nerd stuff, if you were into punk and new wave and ska, you could kind of the signifiers were T-shirts.
Yes.
If somebody was wearing a Specials T-shirt and somebody had a Cramps T-shirt, you'd kind of go, hey, you know what I mean? You could I get it. It was kind of like seeing a Star Trek shirt back in the day, which was actually rare. You did not, you certainly didn't see Doctor Who shirts much, and things like that. But when you saw that, you were like, hey, and at this comic convention, we got to talking because if you had a funny haircut or punk clothes and I had a funny haircut and I had, band shirts and they did, so we got to talking. And they started laughing at the Milk and Cheese stuff I was drawing, and Kurt said, if you ever want to do a comic strip with them, we'd put it in Greed. And that's how I did the first, and I was like, a comic strip? That's how uncareer-like, and that's how I don't have that push. Like, I couldn't figure out that I could pitch the Cartoon Network. I didn't figure out that maybe I could call around and try to get work in animation. I only let offers come in. I never was proactive. I never reached out until maybe
kind of amazing that you've done as much as you have when you did because some people are the opposite. They're super ambitious. They'll bleed you out to get any job.
They'll make an Instagram just to DM
my ambition as a teenager. Yeah, my ambition as a teenager was that I wanted to do I was hoping to start getting fill-in and backup art jobs at Marvel by the time I was 30, which is a silly person thing. How do you think?
Yeah. I wanted to work for Capcom and draw like.
By the time I'm
Mega
30,
Man
I wanted to direct my first film based on my comic book and screenplay, and I only did the comic book to get option offers and to establish the IP. It's like I am so far afield from that. Where I was just like, I had no idea. The independent market was where, and I was like, I can do comics based on my life.
Yeah.
Or I can put elements of my life into my science fiction jerk comics based on Star Wars. But I could also put punk and ska and bad relationships and jokes and pop culture. And that's where Pirate Corps Hectic Planet came from. I never planned Milk and Cheese. I never planned The Murder Family. That was just, we were watching the TV, a friend of mine, and this worst sitcom I ever saw called What a Dummy, about a ventriloquist dummy that talked. And I said, I could make a sitcom about serial killers and people would laugh. And I never realized that basically I was just doing the Addams Family. I designed it. I literally drew the characters right then and there and did it for Instant Piano 1. And I'm like, wait, that's Fester. That's Wednesday.
That's Gomez.
That's a grown-up Pugsley. That's sort of a Gomez, except he's not a good. There's no grandmama. But I'm like, shit. I just tapped. I just did 28 Days Later, doing all 3 Dead films in one movie. It's Night of the Living Dead, then it's Dawn of the Dead, and then it's Day of the Dead. It's like the guy didn't even realize it. Sometimes the archetypes are right in you. But yeah, I mean, none of these things were planned. Eltingville is clearly the how the fuck did it get as far as it did, and I'm still selling pages and doing commissions and shit of these characters, and we're talking about it and stuff. But I mean, my whole career has been accidental, and now that I've tried to take control of it, it's very late to turn the car. I'm actually, you can't see it, but I'm pulling at the steering wheel. But a lot of that was because as long as things were good, I didn't challenge or look forward. I didn't think that indie comics would dry up and anthologies would die and zines would go away and magazines would stop looking for weird art and artists and I would not get book offers to do book covers and band stuff anymore. And yeah, I became the thing that I warned everybody about in Eltingville and online and in my comics. Don't become Wally Wood. And that's not a talent comparison. It's you've gotta. And I say this as somebody who always told people don't concentrate on getting into Marvel and DC. That's great.
Yeah.
But if you think of when I used to do talks at schools, I'd say, I draw a bullseye and I draw a dartboard and I would draw the bullseye and I draw the double bull and I would draw the rest of it and the doubles and triples and I'd go, when you throw darts, you aim for the bullseye, but you might splash into something good. Okay? But if you are trying to only throw bullseyes, nothing but bullseyes all the time, you're obviously not going to do that unless you are one of the most amazing darts players in the world. And some of us are going to be the most amazing, but it's not going to be me and you most likely. Yeah. But that bullseye is Marvel and DC, and now Image, Dark Horse, whatever the fuck. But it's basically still Marvel and DC. It's IP that you grew up with and you want to be part of. You want to do Batman, you want to do Spider-Man, you want to do the Avengers. For every Dan slot, for everybody who gets every person whose dream it is to take that character and be able to write it or draw it or both, Marvel and DC for money, for canon. That's like throwing bullseyes all the time.
Yeah,
and that's probably not going to happen.
And also, it's like a big part of your life. And then what does that turn into later? What does that look like?
Well,
what kind of investment is it?
Right. Some people can bank it, and now you can move on to Image and things like that with your Marvel and DC, publicity and following. Yeah. But I mean, it's really hard to get an Image book that blows up unless you've had that Marvel or DC. I mean, Robert Kirkman's the only person that I can think of who Chew and Walking Dead are two of the few books that I can think of where those people did not do a sustained run on X-Men or Spider-Man or Batman or Daredevil or even did work that people liked on mid-level Marvel and DC books. And I mean, Walking Dead is an anomaly. And Tony Moore's art sold a lot of that, and he got. Let's not get into that. But I mean, Robert Kirkman basically said, "What if we did Dawn of the Dead and never stopped?" Which is an interesting high concept, and until the TV show happened, could only have been done in comics, and it took off. But everybody else at Image, they had to hit those bullseyes, and you have to have the opportunity and the talent and the place and the personality to get there. And there is only so many comics that come out that require artists and writers to work on Batman, this, that, and the other one. You are basically going to fail. You are mostly doomed to fail. And the thing is, what I would tell them is, my career was, I got to do a couple of weird things at Marvel and DC, but I didn't concentrate on that was going to be my thing, even though that was what I wanted to do as a kid. I love Marvel Comics. I just wanted to be a Marvel Comics artist. And I didn't have what it takes, and I don't have what it takes. I think I could write that stuff. I really do think I could if I put my mind to it and read a lot of it and got the continuity back and blah blah blah. I can plot action. I can plot character, and I still am super fond of a lot of those characters. I'm just not interested. But the fact is, what I also ended up doing was, luckily because of the small press, Milk and Cheese just became a thing. It blew up. It did well. It kept getting reprinted. It got me working animation. Milk and Cheese got me people asking me to do stuff like Dork. I got book jobs. I got the animation stuff happened more because of Milk and Cheese than because of our superhero stuff. Paul Dini said one of the reasons he wanted us to work on Superman was he knew that we loved that stuff, but he also knew we weren't beholden to it. We weren't blinded.
Ooh, Dini's such a good writer.
That Superman gig was so great because we didn't try out for it. He asked. Well, actually, I was asked if I wanted to write for Freakazoid first. We were gonna.
I love Freakazoid.
But the thing that happened, he had asked Sarah and I about Freakazoid, but the thing that happened with Freakazoid is Freakazoid fell apart before it rebuilt. Freakazoid was supposed to be Batman the Animated Series, but what if it starred Plastic Man or a goofy character?
Mm-hmm. Right.
What it became, from the little I saw of it, was like Tiny Toons for superheroes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was the Warner Brothers, Animaniacs, but with Freakazoid and a cast of jokey characters and goofy villains, and I don't think they were complete stories, right? It was segments.
No,
Yeah,
they're
were very
bits,
brief
a bunch
When
of
we-
bits.
When I was going to work on Freakazoid initially, I was going to do an episode with a character named Bombshell. It was
Ooh.
21-minute comedy superhero stories. The violence and the stories, the superhero aspects were going to be serious, but the characters were nuts. Freakazoid was going to be a plastic man, amped up crazy character like he is, but he was going to be fighting crime, beating people up, getting beat up. It was real crime stories, take over the world stories, except it was a comedy series. What happened was the Spielberg people who were backing Freakazoid said, "We want toys.
Merchandise sales, boys.
We want more toys, and we want this aimed at younger people, if I remember correctly." But whatever happened, Bruce, Tim, Paul Dini, I don't know if Alan, they quit. They went freelance. Bruce had already designed. They quit as producers. Paul was
That's
no
why
longer.
the Spielberg people took over, and
Well, I think they were always in charge, but what happened was the Warner Brothers writers, staff type people, Paul left. I don't know if Bruce left completely, but basically the series changed. It became jokes. Paul wrote for it. People wrote for it, but it was no longer. Paul couldn't hire us any longer. That kind of thing. So Freakazoid got changed from a humor Warner Brothers style superhero to a straight out humor show with superheroes. And when Superman got started up, Paul was telling us about how so many, once we had gotten the job, we had to keep it quiet for a while. We had gotten Livewire, which is a clunky episode because, again, first season of Superman, they didn't know exactly what they wanted. We didn't know exactly what we were doing.
Right.
A lot of things got changed in that episode that I think would have made it a better episode, but everybody was feeling their way out. Superman, unfortunately, didn't take off really until it started getting guest stars and whatnot. I think Superman's a viable character, but it's really tough with a character of that power class.
Yeah.
Problem.
I only like him in an ensemble. I only like Superman when he's part of a group with bounce with other people.
Well, it's funny because the thing that I like about Superman, I like if he's in serious shit.
Yeah, like.
Or he's being bamboozled by a character like Livewire or Mr. Mix. Because
McFly is so fun.
I don't like the character, but I can see a character like Lobo being a good foil for him. I like him as a straight man figure, but I also like his inherent decency, which might sound funny.
He's a good guy. Like,
I disagree with everyone who says he's got to kill people or he's got to be a badass.
No, my favorite
Cool.
episode of Justice League is when Shazam out Boy Scouts him. For like he's a good boy, but Shazam's a more good boy.
I think the idea. I think it's a challenge, and you can't be a lazy writer. But I think the idea of somebody who is trying very hard to be fair and has the power to not be fair. I mean, first of all, Superman. I used to draw comics all the time. Joke comics when working on Superman. Superman just going, "Hi, Mom. I wish you were here. Landed on Earth. I'm gonna kill all these motherfuckers tomorrow."
Oh, it's like Brightburn, that one movie.
This was something that we were trying to do with supposed to originally have been doing with the Livewire episode. It was playing off the fear that he's that he's duplicitous, that he's I'm trying to think of a better word for it, but basically he is softening up Earth for a wave of Kryptonians.
Quisling?
Oh, interesting.
A Quisling would be
to Dragon Ball.
Even more disgusting. But the Leslie Willis Livewire episode was going to be focused more on how Earth is handling the idea of Superman and how people and the media are reacting, and there was going to be a lot more exploration of the fear and paranoia of Leslie Willis's audience, which is actually kind of extremely.
That's really cool.
Sounds very what's the word for it? For today's what's been going on in media in the last few years. That she was working people up. I mean, originally it was a very shock jock thing, but she would have been a much more Alex Jones character.
Oh wow!
Right.
In that she was definitely rallying people against him, but when she got powers, we didn't. It was basically just here's how do we not make her Harlequin? How do we do something? She's got a good visual. the episode does not hang. It was supposed to be a much more striking, no pun intended, visual
Right.
ending that they just did not have the money or time to do. And they would the idea that the press was hounding. This was also going to be episodes. They plan out these episodes and then they change as they go through time. Our Supergirl second part of our Supergirl episode changed way more for the worse, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I still like it, but it was not. We can get into that, but basically the Livewire thing was going to be Superman makes his first public statements to the world. He was going to be keeping things.
Oh.
He was going to be taking off and not talking to reporters or Lois Lane. He was being mysterious in the first season. They kind of that didn't work out because shows, as scripts come in, as producers talk, you're like, we really want him to kind of talk more with Lois Lane, or we would like this, and you basically so. What happens with Livewire is that earlier episodes knock things out of that episode. So we lose this. We lose the fear and loathing being shown by certain people towards him. The fear that he's basically getting the earth in his hand, and and one day he's gonna tighten his grip and take over because he has the power to destroy, the other heroes. And it just became a much more of a straight villain origin. But I mean, I like Superman as a person of character who is a contrast to the anti-heroes and to the tweeners and the lunatics and the psychos, especially what we got in DC Marvel Comics in the 90s to this day, where it's just, how much of a badass you are.
Yeah.
I like characters. I like characters in comparison to one another, and just each character that goes, okay, I'm gonna be like good lawful or lawful chaos or like all that. Having that landscape and having those guys compare values, I think that's what gets me really excited about characters. And if you don't do that,
I agree with that. I mean, I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I don't keep up with this stuff, but I think that was something that was it was played a lot for laughs. But the earliest, the Kevin Maguire, who's the writer, the JLA, where you had Guy Gardner and Batman, and the Russian character, you had Martian Manhunter. That's clearly what they were doing in those 80s comics, and I really remember liking the way that they played off. I mean, I don't think it was a great comic, but Batman and the Outsiders tried to do that. I mean, the Avengers, but now it comes down to a lot of things. It comes down to how much money can you make.
Yeah.
When editors started getting money based on the sales of books, Wolverine started showing up in everybody's book. When they started to codify what villains you could use for what stories. If you had a great Kingpin story, doesn't matter how good it was, you have to go to the Daredevil office and beg whoever is in charge of Kingpin, whoever is in charge of the Joker, whoever is in charge.
Oh my God.
The Superman office, you had to talk. Somebody would have to talk to them. Now, I worked on stuff that didn't matter. I worked on the animated books, and I worked on Elseworlds books. I had a Batman Elseworlds that I was working on that I decided not to do because I thought I was gonna.
Oh.
It was another.
Would that be about?
It was called Arkham Murder Mystery.
Oh.
And it was fully plotted, and we were looking for an artist. Joey Cavalieri was what we were going to do after Elseworlds, and it was. It's funny. I mean, I'll tell you the opening because I don't. I tried. I asked DC, can we use the bookworm from the TV series because I wanted to kill a character off. Now it's Elseworlds. It's Elseworlds, but I didn't want to kill off one of the main characters right off the bat. But something that pop culture people and Batman fans would have heard of, and basically the bookworm is arrested. You meet Batman and Robin beats up the bookworm in this intricate opening, early James Bond sequence, and the bookworm is taken to Arkham and he's locked up. And he's doing something that causes him to have to be put into a solitary, and he's found dead the next day.
Oh, that's.
And then it's a locked room murder mystery in Arkham, and it's an old house murder mystery. And then you basically end up with the asylum stories, where it's probably been done already, where Batman talks to Gordon and says, "I'm going to go in as."
Oh yeah, we've had a lot of those stories.
Yeah, I mean, Serious House.
But he has to be the detective. He's the detective in there, and he's not only is he's trying to figure out who is killing the arch villains of Gotham in Arkham Asylum, and he ends up having to work with the Joker, who doesn't know he's Batman. And the Joker is actually becoming terrified because he knows he's on the list, and he cannot.
This sounds good.
He's
Yeah,
actually
that
the
sounds
one who
cool.
provides a lot of the early clues because he's the one who's writing shit on his walls and going bookworm, this, that, that, this one, this, that, that. This was a missed opportunity, and he's trying to figure out who is doing it, and he thinks Batman's doing it.
No, of course.
So a bunch of crazy shit happens, and I haven't. It's been sitting in my files for 20-something years, and I'm sure I'll never get it. I've been toying with putting it up the whole pitch on the Patreon, but it ends with opening for a sequel, and
Oh.
it's the sequel would have been fucking insane. I'm not
Oh,
saying
man.
good, but it would be
Insane
because
is yeah.
the whole thing would have been but yeah, Arkham. The whole thing takes place in Arkham, and
Dang.
I wanted to work very hard on it because I want it to be a real mystery. I want people to really, really not
Oh,
just
wow.
go, oh,
I
it's
fucking
clear what's
love
going on
mysteries,
here.
too.
And I don't
Very
want it to
good.
be one of these things where it's like, oh, the Joker's got people putting Joker gas in there. But yeah, and I just, but the thing is, everybody loves to do all the villains. I love doing all the villains. I wasn't influenced by Arkham Asylum. I was influenced by Batman, the Batman issue that had all the villains out to kill him, and it was a Don Newton issue. It was like an anniversary issue back in the day because I wasn't a DC fan, but I loved villains and I thought Batman villains were cool. And it was literally all the bad ones: Signal Man, Calendar Man, all the Kite Man, all of them were in there. And
Do you have a favorite Batman villain?
No, not really.
Nah. Okay.
I think the Joker's overused, and I wish he'd go away.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
My favorite thing is the animated series Mr. Freeze. That was the first time I cared about a Batman villain.
I mean, the thing is, they're all overused at this point.
Oh, yeah.
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 To me, it's like, I just wish. I mean, Doctor Doom, Kingpin, all the villains. Darkseid, Thanos sucks. I mean, yeah.
Well,
Death, big deal.
I always thought that Marvel and DC, they have these characters and they just have to rely on them so hard. I was like, what if they just for like a couple of years they didn't put any of their characters. They didn't put Batman, they didn't put Kingpin, they didn't put Spider-Man. They're not in anything, and they have to make new characters, and then you hear whispers of those characters you want to see.
Well, they tried that with the TV show where Batman wasn't in Gotham City, right? And everybody got nuts. Because you can do that for yourself, and you can do that for your fanzine and your Flash fiction. And there's lots of people at Marvel and DC who would actually be happy to write a couple of stories like that. And once in a blue moon, you get an 8-pager. But because everybody wants to explore this stuff, and
But I feel like you have to train an audience for that.
You can't do it for two reasons. Well, it's one reason why they tried to do it with books like Solo and oddball books like Tangled Web of Spider-Man, which I almost did a Circus of Crime story for, which Spider-Man only shows up for a couple of panels. I actually posted the full plot and everything about that on my Patreon.
I'm just on the Patreon again, I think.
$5 though, because some of them are PDFs. I try to make everything for the dollar level. But process stuff sometimes goes into the 3 art sales and PDFs of scripts. Certain scripts go to the 5 and 10. But I try to make it as open, like all the world's funnest scripts are showing up for the dollar thing. But the thing about that is, here's the thing. Like I was talking about, don't target your career and your life to be the 823rd person to write Killer Croc stories. Because they're going to take your ideas and they're going to try to shortchange you if they ever get used for a television bit or video game.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact is,
if they don't have to pay you shit, they won't pay you shit.
It's all such a fucking gamble because you have to hit 5 bullseyes in a row. And then when your favorite editor or editor-in-chief leaves, you're not going to have contacts there anymore, or your style is going to fall out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah.
Or your hand is going to hurt. So, building on that thing of aim for as many things as you can hit on that target board. Animation, writing, editing, color work, pre-press. I mean, back in the day, everybody was doing production work while they were trying to get, now you do websites or whatever the hell, which I can't do, and I wish I could do because it would help my work a lot to be able to present. I don't have a website. I don't have a real website. But the thing is,
there's website making tools.
Sarah and I were doing. We were doing magazine work. We were doing Mad, Nickelodeon, Disney Adventures. We were doing IP work. We did video game work, which was like one of the worst video games ever made.
What video game?
Uh-oh, what game?
This was just a couple of years ago. Oh shit, I don't remember the name of it. Oh my god, how do I not remember? It was a huge Konami fail on one of their favorite
Metal Gear Survive.
Contra, that
Contra.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Which
god,
Contra?
you worked on the Contra reboot?
the one that you can buy for $1.
Wait,
You can buy a lot of video games for $1.
Wait, is
That's
it like
actually-
is it on the Wii?
I'm looking for it. Contra
Whatever
Road Core.
Yes.
Oh,
Contra,
I love Contra. I'm a huge Contra fan. I
You
looked
don't
at
love
that
this.
and I was like, I don't think I'm playing that.
You don't
Oh
love-
no.
You don't love this. Holy moly. But I gotta tell you though, great experience and good money.
I
Oh
might
my
play
God.
it just to see your contribution to it, and
Well,
I
we
just
wrote-
like Contra.
The problem was that the game kept getting designed differently, and we were supposed to be writing all this stuff, and we ended up writing a lot of badass type dialogue.
Right? Yeah, it's over the top, like ridiculous.
It was so over the top that it actually grossed out some people who like even things.
But that's Contra.
well, good luck to you.
Oof.
If you ever want to spend that $1, I mean, like we could talk. That's a whole other subject. It was we got to see that our kid. We got to take our kid into the city, and they had the huge board. They would put anything we were talking about, pitching for ideas. Somebody was at a console and just putting up images from what we were talking about pop. We're like, here's the thing, talking about the drop ship from Alien, and here's the scene where Lambert, and boom, somebody puts that up, and we're like, right. And Sarah's
no.
Sarah did design work of some of the characters herself just by doing a what do they call it? An idea board, I guess they call it.
I'd like to mention
what?
my favorite thing
Oh.
about this game page is that the game's description is pre-ordered to get 2 t-shirt skins for Hungry Beast.
That's it.
There's no description of the game.
There's no description.
It just
Oh my
says
God.
pre-ordered to get 2
All right,
t-shirt skins for Hungry Beast.
Here's I'll give you. If I can remember to go back to whatever the fuck I was talking before. Here's the thing that happened. Hungry Beast is a giant polar bear cyborg. Okay. Now Hungry Beast is a cool looking character. He's got a giant automatic. I'm not a gun person. I'm anti-gun actually, but in fiction,
Yeah,
Some-
same.
you look at that thing and he's got one of those crazy Gatling type.
That's a big panda.
He's a very big panda, and he's disgusting, and he eats a lot, and he breaks the toilet, and stupid shit like that. But here's the thing. He's a cyborg, and a cyborg is a organic creature with cybernetic parts, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So his origin, this is what we're handed. Hungry Beast is, and we're like, oh, we love Hungry Beast. The giant panda that's killing stuff and blowing shit up, and he launches rockets off his back. It's unrealistic. It's stupid.
Right.
Okay, that's fun. So we're doing our job as a writer. So here's what we're doing with Hungry Beast. Okay, we have something. We have got to tell you something about Hungry Beast. Hungry Beast can't be a cyborg. What?
Why?
Why?
Hungry Beast cannot be a dead panda.
It's just a
Giant
guy
panda.
with his brain in it now.
No, he can't do that.
Why?
Is this a China thing?
Yes.
Well, the wiki
Oh, why
says
they
thought
lose
so.
money in
That's
China because the
weird.
panda
can't-
is.
formerly known
You
as
cannot fuck with. You cannot. We will lose the China market, which they probably did it. They lost
my
everything.
God.
They lost the American market.
They lost
the
everywhere.
world market on this
Dude,
game.
Konami is just. Oh, I hate Konami.
Well,
This is why I'm done with companies. I can't
tell
handle it.
Let me
I
tell you
cannot.
something. We were brought in as freelancers. There
Yeah.
was no reason for me to kiss up to anybody. Everybody there was really trying their best. I have no knowledge of how the actual game components that people didn't like, actual play, was not what was being handled in that room.
yeah.
I mean, we did get to meet the guy who created the series and everything, and he was super cool. And we couldn't talk to him because he only spoke Japanese, but he really loved my Tezuka T-shirt, so we tried to bond over that. And
Aw.
everybody in that room, the Japanese and Americans working on that, were really trying. I would tell you if they weren't. We were really trying, but when it came down to it, this seemed like a very rushed game that had a lot of problems, and we had to keep rewriting constantly because things like we can't have the panda be a real panda.
Yep.
It can't be dead.
That's the least of their problems. Like, how's the gameplay?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, no, yeah, but I'm telling you from our end,
yeah.
these kind of problems kept cropping up. And what was really cool at the time was, as we worked on dialogue last.
Mm.
We worked on tightening their basically creating a Bible. We created some of the characters, tightened up some of the characters. We took the man, I haven't thought about this in ages. was a ton of work. We took the rough Bible while the game was in development, and we tightened it up like an animation Bible. And our animation Bible, Sarah and I have done multiple animation Bibles. It's something I think we're very, very good at. Because everybody goes, oh my God, look at the size of this Bible. And I'm not, this sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but we have always gotten really high marks from everybody on our Bibles. We did a Bible for Eltingville, for Tyrone. We did a Bible for Andy Watson's Skeleton Key comic back in the day for the people who did the Tick. And we did a Bible. We were hired by, I forgot about this. We were hired by people at Warner Brothers about 10 years ago, 8, 7, I don't know. We did 2 huge Bibles for Warner Brothers, Sarah and I, in fairly recent history. One of them was for Bruce Timm, for a concept that he just had some drawings and some basics. And I can't talk about that much because it's like, I feel like that's Bruce's thing. I think they're trying to keep him busy where they didn't have any superhero shows. Man, we wanted to do this show so fucking bad. It involved spies, science fiction, horror.
That sounds cool.
60s, 70s international genre cinema. You had, Klaus Kinski type characters, James Bond, in like Flint type characters, but also those weird international movies where you had an international cast and a lot of 70s music and 60s music, and it was just a lot of stuff. And I think we tied it together based on the fact that we had to come up with most of it on our own really well. We did playlists, we did bands that we would like to have seen record because it had a Josie and the Pussycats angle. It had a lot. And, we knew that was going nowhere because we kind of felt like Bruce is not going to do this. Bruce is going to end up doing more superhero stuff. That's what Bruce does. Not making fun of him, but Bruce always seemed to like he wants to do something that he creates, but he really enjoys what he does. And he goes, and it's easier and maybe simpler, and he just he comes up with more ideas and gets real enthusiastic about it. But boy, do I wish we could have done something with this. But the other one, which I have talked about, but I have not put material out there, I was told that I could talk about it, was we did a 45 page Bible for a pitch from Warner Brothers that was originally aimed at the Adult Swim of Commandy, the Last Boy on Earth.
Whoa!
Oh my God.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. And because it was Adult Swim, you can understand that it was not exactly Jack Kirby's Commandy, Last Boy on Earth.
Right.
But the person who hired us, and Sarah and I, love Kirby, and the program, the marching orders we were given was Kirby. As much Kirby as you can put in. We put in all the Kirby we could, and then we were told, could you get more Kirby in there? So we went to the map in the letters page that shows Kirby's map of the world, and we started pulling. We thought we had too much stuff in it. We started bringing in the leopard people and the insect people and the fire people and all the stuff that's on Kirby's map that he never used, and we started fleshing all that out.
Oh, cool.
The Last Boy on Earth was going to be a comedy, adventure, action, horror, everything series about him traveling. I mean, the thing is, Kirby never gave him a real mission. He's looking for women, and he's looking for survivors. And basically, the thing about Commandy is that he's the last boy on Earth, and he is. This is not an important aspect of it, but it was the first thing that we started working with. He is incredibly horny and lonely.
I mean, could you blame him?
He's not bright. And he's also not in good shape because he's living in that bunker and he's just watching TV and on the computer and using whatever stuff is left after the apocalypse. And he's been raised by pop culture. He's out of shape. He has a robot companion, which is...
This is my origin story.
And the thing is, the only thing that he has to talk to is an avatar of Big Brother. Who's up in the sky from the OMAC series, because OMAC and Commandy are connected. Okay. And we were given the okay to use OMAC at some point if we wanted to use him. And so we came up with multiple paths for why is Commandy walking around Why are the characters that he's with in the comic with him? Why do they put up with him? How does he survive? And what is in this Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland world out there that he's looking for? And what if he's wrong about everything? What if they're all wrong about everything and they get in over their head and they become, well, without getting, basically it is Jack Kirby's Commandy. We had everything in it. We had Dr. Canis, we had the tigers, the lions. We took the gorillas and we basically dialed them down, because what Kirby does a lot in the 70s is take movies he's seen and use them as plots. And the gorillas are so Planet of the Apes. And
yeah.
the gangsters and they're his main villains, so they're not our main villains. We had to come up. They're a main villain, but we had to come up with a reason for why they act and do what they do, which is something that you're supposed to do in Bibles and in comic and everything. Why are these characters?
What's their motivation? Why do they do anything?
Why do they exist?
Why is anybody doing what they do other than just to be in a comic and try to take over the world or kill Commandy? We had the Sackers. The Sackers was a joke. It was going to be basically Amazon. There's going to be Sackers stores all over the world, and they were horrible labor problems. And this Flower was in there, Click Clack was in there. The leopard people, the insect people, the jaguar people. Sarah came up with an amazing idea of why we had to change the tiger people. Like, I won't get too deep into any of this, but the tigers all live in like Roman times,
right?
Which just makes no fucking sense.
That sounds awesome though, like gladiators.
yeah, but you know what? We don't want people going, why are they in a Roman city in New Jersey?
They're gonna have to ask questions.
It makes no sense, because Kirby was just throwing in funky, cool stuff, and it didn't have to make sense. Right, but the thing is, in a show, when you're gonna if you want to hopefully,
there's got to be some logic to it. Yeah.
Well, here was the thing. Sarah worked out an idea. Okay, we won't do Roman stuff because, to be honest, it makes no sense. Why would you, picking up from the ruins of society, you would not build a Roman Colosseum. But what if you picked up from the ruins of medieval times in New Jersey? So the Tiger Society was based around medieval England as seen through the lens of medieval times and bullshit pop culture.
That is.
So it gave them the background. Also, to be honest, the Roman look to me is kind of boring for animation. It's just, I mean, it's not boring in real life, but the column, I mean, it's just, but you know, we'd have the
marble columns, aqueduct,
Tiger Prince, and all those. It was going to be medieval times bullshit. So it's like they listen to disco music after their events and shit, because that's what they at medieval times, and everything was going to be like that. But the fact was, it was nuts, but it was still Kirby. Everything was in there. If you ask me if something from Commandy is in there, yes, it's in there. Is New York in there? Yes. The Rat People? Yes. I mean, everything was in there. The bunker system, we worked out in a world of all the. Why is there just one bunker? There's obviously going to be more bunkers. What is in those bunkers? And there are magic boxes and other societies and things. And the Wasteland, we created things that are not from Commandy that we thought went with Commandy.
How do you make that decision? Like, because that seems like a little scary to me. Having to put something in. Yeah.
You have to have other things, because ideas. Just like work creates work.
Well, what's the process for? Is it like tangentially related?
First, you're like a computer program. You're like an AI. You're scraping all the Commandy comics.
Right.
We have them. We didn't have to get them. We have them. And we scraped the Commandy comics. We scraped some of the OMAC stuff, and we went online to make sure that we didn't miss anything that Kirby was planning or thought about. We didn't really take from the later stuff. We didn't take anything that wasn't Kirby.
Yeah.
Just the Kirby run itself, which has, because here's the thing, Kirby just we had Ben Boxer and the and Renzi and all those guys who were kind of like, they weren't bad, but they kind of were like, if you remember, Renzi and Ben Boxer and them were like really kind of into science, like in a cult way. So we kind of made them like, when they finally go to check them out where the bat people are and all that crazy stuff, and the Streptococcus living germ character that they're fighting or some crazy shit like that. The Ben Boxer character was always saying things like, ask me about science, because like they were kind of running a cult. It was a very benevolent cult. But Commandy, after a while, Commandy and Flower and all them are kind of like, Dr. Canis are like, these guys are a little creepy, because, you know, they're all these like cleft-chinned, squared superhero guys who were all like going up, let's go to Science Center. Look at all this science. We believe in science. And they were just like fucking nuts. And we just rolled with that. We added that, but the thing is, it's kind of there if you're doing a parody of it. The problem was, well, again, it's funny when you talk about that, something that because I don't let anybody talk and I just keep rolling. What you were talking about having different characters.
I'm enjoying myself. Yeah.
This is the blast.
What were you saying, talking about, well, DC and Marvel should not use their characters as often as they do? I agree with you 100% because it just gets tiresome. But here's the thing.
It becomes predictable because if anyone suffers anything, you have to undo it at some point.
It becomes predictable, but it also just becomes, why don't we write more Superman? Why don't we write stories about characters who are a little more, trying a little bit harder? It's because, what's a Joker story now? Well, I'm going to make the Joker really crazier. What? No, he's going to be really crazy. He's going to take people's skin.
I want to see his retirement plan. I want to see him settle down into old age.
And be enough of this fucking guy. But here's the problem. Here's the only characters you're going to get, and there's two reasons for it. There's one reason for it, actually. Nobody's going to give him a new character. Going back to what I said about Liefeld. Liefeld's the only idiot who said, hey, I got all these characters in the back of my book when I was going to church.
You can just have them.
They're new, have them.
I want to put them into, let's do this. Now, he lucked out, and Deadpool, and to a degree Cable, became huge. That does not happen to anyone else, really.
They get used by their author, then tossed away.
They haven't been. Think about the most popular characters of the last, what? Are there any new characters that have really blown up? Lobo, they've never been able to really push him. He's fucking 35 years old now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, if you think of a character, She-Hulk, 80s.
Yeah.
All these characters that are new to the public. Moon Knight. And they're still not huge. Yes, they're getting pops, but they're not going to. They can't.
Harley Quinn
in their own
in chat said
Harley Quinn's relatively new.
That's it.
Harley Quinn's another happy accident, and she didn't. She's not because of DC Comics.
Animation.
And she got changed too by other people. The only thing you can do with DC and Marvel that people are willing to do with DC and Marvel, and that DC and Marvel is willing to do, because the editors at DC and Marvel aren't sitting there going, "Yeah, we need a new villain." When I grew up in comics, you had a new villain every fucking month.
Right, yeah.
And most of them sucked. It was a big deal if the Molten Man came back, and he sucked. But you didn't get Dr. Octopus or the Green Goblin every goddamn month. You didn't get Kang every fucking time.
Grant Morrison gets to make villains. Grant
Morrison doesn't. I don't think Grant Morrison is giving them his A-list characters, though. He's not giving them C-Guy. He's not giving them the We Three. Which, if Grant Morrison grew up was an adult in the 70s and had those ideas, he would have done what everybody did. He would have said, "Here's Howard the Duck. Here's Wood God. Here's Thanos. Here's Adam Strange." Well, Adam Strange was already around, but Thanos, Pip the Troll, Gamora. Nobody's creating those characters, and those are side characters.
I kind of like that a little bit. I like that these big IP giant monster machines are struggling to get new IPs. They're scraping.
No, I like it, and I don't. But here's the thing: I don't. Yeah. Well, I don't care because I haven't seen an MCU film or a DCU film.
Oh wow!
But here's the funny thing:
nice.
How popular is Groot? How old is Groot? Do you know where Groot comes from?
He's from one of the sci-fi anthologies. He's like from the 50s.
Pre-Marvel. He's an Atlas comic creation, but come on, man. If they put Goom and shit in these things, that goes back ages. The only character that's not going to get a pop, that's not going to get into a TV show at the MCU, is Fight Man, because I created him and I suck. I'm not allowed to have anything, and I created like 80 villains for those fucking books.
Have you thought about pitching? Have you thought about pitching to HBO?
No, I can't pitch Fight Man to HBO.
Why not?
Marvel owns them.
Okay, well, have you thought about pitching it to Disney?
Disney, yeah.
But here's the thing. You know what?
Go to Walt Disney's office and go pound on Walt Disney's door.
Fight Man, somehow, some lunatic at Marvel decided Fight Man gets into the Marvel handbook.
Oh.
So you're in. You're in.
So he's an MCU character. I could not believe somebody like Bendis didn't kill him in the aughts. I was just
Bendis
waiting.
like to embarrass more than kill.
I was just waiting for somebody to have. Oh yeah, that guy Bigelow. Look at him. He's on. He's now. Here's the thing. You can't kill Fight Man. It's very hard to kill Fight Man. That was the plot of the Agent X stories I did with him. Is that he actually wants to die and can't now. So he was hired. Somebody from the Fight Man comics hired Agent X to kill Fight Man, and he tries for an issue to kill Fight Man, and he keeps getting pieced. Literally, his arm gets. He keeps hurting himself so badly that he's practically, because he was Deadpool. They were trying to fuck. That's why Liefeld is still to do anything. Marvel tried to fuck Liefeld out of royalties by creating Agent X and Soldier X. That's how nice a company they are.
Really?
Oh man,
Don't
Yeah.
you remember?
The
Yeah,
had-
I don't remember that.
oh, the
You
hand.
can't
got
trust
rid of-
companies, dude. You can't.
Deadpool and Cable were sidelined, and Agent X and Soldier X, who were never outwardly admitted to be those characters, but were those characters. Agent X is Deadpool. He makes references, jokes around,
right.
and he's got the Wolverine. Except he's Wolverine, but he doesn't have the Spider-Man costume.
Oh, wait.
Because what an amazing character. Because what's Deadpool's power? Well, I liked Wolverine and I liked Spider-Man. Well, what does he do? He fights with a sword. What does he do? And Fabian comes in and goes, okay, hold on. And then other people come and go, he jokes. And then finally the character takes off, for real. You know what I mean? Liefeld didn't even have a thing for his character. He just had a shtick. He just had a visual. Other people had to walk that thing into the bullseye. But anyway,
Yeah.
the thing is, nobody's going to create characters for Marvel and DC because nobody's going to take their Hellboy. Nobody's going to take their name a superhero. Nobody's going to take I can't. Everybody creates their own stupid versions of them. Here's Invincible. It's this. Here's our Superman. Here's our Spider-Man. Here's our this and that.
Yeah.
But nobody's going to create Spawn for Marvel or DC. All you're going to get. I mean, editors aren't going to do it. They're not going to say, "I've got an idea for a character. You run with it," like they used to, and work.
Why
out
not? Why don't?
Plus,
I'm
you're not
curious
going to
why
get
don't they-
paid. So you're going to go.
okay.
You're going to go use Kingpin again because you don't want to sign that character creator, which is going to make you maybe some money down the road. But why would you do this when you hope, like almost everybody else, that you're going to leave Marvel and DC at one point when you get a little tired of it and you have your own idea and you go off and you go do your Image book, or you do your Dark Horse book, or nobody's going to bring Umbrella Academy to DC or Marvel. You can't even bring Umbrella Academy to Vertigo because they shut Vertigo down when AT&T bought them out with all that debt and just said, how can we save $50 here and there? Let's get rid of the idea.
Yep.
Let's get rid of IP
Brutal.
factories and let's not pay anybody a fucking dime. Because the way Marvel Corporation saves money is by paying Devin Grayson $2,500 for a character created in one of their books, rather than maybe saying, maybe we don't need all these executives and maybe we shouldn't buy planes tomorrow for this trip. Or,
Yeah, that's a corporation for you.
Everything that they've got on their slate, everything that they're trademarking, according to something I saw that Kurt Busiek put up, is a 90s or aughts comic. And that all came from people who wrote and drew that shit, because it's not the executives can't come up with this stuff. It's not the editor's place to do it anymore because they're not getting paid to fuck. They're already overworked and underpaid.
Yeah.
Everybody. at
Well,
Marvel-
good that they don't get anything new. They don't.
Oh
Deserve
no,
it.
they don't get anything new. But guess what? Does that change
What?
the world at all?
I don't
No,
know.
it doesn't.
Well,
You get She-Hulk, Red She-Hulk, Gray Hulk,
I
Russian
think
Hulk, Dead Hulk,
it does
Bearded Hulk,
matter.
Baby Hulk, Little Man Hulk, Future Hulk,
But that's
Murder Hulk,
okay.
Nice.
Oh, I
mean,
love
wait,
yeah.
The only fans that
Future Hulk's my favorite.
the only people who are gonna sit around and just eat that are like hardcore fans, right? Like people are moving on to like manga and
You tell me what's on the
other-
screens, what's in the comic shops, what's on the bestsellers list. You tell me.
Batman. That's what's there. Batman.
Only
What
two
did they
out of
create for
60
Batman?
DC books
They
this
created
month for
fake
Batman.
Harley. They created fake
But-
Harley Quinn. Some dumb.
but they have
punchline.
less and less viewership
That's
over
punchline.
years, right?
You know what?
No,
I
it's
don't
going
think-
up
I don't
again.
think- I don't think they're hurting, and I don't think anybody else is making good inroads on that.
Yeah.
Even if you talk outside of comics, yes, you'll have some Hellboy movies. They just announced a Goon movie.
Oh,
Marvel
the
is
good
seeing
movies. Yeah.
The
People are-
Goon movie
I
is
love the
not
Goon.
gone.
It's coming.
People
It's
are-
happening.
Oh,
Great.
great.
People are cosplaying as the things that you see pops made of, that you see comics made of.
Mhm.
But the thing is, you will always keep seeing the same thing or permutations of these same things, which is why you get Spider-Man, black costume Spider-Man, Venom, Carnage, Gwenpool, Venom, whatever. You're only going to
Venom.
get
Venom.
You're only going to
That's
get
a good
Captain Marvel, various Captain Marvels, new Captain Americas because they can only play musical chairs with the IP because nobody
Right.
nobody wants to create new stuff for them. There is no reason to create new stuff for them unless you are such a goofball fanboy like Rob Liefeld that you just come in all smiles, kick the door in and say, take all my drawings and I get to do this and I'm so excited to be here. And there are still people who do that though.
I feel like that guy's eternally 12. Like he's got that creative spirit. He's really enthusiastic.
And he's also eternally never going to turn out his Kickstarter books that people paid for, and people still going to fucking love it. But the thing is, we have an industry that's so based on fandom more than ever. The people who did the comic books that I grew up on were not fans of these characters. John Buscema did not like superheroes. Gil Kane could give a shit. He did the best job he could. Joe Kubert did not like superheroes. People like Roy Thomas came in and they just, creamed their pants all the time that they were working on superheroes. And they got to write Conan and all the things that they grew up on. And that fan base, that fan professional that came in at the late 60s.
I do not like that,
that's what we have.
Yeah.
We have a lot of,
that's what happens.
More fans by fans.
Yeah.
And that's why we have people who are willing to do IP books for IDW God, I can't even remember the goddamn name. I did work for them, but they
just looking at the landscape, I was just like, I'm not a fan like these guys.
What's the name of the company that did the Boom? You got people who are willing to do fucking books for $20 a goddamn page of art.
Oh, they don't pay enough. I know cover artists for that, and I'm like, I make more money. Listen, I make more money doing furry porn than they make money doing covers for Boom.
I make more money. Doing if anybody follows me on Instagram. I don't think you do because some of you just started following me on Twitter. I noticed. Thank you. It's cool. I'm not on there a lot right now because it's depressing. Twitter's very, very depressing.
Oh, yeah, no.
It is depressing. You have to prune your list.
If you like, no, it's not even that. It's just unfortunately I have a lot of friends and people I care about who are in the industry, and and also.
I kill their retweets. I follow them, not their retweets.
I'm on Instagram is where I mainly am right now, and I sell artwork through it. And I do these. I started doing these index card drawings on blank index cards, and I was just doing them as a goof. I was like, I can't sleep. Here's a drawing. I have terrible insomnia. I'm depressed. I just saw something I like, and I would just draw. Sometimes and people said, "Can we buy that from you?" This is exactly like my whole career. And I was like, And now I have a small side business of drawing these, 3x5 index cards, putting them on Instagram. People can claim for them. I roll D&D dice, depending on how many people put a claim in, and they're anywhere from $10 to like $60, $70.
You could be charging more.
Everything you're doing, you could charge more. It's funny. I went to a convention. Listen, I did caricatures professionally for like 10, 12 years on top of the comic stuff. And I went to this Comic-Con, and this dude is selling black and white work for a sketch of a person for $10. And I'm like, okay, listen, they charged that when I was like a fucking kid. I go to these conventions, I sell print for like $20. You're making work from scratch for $10?
Well, we talked about this. You and I are the opposite. You and I have you have a better sense of.
I went to a festival, a Japanese festival. It said, and I drew caricatures. I just said, I'm trying to draw you anime. It was the exact same thing. I just called it anime and not a caricature. And I made $35 a head. Just drawing people for. It took me 5 minutes to draw each.
When I started doing these cards, and I try to keep it to like a sort of. I want to try to make at least $25 an hour.
Right.
I'll tell you, I have pushed the prices of my original art up.
Good.
Okay.
And I had somebody who actually paid me almost twice what I asked for a piece.
Oh, nice.
And
people start doing that now because they I have the money. I think you're worth more.
There's a lot of people who've been throwing tips, and that's been really, really nice.
I love that.
It is hard to learn and to stand up for yourself. Now, I can talk the talk and tell people to do that. It's very hard for me to do it myself.
Yeah.
My friends of mine and my wife were just like, you really need to charge more for these things, because I was charging like $10. I was like $20, but I mean, the thing is, I'm not good at I don't know what anything's worth these days.
It's worth what people are willing to pay for it. So
and then you'll
So-
see your work on eBay, or you'll see somebody trying to sell your work, and you're like, Jesus Christ, that is a shitty drawing, and it just went for $400.
Yeah, I
But
looked
can't-
on
I can't
eBay.
put- I can't-
Your first edition of Milk and Cheese, that's like 360, 370.
Yeah, it's really weird. I actually have about 9 copies still. I'm probably gonna have to do something about that. I kept a lot of file copies of my old stuff, and it's what the really weird thing is watching people pay $150 for a used T-shirt from the '90s.
Oh wow.
I don't get that.
Yeah, there's a
I know
lot of those
T-shirts are.
people.
I know T-shirts have their own fandom. It's one I never got, like sneakers. I just
yeah, I'm not a collector.
It's really hard because there are people on Instagram who are doing watercolors, 4x4 inch beautiful watercolors. These are name artists, and they're charging I think like $34. And I wish I knew them better because I don't. Roger Langridge, it was fucking great. He charges much less than I think he should for his convention sketches. I mean, it's really weird because I don't understand prints. I never had, I'm not a print collector. I haven't offered them yet. People are always asking for prints. The problem is everybody always asks for prints and T-shirts.
Prints are. I wouldn't do T-shirt. Prints are really easy though.
Yeah, but everybody says we want to buy it, and then they're not. Take my money, and then when you go to take their money, they're I have to go buy this pop of
I did cheap print. Like it cost me 25 cents for like 11 by 17 print. Get them done in New York, and I would sell them for $25 at anime conventions.
It's something I'd like to do, but I haven't been doing conventions for like the last 3 years.
Oh,
Yeah, I quit conventions. That's
why I do a lot of mail order, and it's a lot of work, especially right now that I'm on my own.
Yeah, it's a lot. You don't have like an assistant or anything?
Oh, absolutely not. I can't pay an assistant. I'm not
my God.
Nobody works for free, as Sacco Jones said at the comic store.
Boy.
China is helping me with the colors on the milk and we're doing a set of milk and cheese resin figures with H&H Toys in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
And, if you go on my Instagram, you'll see them. They are really nice. But he's doing a box for them with labels, and China's helping me digitally clean up and color the labels. And she's like, I don't know what to charge. And I'm like, I'm paying you. I appreciate that you're a friend, and we are friends in real life outside of comics as well. But you pay people, and I'm not just saying figures. I mean, even if it's not much at first, everybody should. You can't tell people you need to get paid from Boom and then not pay somebody.
It's true.
But
That's true.
I've upped my rates. I mean, also a thing is this: do I really want to draw this fucking thing?
Right. Yeah,
That's a hard thing to do.
When I was desperate, I still owe people commissions from 2 years ago. I'm down to my last dozen. I've got like 6 of them.
Oh God, I owe commission. Don't remind me.
I know, but everybody knows that we're having. I mean, Sarah's cancer and a lot of other problems, and we're fighting for our financial lives. But the funny thing is, since going to Patreon, since putting art up on Instagram, since I don't have an art website, but I have an art list, and now that you have digital cameras, if people don't know what a page is, I can take every Eltingville page I've ever drawn, but one is for sale or has been sold, and I can take pictures and just send people the images because I don't have time to set up a website or the know. And it has been saving my ass. And the joke that I have not done regular comics in like maybe 2 years now.
So you're finally grasping the reins of the internet.
No, well, I grasped it a few years ago, but I still wanted to get Beasts of Burden. I love Beasts of Burden. I really love working on
Beast of Burden is excellent.
Beasts of Burden is my baby, and Ben saved the fucking book when Jill wasn't able to do it, and Beast of Burden is what I would like to work on that full time if I could. I mean, I've got 4 notebooks of stories. If the main story ends, I want to keep doing Wise Dog stories and tell more stories about the world. It just grew out. It just went out of control, and I love it. And I never thought I'd be writing talking goddamn animals who are like all really good, and it's no pop culture references. There's no irony. It's just straight,
There's a huge market for that because there's people. People relate to those animals like better than humans.
The schedule, the beat up on the schedule with us not having another book out for 10 years really killed us. So we went from having an unqualified hit book to people don't know we exist anymore.
There's probably a way to get back in the eye.
Well, But we're gonna keep doing it. I mean, Mike Richardson is really behind it. Daniel, everybody at Dark Horse is really behind it. But the problem is the joke I made, which dovetails with what you were saying, was I stopped making comics and started making money.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at, because I'm looking at comics and I'm like, it does not, like, the work in it won't equate to money.
Because we love doing the work.
Yeah, I know, but that's
comics. The medium is fucking gorgeous and beautiful, and I love it. The industry is designed to take advantage of people who love it so much, just like anything. Stuntmen, wrestlers.
Oh my God, wrestlers just killing their bodies and
wrestlers and comic book artists have a lot in common. I've talked about that. We did a panel on heroes, except for the fact that wrestlers become super famous, and that the toll on their bodies is much worse. Except that so many cartoonists nowadays, I don't know what happened between the golden age and now, but the people that I grew up loving, like George Perez and Jack Kirby and all them, they drew hundreds of pages. And they didn't have wrist braces on and therapy and operations and
I have no idea how with that.
I don't know what this generation is doing, but I did a convention. I was in a wrist brace. Jeff Smith's in a really nice wrist brace. You can tell who's successful by their wrist brace. Gilbert Hernandez, his doctor's telling him he's got to stop drawing for a couple of months, and he's like, "How?" I've been told to stop drawing because the amount of detail.
Part of it is your detail, and also I remember growing up, I have this huge dent on my finger from pushing so hard with the pen. Yeah, and eventually, when I went to Joe Cuber, I started using brush, and I couldn't push anymore, and I stopped hurting myself as much.
Yeah,
because I have a lighter hand.
I am using Tombos and pens, ink pens now, which always.
I love them, but brush is just.
But I really do. I love the green and the blue Tombos, the calligraphy pens, and the Pit.
Yeah.
The Pit brush pen are my main tools, but I really would like to go back to doing some work just for myself with it. But it's not fast enough. It's sloppy. And I can't fuck up a commission.
I'm all digital now. I'm all digital. Because I don't have the patience to scan the work.
I can't do anything digital except scan it, and I can do a little bit of cleanup, but I can't clone anything. Sarah used to do all that stuff for us.
The tools
production work.
For Clip Studio Paint, if you ever use it, the tools have gotten so nice. Like, I can flat a page within like a minute. Like, it's just.
I don't even do color work. I mean, I'm still doing black and white comics the way. I mean, I fucked up some joke I'm doing about Spider-Man movies, about the proliferation of them and what the executives are doing and how happy they are that Steve Ditko never sued them. I might have to do a paste down, an actual paper paste down, because I fucked up a panel, and I'm like, I don't know how to drop something in on Photoshop. And the thing is,
don't use Photoshop. Don't use Photoshop. Use Clip Studio.
That's what you say, but it's the only thing that I know how to even approach and get something done with.
Yeah, and that's what I've been telling artists, though, who've been using Photoshop for years. You gotta bail, man. Photoshop hates you.
Yeah,
you're never gonna make a tool to make your life easier. Never.
I don't need it. I don't need a tool right now. I don't even get to the point where I can use tools.
Oh my God.
I need to be able to scan stuff, post it, and then preserve it, because I want to. Because Dork 12 is going to be done as a digital comic, available on my Patreon. And then maybe, I've got everything that I'm still making stuff. There was, I did a bunch of stuff for a heavy metal spinoff years ago. There was a humor one shot, and I had already started doing fun strips because I thought I was still going to make comics like that. I've got a pile of, I've got my board up here. I've got a bunch of stuff that can be Dork 12. 16 fun strips that were published. 5 that were not published, a bunch of one-page gag strips, 9 autobiographical strips that I did for LiveJournal, a bunch of new stuff that I did for my Patreon, and a couple of things that are in work in progress. And eventually I'll have 22 pages. I have a cover penciled.
Oh.
And what I'll do is I'll make that available for certain tiers of my Patreon, and then I'll probably I know Gumroad shit the bed a while back with something. I forgot what it was, but I'll find somebody who can help me do that. I mean, our T-Public thing, the first month that we put it up, we made $1,500 just on one shirt design.
Nice.
I mean, that was 2.5 years ago. It was that we brought back the Gin Makes a Man Mean T-shirt, and we've got a couple of more Milk and Cheese shirts. We were going to do shirts and merchandise based on the Get Out of Comics free business card that I made years ago for a cover of Dork, which people I used to give those out. We made them for conventions and give them out, and creators still post them that they haven't turned them in. I love that. But, we did it because somebody bootlegged us and handed them out at San Diego one year, and Sarah said, "Fuck that," and she made them, and we've been handing them out.
Oh,
nice. So we're gonna do
there you go.
Shirts and mugs and all that stuff. And the thing that's nice about TeePublic is, even when they have sales, they give you the same cut, and we don't have to store and make merchandise, which is what kept us from doing our own stuff after we left SLG. I can do my own stuff. Dark Horse, I'm fine with doing my own stuff. For Dark Horse, they're fine, but there is no. We lost money on the Eltingville book. We lost money on the Door collection, which I think is the best book that I've ever done. They just didn't sell. Those books now come out more often from It's a weird book. Dark Horse doesn't do a lot of that kind of stuff anymore. I'm not quite a fan of graphics drawn on quarterly kind of creator. Years ago, when Kim Thompson, rest in peace, was alive, he publicly said that he would publish Dork. It's up there. He would have done it. But I don't really have a place to do single comics like that, and that's how I work, because nobody does single comics. Indie single comics, humor and slice of life, they just really aren't happening, especially with a paycheck involved or anything. So Dork is a dead project unless a legit now that comics have really done well with traditional publishers like Simon and Schuster and Random House.
Oh yeah.
I mean, most of it is manga, most of it is Dogman and Raina Telgemeier, and that's fucking great. But there are, they're still putting out, for lack of a better word, alternative or literary or humor. Humor comics used to be something comics did very well. You can't get arrested with a humor comic in the direct market anymore. I mean, Eltingville won 3 Eisners back in the day because the industry was smaller and everybody liked the in-jokes, I guess. But now it cannot get fucking arrested. It barely got reviewed. The Dork book barely got reviewed. They all happened about 10 years too late. Like I said, I had started the last Eltingville stories in 2001, but the setup at SLG was there was no page rate. Everything was back end, and I couldn't afford to make 20. I could not afford, and there was no new material. Dork and Milk and Cheese, and even some issues of Hectic Planet was material that was done and paid for by other publishers that I collected and anthologized, and then I would add 10 new pages or whatever. By the time I got around to Dork 10, I was doing most of the book new, and then Dork 11 was all new, and I decided, how can I impress people and get them to notice Dork again? Oh, I know, I'll do 500 panels or something. I'll do gag. If you've seen Dork 11, it's nothing but gag panels. It's 21 panel pages full of strips and one panel gags. And
wow.
It killed me, and it lost money. It sold badly and lost money on the back end. I made almost nothing off of it, and I worked on it for months. Many months, which is what happened with Eltingville as well. Although at least I was paid a page rate, but then I stretched that page rate out because I couldn't stop drawing that second issue. And that was like I think that's the last comic that I did. Eltingville number 2 was the last thing I wrote and drew and put out as a comic. Everything else has just been willy-nilly online as one pages or a couple of pages, like for the heavy metal thing or Comic Book Legal Defense Fund. I would do a page here and there if they asked me. I can't do freebies anymore right now. Not right now.
I just want to let you
know.
It's
hard. It's easy for me to tell people what to do, but it's very hard when you're driving a truck that you are comfortable in, and the weight of the truck is still.
Yeah, I imagine that's how I feel.
Momentum of I am used to doing comic books the way that I used to do comic books, and now I basically run an Evan Dorkin website and store and fan club that people support, and I sell artwork and I sell signed books and sell T-shirts, and I am starting to do some comics again, but unfortunately with everything that's happened with Sarah, that the timing. I mean, they're approved, they're contracted. We are doing 4 more issues of Beasts of Burden. I have some work that people have asked me to do that I'd like to do, but
I'm curious. Did you ever think about doing online teaching classes with everything you know and all your experiences?
Part of the thing that I wanted to do on Patreon was I wanted to do process stuff, and I wanted to do the stuff that I do in interviews or I used to do on Twitter when I would just basically go, look, here's a thread about protecting yourself legally. Here's a writing thread. Because people don't like to talk about writing. It's boring.
I want to talk about writing.
But it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about art, you can put images of art up and you can see the art. There's a reason that the slush piles of art were easy to go through when you used to have slush piles. When Marvel and DC allowed people to send work in or come up to the offices. I used to go up to the offices with friends of mine, to see if we could get meetings with people. I didn't do it. I went with a guy who pulled me up there all the time because I couldn't do it. But I sat on the couch outside of DC, hoping to get some pitch meetings that he was setting up and things like that. And you could drop off, an envelope of artwork, or scripts or plots. And the thing was, always easy to look through a slush pile of art because you go, no, bad anatomy, no, he's 6 weeks away, she's 6 months away, they're a year away, this one will never make it, etc., etc. And writing, you go, do I have fucking time to read even a page of this? Fuck that, putting it back.
Yeah.
Writing slush pile is a disaster. And nobody talks about writing comics. We now have a beautiful book about lettering comics, which was much needed. That Nate Picos did, who happens to be the letterer on Beasts of Burden. And I talk about letterers all the time because even though I'm a do-it-yourself letterer, because I couldn't afford a letterer anymore back in the day for Pirate Corps, so I forced myself. I just lettered my own stuff. And there's a lot of weird things about lettering because people think of lettering the same way that they think about comics. They go, well, that's not a Marvel and DC comic, so I don't want to know anything about it. And they think of lettering as like, well, wait, this isn't the kind of lettering I see in my Marvel and DC comics, in Image and Dark Horse. And I go, well, think about your lettering in Garfield. Think about your lettering in comic strips in the newspapers that you buy. The Far Side, not the Far Side, the Calvin and Hobbes. The lettering is not neat in Calvin and Hobbes. Mm-hmm. It's very expressive, but it's legible. Yeah. It's lettering. It's all fucking lettering. But that beautiful, I love, that gorgeous lettering from the days of like Ben Oda and Gaspar Saladino and all the classic letterers. And I've worked with Tom Orzechowski and going into computers. I love lettering. Kurt Hathaway I worked with, Nate Picos, Pat.
Do you know Hi Eisman?
Yeah, sure.
That was my lettering teacher, and he yelled at me.
Oh shit! Wow. See, now I wanted to go.
Let me tell you the story real quick.
Cool, and I wanted to go to SVA and stuff like that.
It was cool. Yeah, I was telling him that I was what I did was very lazy and I didn't like lettering. So what I'd do is I'd put on a TV show and I'd put down a board and I would ink in bed. And I was talking about to Hi Eisman, and he was like, "You ink in bed?" Like he is.
Oh, you know what? The funny thing is it's weird, but you know what? George Perez used to draw on a couch. There were pictures of him. He liked to, however you can do it.
Yeah, if you're comfortable, dude. Like and that's the thing for people hurting their wrists. If you're not comfortable, fix it. Because it could be an angle, it could be something.
I used to draw in front of when we watch wrestling, lot of wrestling. I used to draw in front of wrestling all the time because you didn't have to watch everything, especially when they were fucking talking. Shut the fuck up. I was watching, back in the day, I was watching WCW. I was watching WWF. Fuck your E. I was watching ECW. I was watching Jersey Independent on cable access. I was watching AAA. I was watching CMLL and whatever else I could find. We were just sitting there working. I'd be drawing through it the entire guy. Sarah would get up, do stuff, but I always used to draw on a board. I can't do it as well as I used to, but I write on a laptop in bed. It doesn't matter what Hi Eisman. It's like that was Hi Eisman's way of doing comics, driving his teaching.
Right.
It doesn't matter how the stuff gets made. We don't have to go to an office, and there's no bullpens really anymore.
Exactly.
Everybody's on a computer, and people are fucking making. I saw people coloring comics in their hotel room at conventions.
Yeah. You just got iPad and just be.
While we were hanging out. It's however you get. Again, how do you make comics? You make them.
You just
make them. Yeah.
You could use whatever you fucking want. I still use Q-tips to blot in large areas of ink.
Wow.
People thought
fuck yeah.
People thought that was nuts because how could you use a Q-tip? That's not an art. Now they think it's nuts because I should be doing autofill on fucking digital.
Yeah.
I don't know how to.
I used to use a toothbrush. I thought toothbrushes were really fun. Yeah, toothbrush is fun for inking. Yeah.
Toothbrush for splatter. There's a lot of toothbrush in Broomsocko and in Eltingville. Yeah, toothbrush ring.
Yeah.
You
Oh, wow,
dry it
love
up,
it.
just you dip it in, and then you start thumbing it, and you get great blood spatter or mess.
That's blood splatter. Yeah.
It's great blood spatter, but you can find other effects. I would do. I did a fake television screen static. I did it with.
Oh.
With
Oh,
Splattered
that's
it.
clever. Yeah.
I stopped doing shit like that. So Sarah, could you do a static if she took a picture of the TV and she used that? As
yeah.
it worked really nicely. But yeah, everybody does it differently. I mean, some people they might make fun, but jokes used to be if you use blue pencil or red pencil, you're cheating.
What?
Yeah.
There's no cheating in
No,
art. You get it done. You get it
Exactly.
done.
This is a joke. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I know that old artists used to have competitions in the offices where they would try to who could ink the straightest line for the longest with a brush.
Oh my god. I don't even fuck this.
And the fuckers could do it. They also could
Yeah.
turn out a comic book in 3 days by everybody canning themselves, which is, I think, the Japanese name for manga, when they can somebody in a hotel room and they won't let them out.
Oh
Although
my god.
there are stories of manga artists getting out through the fire escape or the window. They do not want to do their work. And the thing is, the Golden Age of comics, yeah, people used to, they'd be literally one lying in a bathtub with a board, one sitting on the toilet. I've done comics on the toilet when the power went out in my part of my house. I was in an apartment. I sat there and penciled Bill and Ted pages sitting on my toilet because I needed the light box for my layouts.
Yeah,
However you get to that page, computers are not cheating. Computer lettering is not cheating. Doing bad work is what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lettering is art. On the lettering, people need to pay more attention to lettering because lettering is on your fucking page. People,
Yep. It's part of your composition.
Whether you do it or somebody else does it,
It still is done.
it's on whatever is on your page is art, and that's your page. That's what people are
Yeah.
gonna see. That's what's gonna tell your story. Don't fuck around with your lettering because if people can't follow your word balloons, they're gonna get annoyed. If your lettering is illegible, they're gonna get annoyed. And if you put generic computer lettering that you got the cheapest and you're just auto doing it because it's a program and there's dead spaces around it, it's literally like having a bad soundtrack or bad printing in a book. It's just gonna if the work you put into
fuck it, yeah.
anything that's worth putting into a comic is worth doing the best you can. And if you want your personality to come across in your writing and your art, you also want it in your lettering. And if you can't do that yourself, get somebody who can, any way, shape, or form. But try lettering your stuff anyway, because it's artwork. I didn't know how to letter, but I just block.
What do you feel about oh, by the way, we gotta wrap up real soon, probably within 20 minutes.
Good.
But yeah. I'm done.
I gotta stay for another hour. We didn't talk about Eltingville.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You guys asked me about Eltingville. What's wrong with you guys?
We can do this another time. No worries.
This is fun. We could do a part 2. I don't know.
Okay, this VTube stuff, they don't do it. I hope people are not paying for this because they didn't get what they promised.
No, don't worry
worries.
about it.
They got something much more valuable.
Yeah,
This is much more valuable.
Anybody who's ever listened to one of my interviews knows that this is what I did.
No, I love this.
We're having a
I did
blast.
13 hours with Tom Spurgeon, and I became friends over a 13-hour interview.
Yeah, no, people in chat are loving this.
Yeah.
I didn't know if anybody actually stuck around, but if
there's people here.
There's still people here.
Shout out in the chat if you're still here.
If we do another one, I would definitely love to take questions from people because I didn't know we were getting it. I love the fact that you guys are getting into guts of stuff. This is really, I mean, even people who normally are into the nuts and bolts stuff, we end up talking about the industry like we did.
VTubers
like
are a lot of nerds and dorks now. We love this.
Oh
kind
no,
of stuff.
I like that we've gotten into nuts and bolts because people still don't like. You know what I mean? It's more fun.
Honestly,
it's more fun to talk about stories than it is writing. It is more fun to talk about artists and art than it is to talk about how they do it.
Oh, dude,
I think there's a lot more people that are just creators nowadays that do want to hear this stuff.
All of this is very applicable to the VTubing scene in general. Like, networking, like what you present is your art. Like everything you're saying here is just applicable like to most anything, and like in this community, tons. Like we like have a lot of like we joke about it a lot. Like networking is like a big thing for like And like even if you're the best at something, if you don't know people, you need to make friends and such. Like your stuff's always been like super like enlightening.
You ultimately it comes down to, can you do the work, and enough people find the work valuable for enough time. I mean, I've been doing this since 1986. I've been doing it full time since 1991. And the fact is, also, here's another thing. Just because you're not making comics full time or you're not making comics right now does not mean you're out of comics or that you're not an artist or you're not a writer. That's some dumb bullshit that a bunch of brand managed
I agree. Yeah.
songs who are selling themselves as selling their brand and selling themselves as gurus, they can go fuck themselves. People
they don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, you're not really doing this if you're not hurting. You're not really doing
I hate that. Oh my god, I argue with artists all the time and they're like, you gotta bleed for your art, man. I'm like, you have to live.
You gotta live. Exactly. Because here's the other thing. I was doing well, and the thing is, it's okay for me to take the slings and arrows, and I've got a fucked up arm, a very fucked up arm.
Yeah.
And I've got health issues like a lot of cartoonists, okay? And I'm not rich. I have the collection of a rich person, but that's because I got it all for free from being in the industry and working at comic stores and knowing a lot of people and getting comps and trading stuff.
You're saying join the industry for free stuff?
No, but I mean, I got a lot. Oh boy, the 90s was fantastic. I mean,
Time Machine.
I still have really cool shit. I mean, this one guy, this beautiful guy, they made a staff mug with Batmite on it for the Brave and the Bold.
Oh wow!
For Brave and Bold artists.
Oh yeah.
He knew that I loved because of World's Funnest. He sent me one. So there's only like 20 or 25.
That sounds awesome.
That is so good.
Yeah, I mean that shit still kind of happens, and it's like, I mean, I don't get as much stuff as I used to because I'm old. And I told people back in the day, it was like I was saying about Wally Wood. If you read one of the Eltingville stories, the one with the intervention.
Yeah, the conversion therapy.
Yeah.
That Bollywood line killed me
That
when I read it.
episode.
That's my favorite. That might be my
thing is
favorite
so good.
of the stories in a lot of ways. But they actually put on the wall, comics killed Wally Wood, don't let them kill you. But the thing is, that was for me as much as anybody else, because I'm not saying comics killed Wally Wood. He just made a lot of he loved doing comics, and he wasn't
business savvy.
He wasn't rich. He wasn't busy. He wanted to. I mean, when Wally, what do you want to do? I want to make Wits End. I want to self-publish in 1960s and 70s.
1960s.
That's murder. That's not even fan. It's murder to do things like that. It's beautiful, but it's murder.
Yeah.
And his life wasn't great, and then his health went to shit. And I don't think comics killed him. Wally Wood killed himself, unfortunately, but he gave a lot to comics, and I don't think he was expecting comics to pay it back. I think there's a lot of people who mistakenly think if you put a lot of time and effort into an industry, the industry owes you.
Yeah.
I
No,
hate to
they
say
don't.
It would be nice if I ran Marvel Comics. Now, if I ran Marvel Comics and somebody was in need, I'd be like, let's get so-and-so's husband or wife or something because they put 20 fucking years and we're using their characters to this day and making billions. I'd be like, can we slip something to them? Now, saying that, we don't know if that doesn't happen every once in a while, to be honest.
Yeah.
It could happen. We might not know.
But basically, everybody has to pray that they get a GoFundMe or a Hero Initiative or something happens.
Yeah.
I will tell you this, though. Back in the day, I have a lot of problems with some people like Stan Lee. I have a lot of issues with Stan Lee.
Yeah.
He gets, in a nutshell, more credit than he deserves. Not as talented as he was, as people say.
Yeah.
Not the greatest person on earth, but people like him back in the day would try to find work for veterans and older artists and loyal artists. They would, even though their stuff was falling apart and whatnot, he got work for the guy who, I can't remember the name. They would bring back guys like Johnny Craig, like the guy who created Submariner. I mean, they would try to find work for them in the old days. They don't do that. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, they did that.
Their
He
style,
did some
the last time that I can think of that is Marvel giving work to Herb Trimpe, but he had to draw like Rob Liefeld. But the industry is way bigger and more cutthroat in a way that they can't afford to just go, hey, we love so and so. Why don't we give them this movie? They don't even have movie adaptations to give the older artists anymore.
Yeah, I feel like every time I've worked on anything, it felt like a lottery ticket. Like I'm not owed anything, but maybe also this will turn into something else, and
You're
that's
owed-
what it's always felt. Yeah.
You're owed what you signed for, and
Yeah.
I even though I tell people read your contracts, if you can afford a lawyer, get a lawyer. If you
Yeah.
can, a friend's lawyer can look at it. But if nothing else,
Oh, no, that's
always ask for more. Always ask for more. Always ask for more comp copies.
Yep.
Always ask for more money. I mean, I am doing that with publishers.
Don't be
Oh, yeah.
afraid of the publisher.
Oh,
they should be afraid of you.
In
Nobody should be
VTubing,
afraid of anybody.
there's
I
like
want the publisher to be afraid of me.
we're indies here, but there's actually
Oh, I know one.
there's
I
actually
know
a
one
corporate.
publisher who was afraid of me. I
Yeah.
know one publisher that was afraid of me back in the late '80s.
Oh, we got 10 minutes left. Is that okay? Shoot, 10 minutes.
He
Yeah.
told me never. He said, "Never call me. I'll send you the check. Never call me again." Because I
What
threatened.
did you do? Oh,
It was Tony Caputo who ran Now Comics, which was a shitty company. I did Ghostbusters. I penciled the. He was a shitty person. Him and his wife were terrible people. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, on Minecraft. They were shitty people. I don't know.
No.
yeah.
You can just
People
say
as
they're
much as
shitty
you
people.
like.
Yeah,
It's
just
was
when
a
you
lot of-
threaten
them.
It's when you threaten violence against them.
A lot of
That's-
stories about bad behavior, and definite stories about non-payment. They were in Chicago, so early work by
there's a lot
Alex
of
Ross
those.
and Jill Thompson.
Ah.
And I believe both have. Jill, I believe, has horror story. Not horror, has stories about not getting paid. No one was getting paid on time. It was really fucked up. I did a real Ghostbusters based on the animated
I
Ghostbusters
fucking
series.
love the real Ghostbusters.
I grew up on that.
Penciled
Yeah.
it, and I was owed $1,000 for the pencil job for like 22 pages, which was a lot of money back in the day. It was before I was full time. I was still working in the comic store. Might have been working at the club, the new wave punk metal club. Those were my jobs before I broke in full time. And everybody was like, "It's really hard to get your money out of them." And basically, I would call up, and I hate calling people. I don't like calling people for work. I don't like calling people. I find the phone I find the phone very, very hard to do to do. I like email. I like when I call somebody, a company up or an insurance. I hope that there's a busy signal or a recording. Weird. I mean, it's just a problem I have. But anyway,
There's a lot of people like that who just do not like contact with people they don't know over.
If I have this correctly, Steve Lieber, the great Steve Lieber, who is a great person to follow in comics because he, like me, and in a better way, better side. I believe he went to the Kubert School. I'm not sure, but Steve, who's doing a lot of work with Matt Fraction now, and he did Whiteout, and he's doing the Jimmy Olsen books and stuff like that. He's terrific, and he can draw in multiple styles. He's not only good, but he likes to do what I like to do, and a lot of other people. He likes to talk about the industry and to try to put information out there, and I think I forget if it might have been Now Comics, but he Xeroxed all the pages and he put X's over all of them. I think he put blue X's or something like that, and he sent the Xeroxes into the publisher, and I think it was Now, and he said, "If you don't pay me, you're not getting these pages," because they owed him work on earlier stuff. Because that's another part of freelancing and comics that we get into this trap. I did an issue, I did 3 scripts, or I did 2 issues. They haven't paid me. What do? I don't want to lose the work, and I love being in comics. And right now,
They use that.
They were stringing people. Of course they do. And again, this is not
assholes.
this isn't your editor usually. This isn't your assistant editor.
It's someone higher up.
This isn't the person that they even deal with. It's usually some son of a bitch who is happy to be hobnobbing with movie people and is just trying to move IP.
Yep.
And back in the day, just happy to be making money and the diamond checks clear. So he sent them everything in a way that they could not produce it for the comic book. He
That's clever. Yeah.
He proved that the work is done, and he showed them that he has it, and you better pay me. And they paid him. The way I got paid, though, was I was desperate. I didn't know how I was going to get this money. I have no lawyer. I've rarely had a lawyer. Luckily, I was able to have a lawyer on the Eltingville thing, and we some stuff on Beasts when we had the real. Beasts was optioned by Real FX, which is, I think, not making movies anymore, but still doing special effects. They were trying to put a Beasts of Bird movie together about 7-8 years ago. They had the director from the movie 9, not 9, something 9, not Session 9, but the other 9. I can't remember his name.
Just called 9.
Are you sure it's not just called 9?
It might be 9. They dumped millions of dollars into it. There is some.
Yeah, it was a huge flop.
District 9?
Oh no! They dumped millions of dollars into the Beast of Bird movie. Shane Acker. If you look up Shane Acker Beast of Burden, there's some concept art on his website. I just stumbled across it recently. He did some pictures of the animals, and yeah, they did a ton of production work, and they spent a load of money, which of course Jill and I and even Dark Horse did not see, but it was nice while it lasted. But Tony Caputo, I was like, what do I do? I don't have a lawyer, and I was desperate because I was running out of money because I wasn't making good money as an artist. I called him up. Oh yeah, I definitely was working at the Red Spot and at Jim Haley's. I called him up and I said, hello, Tony. Yeah, this is Evan Dorkin. Yeah. Look, you're not answering, you're not returning my calls, and you're not paying me. If I don't get a check in the next week, I am coming to Chicago on the train, the cheapest train possible, with a couple of my skinhead friends, and we're going to kick your windows in. And if nothing happens, if nothing happens after that, we're going to stick around a day or two. I got a call from him. Oh no, I was on the phone with him, and he said, "Okay, I'm going to send you a check. Never call me. Never call me again. Never talk to me again." And I got my fucking check.
Nice.
Yeah, I respect that.
I was
Respect.
one of the few people. I mean, I've talked to people who are of my age in the industry, and they're like, we go through the thing. Did you get paid from First when they were collapsing? I managed to, yeah, because I did one job for First. And luckily, the editors on it liked Milk and Cheese, and they liked me, and they tried to get everybody paid, but I got paid. Did you get paid from Now? Holy shit, you got paid by Now? Because I threatened them. I didn't have skinhead friends. I knew a couple of skinheads, but they were like, you know what I mean?
No, that's what you got to do. You got to
They
make
were
them
frog
scared.
skins.
Pick it
They were
up.
ska skins.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
we got
They were
about
the skull
5 minutes
skins.
Yeah.
left.
It's different.
We gotta continue this
All right.
another time because this
We
is
got about
amazing.
5 minutes left.
What
So
do you guys
we
want to do
yeah.
in 5 minutes?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah.
Wanna
Greg,
do a lightning
you're in
round?
charge.
Let's have the Q&A session.
God, 5 minutes.
5-minute Q&A. Let's go.
That sounded a lot like Jerry from the TV show. That sounded like,
Yeah.
oh, actually, it sounded like Iron Jaw a little bit from
You
the
like
pilot.
my generic nerd impression? He's pretty
There's a reason that it yeah. There's a reason
Oh, I
some,
know. Oh, I know.
some stereotypes exist for a reason.
But yeah.
I actually used to talk like that as a kid.
Oh,
as a young
Nelson.
comic kid. So that was.
So you owned it.
Do you have Iron Man Armor Wars? Please,
We have
can you
Spawn.
help me out? You
The guy,
Spawn?
that I based, the guy that based Iron Jaw, I gave him as many essays. Goes, you know, Spawn is one of the best superheroes. Panic things happen, and I feel bad that I because this is a real guy who worked for the store, and because he used to talk like this. He used to go, Evan, how did you get a girlfriend? I wanted a girlfriend, but you have like 2 girlfriends. And I did not have 2 girlfriends.
Alright.
You just had 2 lady friends.
But yes,
He had a lot. I had pictures of 2 women from a movie. Yeah.
Excellent.
He had a speech style that was really odd, and he was juicy, as we put it. And I feel bad because now I would not have done that because I feel bad that maybe what if he saw that and he was like, Evan just made fun of me. He just did the thing here. So when I did the voice, I had a super lemon candy from Japan, and I drank a lot of water.
Oh.
I turned my back, and I did all my lines as Iron Jaw, so nobody could look at me, and I couldn't look at him because I was so terrified, and nobody else was around except the sound people and Sarah and Keith.
Evan, here's a question.
Oh.
What was your favorite Eltingville story arc?
I really like the intervention because I thought my writing on the intervention really went somewhere. I thought
The
it was the
intervention
first.
is so good too.
I thought it was
Yeah.
it was atypical for what was going on in Eltingville that it concentrated on Bill, and it got to the core of a lot of unhappiness and sadness in some lives of geeks, my own, that you got a glimpse that things were not good at home. I mean, but I really expanded on that in the end of the first full issue and throughout the second issue, that there are reasons for why people are like this, and there are ways that we all could have gone, that I could have gone this way if I mean, I've been messing my life up most of my life. I don't think I've actually become a fairly decent person in the last 10-15 years, and I still fucked up constantly, but I was at least not the obnoxious jerk that people met at conventions and went, what's his fucking problem? What an asshole.
You've been a pleasant person this whole time.
Yeah.
Well, this is called getting your shit together and paying attention to how you affect people. And that doesn't mean you can't do milk and cheese strips, and that doesn't mean you can't do, crazy comics and be into crazy bands and still trying to go in the pit when you're 50 years old. But it does mean that, there is a way to treat people, even if you're being obnoxious or sarcastic in your career or in your comics. It doesn't mean you have to be an asshole. And I was an asshole a lot, and I hurt people. in my life because I was afraid of people and didn't know how to act, and I lashed out before they could lash out to me. And there's a lot of the Eltingville Club comes from me and my friends, growing up and playing D&D and Champions and going to the comic store. And I didn't shed a lot of that stuff until I was in my 20s, but I did not get my emotional head together until the last maybe 8 years, and it has caused a lot of damage in my life, like a lot of people who, when you have emotional issues, and you have depression, and just like comics, like I meant to say earlier, Eltingville never got mature. It's still ridiculous and over the top and crazy and violent and destructive and makes fun of stuff and is satirized. But I think that if you read the last couple of stories, you start to see the emotional issues and the disintegration of their lives and of their friendships and of their these are people who cannot grow, who cannot see how they're affecting things, who cannot see that they are hurting fans, they are hurting themselves, their friends, and their loved ones. They're doing nothing for themselves by becoming these angry, toxic people who feel that they own the things that they consume. They don't own anything. We are all audience meat of this shit. We don't own a fucking thing. We own a pop if we bought it. We own a comic. We do not own the stories, the people who made them, the characters, the future, the past. Unless you buy stock in Marvel and all that shit, you do not have a say. And if you want to have a fan say, fucking be human about it. And also, but please try to understand, why are you misogynistic? Why are you denying your misogyny if you're one of those people who's spewing shit about women at Marvel, about women in gaming, about women in programming, about trans people, about anyone who isn't you yourself? Because that's the thing about Eltingville. They hate each other. They're not even friends.
Yeah.
They hate themselves.
Which is what, I mean,
that's what that whole part about, like, hey, you roleplayed it because you hate yourself part is, like, really...
Ultimately, Bill was my character because he was the main character, and I was putting some of my problems in there, even though I hate him more than any of the other characters. Well, I hate Pete now because he's actually a real rapist, unfortunately. Because the misogyny of horror fandom and exploitation filmmaking is where he ended up. But Jerry is the redemption arc, and Jerry's still not together. And I'm not a Magic player, but the things that he describes in the last arc, the last issue of Eltingville, is how he found redemption through magic, through therapy, later through relationship. I'm not saying you have to have a physical relationship or romantic relationship with somebody to be a person.
But you probably need people to tell you you're wrong.
And you might be able to get that relationship if you can look deep inside and go, what am I doing? It can't be everyone who's wrong. It can't be the internet. No. It can't be everyone. And why am I on the side of people who, honestly, there are issues of them hurting people? Why am I against people drinking milkshakes or wanting to see more of their own type? There's plenty of entertainment for white men and white women and cis white men and white women. Man, we've got 100 years of movies, music, more. People can also have their own shit, and they've been changing characters throughout history. They're fictional fucking characters. Go create more white cis superheroes if that's what you want. Make your own shit, like Mike Watt from the Minutemen. Form your own fucking band. Make your own fucking comics.
Make your own stuff.
Don't pull down people who are just making stuff for enjoyment and for their own for people's entertainment and a living. That's not real fucking world stuff. There's real pain.
I agree.
Yep.
They're so focused on these micro things that only matter to them. And
the intervention, I think, is where Eltingville got serious, but stayed funny. I think it's a very funny, and I think it's a really good idea.
It's hilarious.
And I thought I really wanted to do that as an episode of the show. And I think my writing
about the show. Here's actually another question. What was the deal with the criticism of the trivia off section in the pilot?
What do you mean? What about it?
Yeah, that's like what the criticism was there. Was it just like too...
a lot of people thought that the entire show was going to be what some lazy writers do, which is you're going to get, Kevin Smith references all the time.
They thought it was just going to be reference.
They're going to be wearing T-shirts and they're going to go going past. I mean, the reason that I saturated it with references is because that's the life that they live. That's the life pop culture.
That was fun to read.
If you look at that comic store, if you freeze a frame on that comic store, there is a title to every comic. There is an image in every post.
The backgrounds are so amazing. I love looking at the backgrounds. It's like you put so much work in there.
Yeah, well, those backgrounds are crazy. They're like 2 feet long. I did them connected, and the thing is,
Those
we
are
couldn't
sick.
we couldn't put Marvel and DC characters in there, although we tried to.
Mm-hmm.
There are real Dark Horse creator characters. Stray Bullets is in there. There's real SLG characters in there.
Mhm.
My character. DC, Marvel. We had talked to Joe Quesada.
Yeah.
They contacted Joe Quesada. Joe was up for it, but he could not get it. It was a no.
That's a shame.
Now, but here's the sad thing. Paul Levitz shot us down at DC, even though the Cartoon Network is Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
DC
That's
Comics
a
would not let
really
us use
weird
DC
decision.
characters. Well, he also shot down the Joker doing a cameo in the Powerpuff Girls because he did. I don't know why. I don't know
What?
why.
I've never heard of
Honestly,
that.
Whoa.
Look it up. It's out there.
I know about all
there
that.
were if you notice, there's no. You don't see DC stuff now. It's like DC Comics got those rights taken. They got
Like Multiverse, that game that came out that's like has
Yeah,
decent characters with like all those other things.
Literally.
DC Comics for a long time, some reason, had the whip hand in those decisions because you had Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers, DC. DC's at the bottom, scared of everybody finding out that they trashed something or that they had a blowout or something, or parents were upset about it. They were so terrified of being noticed, and yet they had the right to say you can't use Superman in a Cartoon Network Warner Brothers show
Dang.
as a toy.
Yeah.
We got the.
Weird.
I mean, Boba Fett was approved by Lucasfilm. I don't know how the fuck we did that.
Yeah, that was
I think-
amazing.
Wow.
Well, that was back when it was still owned by Lucas, and Lucas approved of
Right.
anything.
But even so, I don't know if Lucas ever saw it, but somebody at Lucasfilm that
Line up to
people
say,
at
hey,
Cartoon Network,
good.
Yeah.
they said that's fine. They didn't have a problem with it, but we couldn't fucking use DC characters,
Dang.
which is so that's why
So
there's
weird.
She-Hulk and Ratman and all everything Mighty
She-Hulk.
Thor, everything in the background is just some dumb Mad Magazine crack
Right.
kind of joke,
Mm-hmm.
except for we have Frank Miller let me put Marv in there, Allred let me put his characters in there, David Lapham. And Maria, we were able to put, Stray Bullets posters and stuff. And I love that kind of thing. I put milk and cheese posters in there mainly because nobody else would. If I had more time, I would have gone around to more people. But now it would be probably impossible to do that because everybody's got a lawyer who's telling them, sorry, I know, but you can't. Fuck it. You can't.
Yeah.
But that was amazing to me. We already had the. If you look in the backgrounds, you will see Marvel characters and maybe a DC character too. We had to color them as not. They're all bootlegs. We had to make.
Nice.
We should
That's what they had
make
to
a
do.
note of that to look at that on the
Anytime.
next time we cover
Mhm.
this.
I have been putting up some of the backgrounds and stuff. I have some of those backgrounds left. The comic store backgrounds with the Goochers.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, they're filled with stuff. And I also wanted people to see. This is what a comic book store kind of looked like. A disaster.
A mess.
They were
Yes,
based on
they were
on real comic book
disasters.
stores I went into. They were incidences that we were going to use in the show if we got to use it. The guy who uses a laser pointer to show people where things are because he won't get up behind the desk. That was a guy in the Staten Island store. I was going to push it, and I was going to have Joe, the guy who's in the comic store, that he rides around in a scooter.
Whoa.
One of those, old. And he just keeps knocking racks over, but he doesn't give a shit when he drives in and out of the store. And he also he gets a spider monkey, and he throws peanuts through the store. He throws things through the store, and the spider monkey climbs up, and after enough times, knocks over the thing. Goes, there it is. There's the statue you want. And they're like, it's broken. You bought it. all the things from. So that's like I told you. I worked in a store. I met retailers because we had retailer meetings with the East Coast retailer meetings. I went to conventions and we did retailer stuff. I dealt with Marvel marketing, Marvel PR when we were doing a fanzine. I mean, I kept these stories. I wrote these things down. I used the internet. I used friends' stories. The pool that's in the top, the pool that's in that falls out of the ceiling, the drop ceiling.
Yeah.
In issue 1. That's from an editor at Marvel told me about a store that he worked at, which turned out to be a cocaine front, and that's the reason they were making money. But
Oh, wow.
the owner,
What?
The owner wouldn't fix the ceiling leak. He put a kiddie pool up in the drop ceiling to catch the
Oh,
water.
man.
He forgot to change it out after a storm overflowed it. The whole thing crashed down, just like at the end of that story.
Oh, wow.
And he took a hose and he hosed down most of his stock to claim it for the
Oh,
insurance.
that sucks.
If I had done more Eltingville, all of this stuff was stored up to go in.
Oh man,
Because
that's
you
good
could-
material.
Ask anybody who worked at a comic shop. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
shop's crazy. The owner's usually nuts. Ours wasn't in the way that the bad retailers are. Stores are dirty. The customers, some of them are nuts. Some of the customers in that story where Bill finds the book where Joe wrote down his pet names for the customers and why he hates them.
Was that yours?
Some of those are real customers from the store. Now, I'm not making fun of, you know what I mean? We didn't hate them, but they're based on, here's a guy who came in and he would ask us questions literally about obscure model kits that were never made. Will they make them? I can't tell you. The funny thing is, half the things he asked for have now been made because nerds inherited the fucking earth. We own everything. The nerds won. The geek won, and we're still fucking angry. We still have all these stupid bastards because they feel that they're owed something because they like superheroes more than someone else in their mind. Fuck you, man. Anyway, that's Eltingville. Eltingville is
Evan?
fuck you and pay attention. Yes.
Hell yeah.
Is there anything
Let's
you'd like
go.
me to plug before we wrap this up?
Yeah, what's something
links-
like they're better? Is there anything like
link?
where's the best place to support you? Is it Patreon?
Patreon.
Proving that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, I did not prepare that.
Oh no.
We have a
That's
link
okay.
right
I'm
here.
posting the Patreon
We got
throughout the stream.
Main thing right now
Yeah,
is
we're posting it right now.
my Patreon is just, I guess, Evan Dorkin or House. No, it's not House of Fun. My Patreon.
Let's just post the link a few more times.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, can we get some Evan Dorkin Patreons in chat?
Hold on. Can you give me Can you give me like 30 seconds and I can actually?
Oh yeah, sure.
Sure. Take your time.
I'm pulling up my Instagram on my. Oh, how did I get the weather? I'm so bad at this shit. I'm so bad. I am not a manager.
We got you, man. We have posted it all over the chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
one of the things you guys could do is Evan Dorkin has a tweet here that leads to his Patreon, and I think it wouldn't hurt to retweet it for you guys.
Cool.
Yeah.
So,
So
let me post it right here.
My Patreon is just Evan Dorkin. If you look on Patreon or however that works, I mean, literally $1 a month, you will have
Nice.
several hundred posts. 456 posts
Wow.
are up, and most of those are at the $1 and $3 level. Everything else is a tip, and I appreciate it. You do get access to sales and print. I put up prints as I can that you can download, like the big giant Marvel. I drew all the 60s and 70s Marvel villains I could fit into one giant piece of crystal board, and people really like that, and they wanted me to do a print. But I do not do prints of other people's IP. I will not do. I won't even do like mashups.
I will. If it's a corporate one, yeah.
Yeah. No. You know what? That's still not yours. You can't complain that anybody fucked you over.
I disagree.
No, I get the reasoning there.
You're wrong.
Yeah,
You're wrong.
I'm not the same as a corporation.
You're doing the if I shoplift from Kmart,
Robot.
if I shoplift,
Yeah.
they can absorb it, and you're piggybacking on somebody else's work, and I won't do that.
I know.
won't do it. But,
I respect your
like when
opinion.
people rip
I
me
just
off.
disagree.
I've had to because it makes life easier for you to have ethics.
It does.
I mean, harder.
Well,
to have it.
But like that's Superman's cool.
I
He's all
disagree
about
with
ethics.
I would love to have an in-depth discussion about this at some point, but
there's no reason to have a discussion. You're wrong. You're wrong.
I disagree.
I like this guy already.
You're legally and morally wrong. I'm sorry.
What about the company?
Well, Hellboy is not popular enough or popular enough for me to bootleg. But Spider-Man's okay because it's a huge big thing. But Hellboy. But what about Dan Clowes? Now he's small. But what about your friend who's doing that stuff?
Yeah, no. If it's a small, if it's like an indie-ish kind of creator, I don't touch it. I just don't. I get permission.
Why?
I ask.
Why?
Because, you know why I ask?
Why is it okay for this IP and not? You're not sticking it to the man.
No. I'll explain.
You're just
I'll
making,
explain.
you're making it easier. You're making it easier for other artists to think it's okay to just fuck around and do that.
No.
I feel very strongly about this.
I know, and basically, I just don't think there's a support system. Like if you cover music, or what's wrong? Like, how do you feel about covering a song? Like a band goes into a live show, they cover a song, they get tips for that. Do they need to go ask the corporate structure?
How do they monetize covering a song live at a show?
They get tips. Like you go to a show, they get the little jar out. They
Right,
take
this
tips
is-
for
right.
taking requests and
Two
stuff.
things. One, this is new to me. Two,
Uh-huh.
I'd have to think about that because there are
Yeah,
ways.
see,
to-
but there's
Hey,
systems.
there are
set.
ways to cover a song legally, and people generally do it when they monetize it on an album or. A
It's called a radio
download.
license.
Well, and
No.
there's another problem, like with streaming.
Mechanics.
Like if
You know what-
you're
you know what the hell-
talking about stuff, who do you have the right to talk about that stuff? And if the company makes a hard deal for you to get the license to talk about the thing, but that's the thing you do.
Is this
like
a real thing? Is this a
yeah,
real thing?
Toei just had a big fight with a person who was Toei was they were
Japanese
they had to
company.
they
Don't
had to
give
follow
a fuck.
American law for this.
Look.
That's why Toei lost because
I
they
mean,
had to
well,
follow
let's-
American law.
Toei and Toho and all those companies never gave a fuck and still don't give a fuck. They are happy to do the business that they do, and they really have always clamped down on their rights. That is their right. Now, talking about something, that's ridiculous in my opinion. Here's the thing, though. Your example still doesn't work for me because tips, to me, what you're talking about is the same as if you and I was sitting at a convention and doing one-offs commission of Batman or Hellboy.
Right.
I have no problems with that, and I do that myself.
Okay.
When you are doing a live performance,
Uh-huh.
you are doing that one-off commission. When you are making a print or a T-shirt that uses somebody else's IP, whether you are ripping off Milk and Cheese like some people have been doing because they sold well enough on TeePublic that TeePublic started advertising online with the Milk and Cheese thing in the Instagram, you are publishing when you are making prints. You are
Now,
producing a product.
Quick question, really
It's-
quick.
Wait. Well, don't swerve away from this because this is important.
Okay, let's talk about this. Okay.
Making copies of something. Okay, making T-shirts, making available T-shirts in multiples, putting out an album without paying that fee. That is manufacturing and exploiting.
Yeah,
Getting
I
tips
don't.
for playing a live thing is like busking. You are not hurting the people whose IP it is. Nobody's.
Well,
disputing
that's
that.
what I'm thinking. Is the scales are it comes down to scale.
When you
know?
cover somebody's song live at a concert, you are not causing some lawyer to tell the original song's copyright holder, you better start cease and desisting people because this harms your ability to fight down the line. When you're making mashup T-shirts of Doctor Who with Bill and Ted in a phone booth because you think that's clever and people love it. Look, I've bought a couple of bootleg T-shirts. I've got some bootleg Godzilla things. I've got an Ultraman mug that my wife bought me, and she goes, "I know, but I love it, and I do, but I will not do it myself. I have never done it."
I totally understand that.
For Sarah Zine years ago, and then afterwards we realized we just made T-shirts with Hello Kitty, even though we changed shit and we stopped production and we didn't do it again. I don't want to. I don't think you can come fine line in it just because you hate the company, and I fucking hate
No. There's two things that I wanted to say.
This is good. We got some heated debate here. On
Yeah,
this.
no, I like this. I like this.
In true Eltingville Club fashion.
Let me
arguing about
get into
shit
two
at the
things
very
real
end.
quick. Two things real quick. One is companies, if they can't make money off of it, they don't set up a support system to help people. And artists can grow. They can grow stronger, and they can financially, take care of themselves if they're able to have some rights in doing small run prints. That's why in Japan they are allowed to do small run prints, and they do it at conventions.
Oh no,
and it's understood.
I love the comic mart, the fan press, and I think that's a beautiful system.
And I think it should be here. And the second thing I want to say real quick is
it will never be here, as you know.
But that's because it won't make some corporation some money. Like they don't care. So why should I care?
It's a culture. It's a culture clash because in Japan they also tend to end their series. They don't tend to necessarily take Vampire Hunter D and do 8 million comics with 700,000 readers. Junji Ito's work is Junji Ito's work, and the thing
that's the thing is who the. It's one thing to create a print and someone thinks that's a legitimate print or something. It's a second thing to say, hey, this is just my version of it. No one else is this isn't meant
But
to
the thing
be.
is, no, I don't. If there is a legal way to do it, and there is a mutual assisted program between fandom and fan artists and companies, I think that's great. I think that the
laws
giant-
aren't made by the little guys who need that stuff.
No, I'm sorry.
If it
but
was, then it would get made.
Neither is Spider-Man.
So why would I
Ultimately,
care about why would I care about the copyright law, which is clearly not meant for me? It's not meant
Because
to help.
You know what?
You know,
The copyright law. You know what? The joke I always had about copyright laws. I'll worry about copyright laws until I need to worry about my own copyrights. Okay? You're like REM saying we're never going to make a video because we're never going to need to make a video because we're never going to be that big. We're never going to have to worry about that. We're never going to have lawyers. And then REM made some of the worst fucking burn 'em alive videos ever put out there, like Everybody Hurts and shit like that.
Right.
The fact is, you don't know what's going to happen in 10 fucking years.
I can promise you this.
I do not like the system as it is set up. At the same time, that system also protects Mike Mignola, protects your friend, protects me. I have to fight to get rid of people who are putting my t-shirts up on their sites or using my characters to make prints at conventions, and I'm small fucking time.
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that to you.
Two wrongs don't make a right, and you are just arguing this because you want to do what you want to fucking do.
I absolutely do when I want it.
Oh,
I absolutely am
fine.
doing it because I've been able to survive and make more art.
There is no
by
fucking
doing this.
right. There's no guarantee or right for you to survive or me to survive as an artist on
Exactly.
on other people's work. No.
Well, then.
Then what? I'm doing it without doing that. Okay, I have a house. I'm not in great shape, but I fucking managed, and I have never made. I've never made a comic, a mini comic, a print, a T-shirt, a runoff of things, pins, badges of other people's work.
Oh no, it's been is it other people's other people's work if you're doing your own rendition? Like let's say it's Mickey Mouse. Everyone knows who made Mickey Mouse.
Talking about, dude?
What if I make a painting? There's paintings of Mickey Mouse that are pop art, right?
What if I make a copy of your birth certificate, your social security number, and I go, it's art? And I just
that's not art because how did you express yourself?
My version of your social security.
Yeah.
How did you express yourself by doing that? That's not art.
I guess I'm taking Jerry's role
I
here.
disagree. Yeah. I want to be mad.
I express myself as a comment on your argument, on a comment of the artist versus the corporation, on a comment of what is real and what is fake, what is authentic and what is a ripoff. And you can win that fucking argument in some circles. But I'm sorry, if you want to go make prints of somebody else's character, someone else's IP, and stand on the shoulders of ripped off giants like Jack Kirby.
Yeah, well, what about Michelangelo? What about Leonardo? What about like all those Ninja Turtles that made art from the Bible? That's all fan art. It's
Taco
fan
Bell
art. It's
removed
paid
the
fan
beefy
art.
crunch burrito from their menu and then rebranded it as something else and
none of
charges
those
$2 for it now. And I'm
None of
really
those
upset about it.
None of those artists created Moses or Jesus or whatever, but they made fucking bank off those characters.
Those were commissions,
That's
Krimbo.
not even- that's
Those
not
were
even
commissions.
From the church themselves, and the church holds the canon, so the
They
church,
didn't make those characters.
the church technically the church owns them.
If you're being serious, if you're actually arguing that in good faith, you gotta be kidding.
I am.
You just want to win, and you just want to make what you want to make, and you admitted it, which is cool.
Yeah, no, it's part of it, but I think about this a lot.
You want to make copies. You want to manufacture copies, print, manufacture, work for sale
of my artwork of other people's characters.
Your artwork based on other people's characters.
Yes.
So if your friend does well, and their characters take off, you're gonna rip them off.
If they're doing well, then it applies, right?
actually,
like if they're doing well enough,
here's the thing:
that's how you're
when they hit that level, when they hit that level, I fully expect, and she also fully expects that people in Artist Alley they're going to make artwork of her stuff. They're gonna sell it, and the game is to be big enough that it's dropping the bucket to her. It doesn't matter to her.
You see life as a game, and I don't.
Well, I'm trying to survive. Like I'm
really hurting that. This is the only thing you can do. This is how you have to do it, huh? Why don't you just
No. I'm right now. This is my original character here. I'm branching off. I stopped doing conventions, and now I'm trying to make my own IP. Now I'm finally trying to go and make my own thing. This is what I'm doing right now as we speak.
Or someone like
So
when you get big enough, someone steals Krimbo.
if I'm big and if I'm the same numbers as like V Shoujo or something, and I go to a convention and people are selling unlicensed artwork of mine, I don't care. I do not give a shit. I really do not.
What is unlicensed?
That means unlicensed mean I never gave them permission.
You mean you see
and
prints?
I walk.
You
Yeah,
see prints,
I don't care.
T-shirts.
You know why?
You're gonna be good with that. You're gonna be good with that. You're not
as
gonna
long as it's not my art. As long
Bullshit.
As long as it's not my drawing.
You are full of it.
No. You know why I can tell you? Because people already do this of my art. They already steal it and they already put it on stuff. And I have to weigh how much I care about going after every individual. I have my artwork on T-shirts that I never agreed to. I have
you better go.
No, dude, I don't have the money. I don't have the lawyers. I don't have the time.
Seriously, even though I'm pissed off.
I win one fight? No. I've watched this play out a million times. You win one fight, you got 500 more fights to fight.
Shut up for a second.
You
have to go after. You have to at least show that you go after them. That doesn't mean you have to have the lawyer. Protect yourself by going after them, because if you show that you can fight, you are trying to protect the copyright. That is important.
Yeah, but guys, dude, they're in like China. Dude, they're in China half the time.
I know, but you have to send the fucking mail. Okay, I shut down a couple of people on eBay recently who were putting up my shirt. Look, I'm worked up because I really don't believe you're right. But anyway,
okay, it's cool.
I want you to protect yourself. You have to go after these people by yourself. You get yourself a boilerplate.
It is exhausting.
It is exhausting. The worst is going after places like TeePublic and all those shirt places.
Yeah.
They make the onus on you and me. They make you jump through hoops because you have to get the website. You have to prove the copyright. You have to show. But I mean, it's easy.
Dude, I hate that. I'm
able to link to websites and show them. Eltingville was a TV show. Milk and Cheese was on Roseanne. Things like that.
Yeah.
You have to do it because if you show that you don't give a fuck, then if ever you get your character out there to a point where people will really want to rip you off, somebody can go, well, you've never fought this copyright. You've never worked to protect this copyright. And you can get fucked.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, do what you will, but at least do protect your original characters so that somebody like you doesn't come along and rip you off.
Like I'm telling you, hold on. I want to be super clear that if I drew the artwork myself, I have a problem with it. If someone drew their version of my character, I don't care. I've already decided that. I don't care. That's what I do. I have no problems with it. If anything, it's free advertising to me.
Let me tell you this. I hope you one day I hope your career gets to a situation one day where you find out really how you feel. Do you know what I mean? I hope you become successful to a point where you go, wait a minute, this is actually kind of fucking annoying. And if I let this go on a little too long, more people will be doing it. And then I'm going to be up a shit's creek because I'm going to have to start.
I mean, it'll depend on the situation, but I hope I'm not wrong.
We're all trying to survive for today, but sometimes you have to also think about the larger picture.
True.
And
it's true.
I think it's an insult to say, oh, it's okay to fuck. Let's not fuck over X, Y, and Z because they're good people and they're indie. But it's okay to still play that game because they're corporate and this. And that. I'm like, no, it's still not your fucking work and not your right. And that's not me licking boots for. I would love it if it was a Japanese.
I don't think you're the type to lick boots. I don't think.
Well, I will for money these days, probably.
Well, but like, man, if you like, I would if you were like, oh, I'm selling some prints of some Spider-Man pictures I drew. I don't see the problem with that.
I do because I have a problem. I have a problem doing it. I mean, if this Marvel print that I did, I only made it available as a print for Patreon, and I'm not selling it. And people have asked, and I'll tell you, I think it's one of the coolest drawings I've ever done. It's got like 100 Marvel characters in these chibi styles,
and you won't make a print.
No,
that is something. I agree with you on everything you said. That's the one thing I'm like, I can't agree to.
If my wife's cancer came back and my kid was in need, I tried not doing variant covers, and finally one day I just went, if you can't beat them, invoice them. But I do feel that when you fuck around with IP, you really you're hand waving it, and you're setting up
So if the
And
IP, if the,
theories of it.
if-
You know, it's the same thing. It's still the same thing.
so if
It
the
hurts
IP
the
law was
individual.
different, it'd be okay. If law was just changed where like IP's not really a thing, then it's okay, right?
Well,
If there was no
yeah, I mean,
if there was no legal requirement to defend it, then it's fine.
Well,
I
there's
think-
like fair
yes,
fair
no.
use and things like that.
Yes, and that's why I'm glad that so far the hammer has never fallen on convention artists and commission artists, because I do that and everybody does that. And the agreement there, the tacit agreement with DC Marvel back in it was like, you draw Spider-Man, you sell that drawing of Spider-Man, that's it. You're not making three of them. You're not running them off. We couldn't make prints back then anyway, but you're not making your own Spider-Man comic book. You're not doing the Air Pirates like the Disney thing. I mean, look, I believe that they're wrong a lot. The Air Pirates should never have been sued. It was parody. I think that everybody can tell the Air Pirates was an underground comic. It did not impinge on Marvel. I don't think this hurts Marvel at all. What I do think is it creates an atmosphere where anything goes, where younger artists believe that you can just have this tower of prints of everyone's character, and you know, and they sell.
Well,
And the thing is, there's a mix of Disney and there's Star Wars and Doctor Who and
Yeah,
Buffy
yeah.
and there's Hellboy and there's Sailor Moon, and it doesn't hurt anybody until it does start hurting people. And
well, that's why it's not. Why is it up
creates
to the artist? Why is it
I-
up to
no,
the little
but
guy
it
to
also
clean up the
creates-
mess?
But it models behavior that other artists go, this is fine. Everything is good. We can make pins. We can make enamel pins of everything. And
They're already doing that. That's
there's not, like,
that's
yeah,
the world
well-
we live in.
Can't really stop it now. Like China already has
Well,
like
Yeah, you're one. It's not going to stop until the corporations go. Okay, let's work out a deal that,
All right.
that works for people.
let's put it this way then.
And
I don't have to participate in that.
you
okay?
don't. No.
I'm not Superman, but this is a
Yeah.
line I don't want to.
Hmm?
It's a line I don't feel. I don't think serious artists need to cross it either.
Okay.
I think that you can do well enough on commissions, and finding freelancing and branching out. You don't have to be. It's not even being a cover band. I mean, you are manufacturing items for sale, and that goes beyond art. That's manufacturing and printing, which is where the problem comes in, and why some people have been shut down at conventions in the past, before conventions got so huge and so crazy that the companies basically had to give up. Because, I mean, people used to Paramount used to send lawyers to conventions back in the 70s.
Mhm.
And they'd be pulling props that people made, if they made like their own phasers, and if they made fanzines. Anything that had a Star Trek logo on it. It was funny because everybody I didn't do it. But you'd see everybody giving their fake names. You know, like, Jockey Blockoff. Yeah, and I live in the lawyers couldn't make them give them the right names, but it was amazing to watch the lawyers come in at New York shows, comic shows and Star Trek shows, and actually go through the place. And this is when
that's a
nobody was
Yeah.
making money on that shit. All you had
That's-
was Star Trek poster book and Mego dolls.
That's sad because people are they're being creative. They're making stuff. Let's say they're making like little toy phasers and some
Being
like.
creative. They're
Come
not-
on.
But they're not creating something new. They're taking
It doesn't
your-
matter. You don't always. That's the thing is artists shouldn't always have to create something new. They should be able to have a space where they can just grow.
Wait,
and
you were arguing that artists had to bring their own thing to it to make it artistically merited for being different.
Yes,
from the original.
yes. That's what I'm saying is when let's say I'm drawing fucking
I was a
what's
prop
Sailor
of a-
Moon. I'm
I was a
drawing
prop
Sailor
of a
Moon.
phaser.
I'm not going to draw Sailor Moon in any way that's mistaken for the actual IP. I'm going to draw it in a way that I think it should look. And I'm going to like, oh, what if she had hair like this or this expression like that? That is me
Like-
bringing something new to the table. That's what makes it art.
Why can't you do
me.
that? No, it makes it commerce for you. Come on, you're not really sitting there going, I'm making art. You're going, I'm gonna sell.
No, dude. When I'm making the print, there's things I'm
print is
trying
art.
to
The print is-
express.
the print-
You know?
The print isn't art. The print is commerce. It's an object. It's an item for sale. Why can't you just do commissions? If you're doing well with the prints, why can't you just do commissions? This is just, this is not me fighting you right now. This is just,
I also
devil's
do
advocate.
commissions. Okay, here's why. I'll tell you
monetary
why.
pipelines.
If I ask myself right now, I didn't think about this beforehand because I
We should
wasn't.
wrap this up because I didn't mean
Okay.
for this to go another half hour.
Sorry,
I know,
I'll
this
end.
It's okay. The Eltingville ending is so
Eltingville's is so good.
All right,
Oh,
so the
sorry.
difference is
You
all right,
fucking
hold
suck,
on.
and I hate you.
Okay, here's the difference.
Berg Nelson, who
Is,
drew you?
is I like doing commissions to an extent, but I really like all right, like let's say there's a
But I really
comic
like
book I
selling
really
all
like.
stuff.
No, I like Hajime no Ippo. My head's in that space. I'm thinking about the action. I'm thinking about like the movement, and I want to express myself with these characters, and I like doing that. It's very fan art is more fun for me. It's just quantitatively more fun for me to do fan art than it is a commission. So I'd much rather just do a fucking fan art and make a little bit of money off of it, and then do a commission. But I will still do commissions.
I don't know the difference between fan art and commission because I'm old, but I guess there is one.
Well, what I'm saying is fan art is an established IP. A commission is a singular person walking up to me, paying me for one-off draw.
I just see that. Okay, I know. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I do fan art too. I do horror characters, but I sell them.
But it's not out of. Yeah,
I sell them as a one-off drawing. I don't make stickers. Right. I don't make T-shirts. I mean, two real quick things because obviously we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
You have the last word because
I usually do because I'm Jewish. And
you win.
And I'm gonna have lawyers sent over to your house from all the IP that you've done.
I'll get my skinhead friends to fight them. So
come to Chicago. We can all fight in Chicago.
Yeah, it'll be cool. All right, last word from you. What's
no, real quick, two things. I'm sorry that I got caught up. I haven't eaten
no
today.
Wars, this is amazing.
It's good. I'm having fun.
I want to do a part 2, man.
I always say this in interviews because it's invariably true, because I wake up, do the interview, and then I'm like, I haven't eaten. My blood sugar is obviously, but I can get combative, and I apologize.
Oh, no, it's great.
No apology necessary. You were more than fair. And
second thing I wanted to say, my T-shirt site at TeePublic is House of Fun.
Yep.
My Patreon is Evan Dork. Everybody hates me now, probably. I hate Amazon, but my books are all up there, and I have a lot of stuff in print. And if you buy some of my my own stuff, I do get a nickel one day. I don't have anything on eBay right now. I do have an original art list, but I don't. You can find it through my Instagram, which is Evan Dorkin. My Twitter is Evan Dorkin. Nobody else has that because nobody wants that fucking name. Neither do I.
There's a link tree.
And the link tree on my Instagram will help you out. And I am amazed that Krimbo kept that voice going the entire 17 hours.
Oh, I used to cough blood when I first started.
This is a normal voice.
Yeah, that's all you
sounds like.
Yeah, when I first started streaming, I started coughing up blood, but I got used to it.
Oh.
You used to coughing up the blood, or did you stop coughing?
I stopped coughing up blood.
Okay, thank God.
I had a great time even arguing because that was different.
Yeah, no, this is fun, dude, and you're really smart.
I did not expect to be doing this. We are at what?
5 hours? More than 4 hours.
4.5 hours.
Almost 5. Yeah.
God bless you, poor bastards. I'm so sorry.
Oh, we enjoyed this. You're welcome back any day, man. We've had a blast. We need a part 2.
I believe I was asked, can you come on for 15 minutes?
Yes. When I originally contacted Evan, I'm like, hey, do you want to pop in and just say hello for like 10 minutes? And he's like, nah, don't worry about it. I'm a talker. I'm going to be there for the entire time. I'm like, all right, let's do it.
If I'm going to go to see a show, I want to see the opening act. I want to see all the bands. I want to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got it.
I want to do the night. 15 minutes. I'm already here. Let's hang out. And it turned out to be a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you.
And this was great. I appreciate it. My God, this was a long.
Oh yeah, everything. That was amazing. Like it really
you did not tell me any lies, Mr. Dorkin. You did not. 100% honest.
Well. I was probably wrong about some things. Let's put it that way.
That's not lying. That's just being wrong. There's a difference.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're
on the spot.
No, I'm Jewish.
Actually,
I'm half Jewish.
Do you understand the VTubing culture a little bit better at this point? Using the personas. Okay.
No. I mean, I get the personas, but this was just hanging out. This was not. There was nothing.
Exactly.
You know, once you get past the technology, like you said, it's still people networking and hanging out with each other.
Yeah, there's still corporations. There's like
we are.
There's still corporations.
Unfathomably ugly people, which is why we use personas of attractive people and eggs in order to hide ourselves.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason that I do comics, because I wanted to be an actor or a stand-up growing up. And comics is a great way to hide behind. Comics and animation is a great way to tell stories and act and get ideas and arguments and shit out there without being on a stage and being judged physically or you know, which is weird because I used to host the Harvey Awards, but I mean I was challenging myself and I kind of was trying to do stand-up at those things, and it was mostly successful. But on the whole, but then again, in comics, you know what I'm saying? For comics, I'm okay looking. back in the day. You know, it wasn't a very hard. Most people looked like, like I said, they looked like used car salesmen or farmers, and who had gone through a lot of character acting. They were not the prettiest people on earth. Now everybody's fucking gorgeous. Cartoonists are gorgeous. You got to play D&D. You have to be fucking gorgeous. I mean,
they're all actors and stuff. Fuck.
It's amazing. It's fun. It's like, hey, we want to play D&D. You look like shit. Get out of here. It's like, roll better charisma, then you can fucking join our stream. And I'm like, holy shit. Who knew that there'd be a schism between good-looking and bad-looking tabletop role players?
Oh my god, yeah.
It's like we're playing D&D, and everybody's beautiful. The guys are beautiful. The women are beautiful. The trans people are beautiful. The non-binary people, they're fucking gorgeous. How did they find D&D? It's like,
yeah.
That was the thing. You go in the back of the bar, and they have the special bottle for the nerds. Not the beautiful.
The answer is we didn't gatekeep hard enough. We needed to keep
it. I was just about to say, making fun of it and being fascinated and like surprised by it at the same time. We always said we wanted more people to be into comics and into nerd stuff. I'm happy that it's huge. I'm happy that my friends can still be into it. That were into it back in the day when you would watch UHF Doctor Who and you would buy bootlegs of Ghibli films in the 80s. You couldn't fucking find this stuff, and you were a tribe. And punk rock got watered down a whole bunch. Big fucking deal. People can still discover the old stuff, and a lot of the old stuff made money for everybody. And a lot of stuff, people are able to do conventions now and do commissions who weren't making money off comics and things like that. It's a large fucking ocean that rises all ships if we let it.
True.
I want everybody to know who Batmite is. I want everybody to know what an owl bear is, and all the silly dumb shit that we knew. I want everybody to not be Eltingville, and we should definitely question the hobby. We should definitely discuss.
There's lots of Eltingville in our hobby sometimes.
Right, and we should definitely question what we consume and how we consume it and how people act towards it. But we should not be condemning people for enjoying this stuff just because we don't. We feel, I don't know what we feel. Everybody wanted women to be in comics when I was a kid.
People are insecure. That's what it is. It comes down to insecurity.
We all wish that we could meet girls that liked this stuff. And
now that the girls like it, we don't know what to do.
There's all these idiots who judge them and tried to drive them out. And it's like,
It's because they're intimidated by them.
Put a little, and you're not special anymore. And guess what? You never were fucking special. I wasn't special because I was buying Star Trek poster magazine, and I knew who the animators were on Dumbo, and I knew who Tezuka was, and I loved Toei, and I loved Sentai shit and Tokusatsu early.
Oh, nice.
I lived in New York.
We will talk about Black and Black RX.
I lived in New York, so I had super access to that. I had tri-state TV channels, early cable, newsstands and magazines, and I had a divorced dad who didn't know how to talk to me, so he just bought me every comic and magazine I wanted on Sundays at the Te Amo on Kings Highway in Brooklyn. I'm not special because I had all that shit, because I had Migos and Micronauts and all that stuff. I just liked it before you did because I was born before you did.
Yeah.
And this is still a tribe. There's no fake fans. Really, even the people who, even if you wanted to, it's hard to make money to be a fake fan.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. You can go off and start a cult or a religion. like you can start Scientology. Starting Scientology is a lot easier than saying I love science fiction books and comics. Hang out with me and
Scientology too. There we go.
And the only way that you can get attention is by being hateful and shit like that, I wish that you could look inside yourself, because it eats away at you. It's not going to go anywhere good for Ethan. What's his fucking Skyver? Ultimately, you are in bed with snakes and weasels. Except I like snakes and weasels, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway. Yeah. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thanks, man.
I enjoyed.
Thanks.
I enjoyed the fuck out of this. I hope people who joined this enjoyed it and stick with you if they're new, if they're hanging out. And I would love to do this again, but obviously we need to do something to keep me quiet for more time.
We'll do Q&A.
No, you did great.
We enjoyed it.
No, that was really good.
I try to entertain. Take care.
Take care.
Yep, we're almost done.
This is great. I did not know what to expect, and I was afraid that you were going to be like you know, I did not know what to expect. I thought maybe that was going to be like kind of goofed on, or
You thought we were weirdos.
no. If you well, you are weirdos. If you read comic books and
Hey!
you know things like Eltingville, yeah, we're weirdos. That
Wow.
way.
Oh.
Luckily now nobody's, you're not a weirdo for liking this stuff anymore. But if you're really into it, we're weird. We're still weird because we want all of it.
Are we off air? We're off air.
We're almost off
Yeah.
air.
Nearly.
Okay, now I can
Oh.
have normal voice.
Not yet, not
But
yet.
yeah, thank you.
And everyone,
I wanted
that's
to say
all,
thank you
yolks.
for coming.